check, you can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. Until for it. Keep my lover hostage. Better work for it if you want it. Keep my lover hostage. Never need another once you got it hostage.
Tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that this isn't real. Please don't tell me you don't need me here. Please don't tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Broken hearts won't heal the same. There's no excuse. There's no escape. I'm struggling to stay pure and tamed inside this reason. Beating hearts run out of time. There is no use. There is no right. Fighting to break out of my chains inside this prison.
Listen, you too special to get overlooked. If you were first class, you'd get overbooked. Don't let them take away your shine, girl, you got me shook. Cause I can see the way you grind, that's a good look. She said she like my tattoos, I said I like them too. Do you got any tats? She said yeah, I got a few. Then she pulls her pants down and says, this one's brand new, tell me what you think. I said, that's a good view. Goddamn, pearly white teeth, put your money where your mouth at. She look like a filter from the bitches on the Snapchat. Got the type of booty that you hitting and gon' bounce back. Only wear designer, can't pronounce that. Ooh, shawty, I like everything you do, so sexy. Running up that check, I'm finna score like Messi. Yeah, my room clean, but we about to make it messy. You sweeter than some Nestle. I love it when you next to me. People play games, but I swear you never tested me. You say you invested. I love how you invest in me. Even with your clothes off, shawty, you the best for me. Know you want the best for me. So which motherfucker here gets you hot?
You.
The last motherfucker hit the spot.
You.
And I don't plan on stopping with you anytime soon, so we could let the neighbors call the cops.
Goodbye, Manila. Hello, Phu Quoc. The APT is back in beautiful Phu Quoc, and here's what's in store for the next 10 days. Running from November 8th to 17th, this series has over 44 billion VND in prize pool guarantees. Starting with the Vietnam National Cup with a 5 billion VND guarantee, double stack, mini main event, Zodiac Classic, and of course the main event with a 25 billion VND guarantee. There is just so much to enjoy during your stay here, and we look forward to seeing you. For those at home, stay tuned to our daily updates and live stream starting on November 14th. Guaranteed at 5 billion VND, running for 3 days with 6 opening flights, kicking things off here at APT Phu Quoc. It's the Vietnam National Cup. Bingo Buddy, what brought you to APT Phu Quoc all the way from Canada? 24-hour flight.
I miss Greg goes all in from Toronto, so I went all the way to Vietnam just to see my friend Greg.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên là Jamie và mình đến từ Việt Nam. Mình hiện tại là đang dự định sẽ chơi Fly D của giải đấu Vietnam National Cup.
I'm playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
So this is my first time to play the APT. For me, that's crazy. I think, yeah.
Just the boys trip for the weekend, decided to play some tournament poker. Yeah, so far so good. It's the first time in Vietnam.
It's beach. You know, you can't go wrong with the beach. The weather's like, it's super nice.
Không khí, ban tổ chức và những người chơi đều thật sự rất chuyên nghiệp. Và đây là một minh chứng rõ ràng nhất cho việc poker đang thực sự phát triển tại châu Á.
Bingo Buddy, what are you going to do with the money when you win the National Cup?
It all goes to my wife. My wife takes everything.
Chắc chắn rồi, mình sẽ dành một tuần nghỉ ngơi và tham dự vào Main Event của giải đấu APT.
And what events do you have planned to play while here?
The main event is the one I'm looking forward to, and then besides that, the Zodiac Classic and the last high roller.
Do you know what the main event guarantee is?
25 tỷ Việt Nam đồng.
25 billion VND?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. Don't miss this exciting first event of APT Phu Quoc. Hurry on over now.
If I win, I'm gonna invite you to go to the party with me.
Okay, please. Okay, you promise, huh? Promise? Okay, good. Thank you, Jason. Yes.
Hẹn gặp các bạn tại APT Phú Quốc.
Craig, how do I play Big O? So Big O is a nickname. Really, the whole name of this game is 5-card high-low PLO.
You get 5 cards. You need to make the best high hand using 2 of your cards and the best low hand using 2 of your cards.
I understand making a high hand. Explain to me what a low hand look like.
You just try to make ace deuce 3 4 5 the lowest possible.
It is like rule in this game. No ace, no play.
No straight, no flush counts. So let's just pure number. So ace deuce 3 4 5 is the best hand for the low hand.
Is it like no limit hold'em or
it's like pot limit?
It's pot limit. The maximum you can bet is pot.
The high hand gets half, the low hand gets half, but you could have the high and the low and get it all.
Sounds like an easy game. What drew you to Big O? Why do you like playing Big O?
Because I started holding more than a decade ago. Then I start new format is the Big O, and I really like it. It has more varieties, more thinking.
Is there strategy involved if it's such a big gamble?
Not for me. I'm already out.
GG's. And that's about it. Come and play Big O at the APT.
如果可以改变一条扑克规则，那会是什么？
什么是扑克规则？
哇，这个问题我从来没想过哎。
不想改变，我很喜欢现在的扑克规则。
现在的规则挺好的，要不然也不会有这么多人参与到这个项目。
可以多一个 ocean， 对。
冠军的奖励少一点。
那谁拿到多一点？
不要那么集中，因为拿冠军很难。
我放他跟我们做来教我们怎么打。
我每次赢。
在你心中，在你的国家，谁是最强的 poker player？
当然是我了。
中国嘛，周全，觉得是亚洲最顶尖的吧？周全，
因为他对场上的动态，对每个人的把握感觉会好一点。
我。
说得对啊
Sean Louis of course is the best man. He's the real one.
18 high roller champion here. Very humble.
早上好，中国。
心目中最棒的不一样嘛，不是说已经有非常亮眼的成绩，但是我觉得他对待这个游戏的态度，在打牌过程中的一些波动，自身的一些控制力比较好的玩家，我觉得都很棒。
你觉得你自己棒吗？
我觉得我还努力学习中。
祝你好运，谢谢你，感恩。
Hi, my name is Jerome, and I'm from Malaysia. This is my first APT trophy. I've been hunting the trophy for a while now. Lucky I didn't go broke yet, but yeah. Everyone's very good at the game. It's either they're very good or they are very good for the game, like they're fun. You know? Very nice to play. I enjoy playing with him because he's wild. So you were saying like he could just anyone up.
Spade 4 on heart and 10 spade.
When he doubled out 2 or 3 times, I still had a bigger stack than him, just by a bit, and I was comfortable playing with him. So I think I've been to more than 3 APTs, and obviously winning an APT tournament is very like grand. Now I have an actual good trophy. It's like a collection, you know what I mean? Yeah. I want to thank my girlfriend for supporting me throughout. She has seen me like going through downswings and upswings, and she's always been there for me.
$966,530,000 Vietnamese dong is at the top. Fighting for it are the remaining 84 in the money players of the APT Phu Quoc Vietnam National Cup. One winner. Who's it gonna be? Heads up was between Max Hold'em from Thailand versus Shohei Osugi from Japan.
Thank you to my friends to cheer me and Thai people, and thank you this T-shirt, lucky T-shirt. You can buy it Chena Tak page. You can call me Max, and I'm from Thailand. It's really mean for me because I think every players want a poker trophy. Yeah, this was the easy game. Playing poker with my face is harder than this. No, I want to do my best, just that. I will give this winning to my mom because my mom not like me to play like poker.
Regina, what is Pre-Game Mix?
Pre-Game Mix is an event where every 6 hands we rotate between 3 games: No Limit Hold'em, Pop Limit Omaha, Big O.
Alex from the US, which is your favorite game? Big O, PLO, or Hold'em, and why?
Big O for sure. It's just all the action. Love the high-low action.
I'm a big fan of Big O. You could win the low or the high, maybe both. And also, you can get 3/4 of the pot sometimes.
Big O is so fun. There's more action, so it's not as boring as a No Limit Hold'em where you're just waiting for premium hands all the time.
PLO, yeah, makes me happy, yeah.
Actually love to play PLO, but I like all of them.
I have been dealing the No Limit Hold'em for a long time. Like most of the tournament, they always play No Limit Hold'em. That's a little bit boring, truly. But with the mixed game, player will be more exciting. Somebody, they were screaming, and it makes us feel like less tired and more exciting when I'm dealing.
What's your favorite game to deal? Hold'em. Why?
It's the easiest one. Big O, Omaha, funny.
Yellow is funny. All right, thank you. Come on. Thank you. Yes, sir. My favorite game is probably Hold'em. Why? Because I'm vanilla. Goodbye, Manila. Hello, Phu Quoc. The APT is back in beautiful Phu Quoc, and here's what's in store for the next 10 days. Running from November 8th to 17th, this series has over 44 billion VND in prize pool guarantees. Starting with the Vietnam National Cup with a 5 billion VND guarantee, double stack, mini main event, Zodiac Classic, and of course the main event with a 25 billion VND guarantee. There is just so much to enjoy during your stay here, and we look forward to seeing you. For those at home, stay tuned to our daily updates and live stream starting on November 14th. Guaranteed at 5 billion VND, running for 3 days with 6 opening flights, kicking things off here at APT Phu Quoc. It's the Vietnam National Cup. Bingo Buddy, what brought you to APT Phu Quoc all the way from Canada? 24-hour flight.
I miss Greg Goes All In from Toronto, so I went all the way to Vietnam just to see my friend Greg.
Xin chào mọi người, mình tên là Jamie và mình đến từ Việt Nam. Mình hiện tại là đang dự định sẽ chơi Fly D của giải đấu Vietnam National Cup.
I'm playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
Playing the National Cup.
So this is my first time to play the IPT. For me, that's crazy. I think, yeah.
Just the boys trip for the weekend. Decided to play some tournament poker. Yeah, so far so good. It's the first time in Vietnam.
It's beach. You know, you can't go wrong with the beach. The weather's like, it's super nice.
Không khí, ban tổ chức và những người chơi đều thật sự rất chuyên nghiệp. Và đây là một minh chứng rõ ràng nhất cho việc poker đang thực sự phát triển tại châu Á.
Bingo Buddy, what are you going to do with the money when you win the National Cup?
It all goes to my wife. My wife takes everything.
Chắc chắn rồi, mình sẽ dành một tuần nghỉ ngơi và tham dự vào Main Event của giải đấu APT.
And what events do you have planned to play while here?
The main event is the one I'm looking forward to, and then besides that, the Zodiac Classic.
Welcome to the Asian Poker Tour main event. We're coming to you live from Phu Quoc, Vietnam. This is day 3. The main event, 795 entries. 331 made it to day 2. We played down to the money. That was 119 players. And then we kept going. Went down to 50 players on day 2. And today we go all the way to the final table of 9. From 50 to 9. It's going to be tense. It's going to be action-packed, and the pay jumps are going to be massive. My name is Vidar. I'm joined in the booth by Sam. Sam, 50 players left, playing down to 9. 3,400 USD locked up. Not too bad for a 1,400 buy-in. We're playing down in terms of pay jumps to about 11,000 USD for 10th place. But then things are going to get crazy as we head to the 185,000 USD first place prize. What are we expecting for today?
I think it's going to be fast, action-packed. We kicked off yesterday with the first 2 hours being one of the most wild feature tables we've ever had.
William Tail, let's go.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. And I think we're going to repeat that today. We've got 50 players remaining. We will either play down to 10 levels or the final table today. I expect we're going to get to the final table.
Well, we made some prop bets yesterday. Things went good for me initially against your, I would say, misjudged bet. But then it came pretty close. The powers that be are pretty good at predicting these things, but I suspect the way the action was yesterday, we should be looking at getting down to the final 9 today, which just means it's going to be super fun as we watch. As you can see, the pay jumps go from 3,400 USD locked up, 2,200 was the minimum payout, and then we work our way up to 10th place, which is going to be good for about 11,000 USD. That's almost 300 million in the local Vietnamese dong, but it's the 4.7 billion up top. That's right, billion with the B. Gotta love being in Vietnam. 4.7 billion for first place. That is exciting us. And Sam, you keep pointing this out. I think it's a point worth mentioning. No deals allowed.
Yeah, it's very exciting to witness a 70,000 USD heads-up match. Not something you see every day. You know, when you get to the end of the main event, a lot of players are very happy to make deals. We obviously didn't see one in Taipei, but we did see one in the super high roller for...
We saw one in Manila as well.
Yeah,
so
for Main.
You know, it does make a difference to strategy. Obviously, it is exciting for us. We'll be looking at a 73,000 USD heads up, 112,000 is locked up. That's a little montage from day 2, and what a day 2 it was. Phu Quoc living up to my expectations, at least, since the APT is back in Vietnam. Fantastic to see the support of the locals. Fantastic to see the style of poker the Vietnamese players bring in. Many of them have made it to day 3, as one would expect, including the chip leader. 1.7 million in their stack. At the 16,000 blind level, it's going to be good for over 100 bigs. Obviously, the main event, famous for 1-hour levels, slow increments. The average big blinds currently 42. As cohorts of players will make their way to our feature table, we will be rotating feature tables as always. This is one of my favorite parts, Sam, that with just 50 players left, let's say give or take 7 tables, we likely get to know at least, you know, 50%, 60% of the field pretty well as we make our way to the final 9.
Absolutely. We're going to see probably 4 different feature tables today. So that's almost the entire field. I think our first feature table, we have Dylan Foster, who is a long time in chat now. I think 3 series now. We've had chat asking for him on the feature table. And there he is in seat 2, finally making his debut appearance, at least since I've been a part of the APT.
Well, he has made, I believe this would be his chase towards an 8th APT final table. I did see him on the Vietnam poker streets in APT's summer series in Hanoi in the high roller, came 2nd in the high roller. I'll let you in on a little secret, Sam. When he's all in, likes to start singing a little bit, or at least he did in that event.
Okay. Our co-commentator Stephen Lai sat down beside him in the main event in Taipei and asked him what he does, and he just replied, "I'm a trust fund baby."
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a pretty funny guy. We still have a lot of Vietnamese still in the tournament battling it out. We did see a massive, I think it was 118, I think is what Justin Fairbanks told us.
Yeah, the locals, strong showing. I believe we have over 11 of them left in the field, so about 20% of the field still full of the local Vietnamese contingent. Let's not forget some of the other countries. Strong showing from China, South Korea, Thailand. We always love to see that. A couple of my fellow countrymen still in the mix. 2 Indians. Of course, Australians joining Dylan Foster. And Sam, what do you know? 2 Canadians as well. One of them we saw on the feature table yesterday, David Mann.
Oh, very cool.
As we kick off the action with the goods, Pocket Kings.
Oh, this is going to be a fun first 2 hours, Vidur.
I don't think anything can compete with what we watched yesterday as we kicked off our streaming schedule at the festival. We just had the wildest table ever. Do 7 managed to get it all in against the Pocket Queens.
Yep.
We did lose that player, Pham An. Sad to see him go.
Yeah, it was close to the end of day 2. Very unfortunate elimination there from Fan.
As we're shouting out countries and flags still in the mix, I've missed plenty, mind you. Hong Kong still in the mix. 2 players from Japan as well. We know one of them from our features, Kyosuke. Let's make a special mention of the Philippines. Our friend David Spade often joins us in the booth from the Philippines. He is one of the best players from that country. David Arquiga is his actual name. Still in the mix.
Yeah, very cool. We haven't seen him on our feature table yet, but hopefully we'll rotate and see him.
Did see him a couple of times on our feature tables when we were in Manila, so I don't know
Yes.
if that's a coincidence or maybe not so much.
I think it's home territory advantage.
Mention the chip leader. 1.7 million coming in was the local. I believe his name is Xuan. And Jinlong Hu, who I believe was the chip leader coming into day 2, a player from China, not too far behind, 1.5 million. Somebody both of us had on the feature table while we were in the booth, Sam, Do Tien Vu, Mr. Handsome.
Yeah.
1.5 million in his stack as well. Seems to have not fallen behind at any point in the day.
Well, when he left our feature table, he had, I think, 700K. So it looks like he doubled up through someone with a comparably massive stack.
And Dave Spade, by the way, 1.1 million as well. That's going to be dangerous on whatever table he's on, because with his kind of experience, 1.7 million on his hand in mob, he knows how to wield a big stack at this stage.
Yeah, big blind flop and it got shot here. Versus Motoyoshi's ace high. Ooh, ace high gets it through.
There you see it. 5 flags, I believe. One player from Thailand. At the bottom, 15 bigs in his stack. Everybody else has a healthy stack. As I mentioned, the average big blinds in the field between 40 and 45. There is the chip leader on the outer tables.
110 million buy-in, beating superstars are featured 30 high rollers of the day.
All right, quick fashion check. Nobody's impressing me too much. So we do have some toothpick action. That's certainly a move.
To the final day of the Soldier Classic. We'll have 10 minutes before start time. 2 more levels of registration and entries of our event. Starting 10 minutes.
Alright, King 7 off on the button. Doesn't look like he wants to get involved.
Those who have a heads-up event.
No, he does
in
not.
40 minutes, capped at 32 players. 32 max heads-up event. Notation out that is limited to 32 players only.
Queen Jack off in the small. Certainly good enough. Has almost 40 bigs. He's added it to his raising range from the small. Perhaps just playing linearly, raising the best hands.
What does Leo want to do? King 6.
Don't the chips look the same on both sides?
Yes.
What is that, some two-faced style coin toss with the chips?
I had someone use that as an angle once in a cash game. He held up the chip and said, if I flip it, it lands on heads, I'll call. And if it lands on the other side, I'll fold. But he kept saying call, but kept working that to his vocabulary. But just kept never flipping the thing, and then he goes, call. And the guy shows his hand, he's like, no, I said I was going to call if this.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and I was like,
No, sir.
The table was livid.
Have you ever seen an angle shoot you respected?
I don't respect any of them, to be honest.
You know, on the whole, I agree with you.
But you've got one?
I did see one where the guy... I actually didn't see how egregiously he made the motion. That was essentially the angle shoot, but the floor had to be called, and he's like, I didn't raise. I did not raise. And he kept pleading with the floor to not count it as a raise. And then the floor ruled it a raise. And the other person like calls it off because obviously the guy did not want to raise and it's not good. And he had the nuts.
Oh, I saw that. That was on YouTube.
No, I saw it in person.
Oh.
And I kind of respected the acting performance. Because I was convinced, you know.
Yeah.
If you're a poker player and you think you can read people and then somebody really pulls some wool over your eyes purely because of their acting performance.
I remember seeing that one on YouTube, and the floor comes over and says, hey, look, listen, he's done this before, and last time he did this, he had the nuts.
I've seen that as well, yeah. That I have seen.
Yeah.
And then the person still called.
Yeah, and he had the nuts again.
Oh, wow. Tough situation here for the deuces. For Mr. Toothpick. Ang Wen Nang. Pocket deuces opening from the hijack. And the player from China taking the spot perfectly. Gets the fold. Nicely done by the ace-6 of diamonds.
Absolutely. Hello, Patty. Hello, Justin. Hello, everyone that is joining us this early hour, 11:30 in the morning, local time. Throw us a like in the chat. Justin likes to know that Okamura is a bracelet winner and that Phu Quoc is one of the best places he's ever been.
That's awesome. 1.6 million on his Hendon Mob.
Solid.
10th on the Japanese all-time money list. Let's take a look at what 185k will do in terms of his position on the list. Ooh, I'm happy to report. Could get up to 8th. Ooh.
All right, Zodiac Classic final day. On table 51, we draw high card for the butler.
All right, pocket 6 is in the cutoff for Wang. Ace King now.
All right, Zodiac Classic. The button is on seat number 3. Once again, the final date of Zodiac Classic. The button is on seat number 3.
How does Wang want to respond? Cut off first button here. Sitting on 40-ish blinds. Just folds. Discipline. Lets it go.
So no monster stack on our table. 1 million is far from the tournament chip lead, as one would expect, about 60-ish big blind stack depth. But no one too short as well. I do wonder whether we will be able to use the expression dropping like flies today, looking at the top left counter. Down
No,
to
I
49.
don't think so.
It's only appropriate. Stakes are getting
Average
higher
big
and higher.
blind should be around 55, I believe.
45 right now.
Oh, 45. My math was off when I calculated this yesterday.
Well, the blinds did go up, Sam. And it was a big jump, 8K, 16K.
Oh, right, right. Yeah, that should do it. All right, Jack 7 offsuit. For Dylan on the button.
Dylan with the steal attempt. Okamura should be denying. Jack 10 off. Will come along. Nine 6-2s, 2 diamonds. Both players with whiffs. $45K. This is an early test, isn't it? Is Okamura planning to put up a fight? And there is your answer. 2 most experienced players on the table. Battling. Button versus big blind. Another 6. 2 flush draws possible. Neither player has a club. 6 is dangerous for Dylan. And Moto Yoshi Okamura reps it.
Wow.
Gets the job done. That's poker, folks. Check call the flop and lead the turn with just Jack 10 on that board. Makes it look easy. The bracelet winner, 10th on Japan's all-time money list. Mind you, Dylan, no spring chicken, approaching 700K on this hand and ball.
Bunch of rags folded around to the button. Still nothing playable. The queen 4 offsuit.
2,400 and 2,400 for entry.
Do see a new player being added to the table. That is Win Hong Dui, just on the right of your screen there, sitting on 528,000 in chips. No 7 deuce.
All right. The Zodiac Classic, the start level of the final day, is 500, 1,000, and 1,000 for the ante. Colonel Giller, please shuffle up video and good luck players. 500, 1,000.
Gilbert Go in chat, hello, hello, pointing out that another Vietnamese tournament crusher is on the feature table. That's right, we've been calling him Mr. Toothpick. Quang Nguyen Nang. Top 10 in Vietnam, you say? 6th to be precise. Cost $1 million in total live earnings.
Oh, that's huge.
Super impressive, especially in Vietnam. They joined us in Manila and actually shipped a baby lion at one of the single day high rollers. That's Adrian, by the way, from our team, taking social media videos. Adrian, you know we're recording this, right? He wants the gorilla angle, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
With the floor at the back. That'll make for a good shot.
Sixes opening on the button. 10-5 does looking reluctant to let it go. But it will peel. Oh, 6 in the window. Fortunately, Quang does not have much to continue with here. Always nice to flop a set.
Justin reminding me that the single day high rollers get the silhouettes, not the baby lions. Thanks, Justin. Great point. Tough to say which trophy is more impressive, but as I ponder that, a shocking float from the 10-5. Officially drawing dead now.
Oh no, he wants to get crazy.
He's learned the same lesson. Float the flop and lead the turn? Is that what he's planning?
No, just decides to go for the check.
Okamura traps with all his experience, recognizing weakness and the fact that if he did not bet the jack after signaling that he was about to, he would fold. What a great time to trap. Somehow getting value on the flop and then trapping. It is so natural to bet the sixes there, unblocking the jack, trying to build the pot. That is so exploitative and live read based. And now 25k chips being grabbed. And the man with 10-5. Oh, that is just a work of art, this hand. Okamura showing us how to do it. Just made an extra 85k out of thin air in this hand.
Yeah, I like the small size. $200K.
Posturing.
Might be thinking of a 3-bet.
He has the 5 of hearts as a blocker to the straight. The board is bared. He's been clicked to. Signals a lot of strength. I think it's just posturing. Apart from maintaining your image, not sure there is any psychological even posturing in this situation. We've seen players who, once somebody goes all in, really take their time because you want to put some fear into your opponent's heart about them maybe busting.
Yeah, I don't never really understand it. Like, people bluff so infrequently that why do you always want them to think you have value? Isn't it good to fire out some bluffs sometimes?
Yeah, that way you get paid.
Yeah.
If you insta-fold and your opponent goes like, oh, well, he's weak, you can use that as well next time. Justin Fairbanks with the summary. Thanks as always, Justin. Super helpful, my friend. 50 players to start the day. Down to 47. 12 from Vietnam, 9 from China, 7 from South Korea, 5 from Thailand, 4 from Australia, 3 from India. Huh. So when I saw 2, that means one of the early eliminations was Indian. 2 from Canada, 2 from Japan, 2 from Philippines, 2 from Taiwan, and 1 each from Hong Kong and the Netherlands. We've been joking about the Western participation in the Asian Poker Tour. Manila and Taipei certainly proved that with the eventual winners being from Germany, the US, and remind me who won the two-day high roller in Manila?
The two-day high roller, Daniel Nielsen.
Oh, there we go, Australia.
Yeah.
So this time around, only one player from the Netherlands, two from Canada, competing for the crown. Perhaps the Asian Poker Tour APT Golden Mega Lion will stay in Asia. Let's not forget Australia as well. I don't know why, but I count Australia as Asia sometimes. You know, the whole APAC thing,
Oh, yeah.
Southeast Asia being so close. Also Australians ever present at the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah. Somehow they get their own continent.
I did hear the funniest thing just a couple of days ago about how the fact that Europe is a continent is pure propaganda. Because a continent is a large landmass surrounded by water, like Australia, South America, North America, Africa, and Asia. And Europe is just like the right arm of Asia. It's not its own continent. It's just pure propaganda.
We only have one short stack at this table, sitting on 12 big blinds. Everyone else is still pretty deep. 30 big blinds, still a lot of play, especially for a day 3 main.
Player from Thailand, Sakan. 7-handed on our event table at the moment. Or has a new player joined us? We do have a full 8-person table.
Yeah, I think it's 8.
Does have a little bit of time before the blinds get to him. Queen 10-0. This should get opened. Justin says Australia plays World Cup qualifiers in Asia. There you go. Validation. King 6 suited for Leo.
Oh, that is a flop. Luckily, equities, they're so close together. Top pair versus bottom pair open-ender. Check, check, and that is an action killer turn, but Quoc improving to 2 pair there. Goes for a pretty chunky bet here, 50,000. I think it's a little bit too big. I just don't see you ever getting called by worse for this size. You're going to get called by a 9 and an ace only, I think.
Or better 2 pairs.
Yeah. But I don't think the hand is over. It does say key hand. Does Chun want to get crazy here? Okay. Goes for the call. Looks like he can get called by worse. Ah. It's a chop.
Oh, come on. Do you have to try it, or?
I don't think this is a key hand.
I mean, I guess the fact that Kwong is really taking his time means it was worth a shot. In a cash game, I do love the shoves to try and steal the chop.
Yeah. The problem with doing it in cash games, though, is you're going to pay higher rake. If the
Oh,
pot's
yeah,
small.
that's true. If you're not capped, yeah.
Yeah. We
I don't
did
know.
see a split pot get folded yesterday
Oh, yeah?
at Showdown. Yep. He tabled the ace 10. He looks down his ace 4 and then mucks it, but it was a chop.
Ooh,
Paired
okay.
board.
I guess always worth a shot. No, you're right. I think hash with the rake never makes sense. I mean, I play PLO sometimes, and you have to be super mindful of not increasing the rake because it's so obvious that you just both have it. And then somebody 3-bets you when it's clearly a chop, and you're just like, I get it, relax. We have it.
Yeah.
But I guess in tournaments, always worth a shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Not seeing that many playable hands so far. Hand number 11. It's been mostly those like medium strength to kind of very weak hands.
What's that? We just saw Broadway. Not sure what you're talking about.
I'm more talking about the starting hands. Haven't seen too much. And a walk.
Dylan has been one card away from one of the Mega Lions. This time 43 spots away from the big one. He joined us at the Summer Series in Hanoi, as I said, and went heads up against a local. They sang during every all-in.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. We have lost 6 players in the first half an hour.
Okay.
Which is a lot faster than I was expecting. You know, that pace of play, 24-ish every 2 hours. You're down to the final table. You're down to a winner in 4 hours. King, queen. Making its way into the pot. 32,000 is the raise. Very defendable 9-8 offsuit here in the big blind. Sitting on 10 bigs. Just lets it go. Kind of reasonable in that stack depth. You're getting close to still having a decent amount of fold equity if you do shove on 10 bigs. If you go in there, you call a C-bets, and then now you're down to 7. Your fold equity really shrivels up.
Those are the outer tables. I did see Dave Spade walking back to his hotel room at about 1:30 a.m. last night as I'd gone down to get some food. And he looked like he'd had a great time at the players' party. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, it was fun. Just over at Windy. A few drinks. Hustled some pool. Got hustled at foosball. Yeah, just a fun time. How about yourself? Do you get some rest?
Yeah, good rest, good food. I'll take it.
Nice. I will say the Bunbo Hui room service is amazing. I think I've ordered it 3 or 4 times now.
Actually, I'm just realizing it's your first time in Vietnam, and local Vietnamese food is on offer for you for the
Yep.
first time. How are you liking it?
Oh, loving it. Bun cha has been
Oh, I
a staple.
Love bun cha. So good.
Yes. There's a little place that I go to just in Grand World called Madame Tao's.
Okay.
Very nice bun cha. It's, I wouldn't call it authentic because it's got like little bits of bacon in there.
Oh, wait,
yeah.
what? That's
yeah.
a thing?
And it's on like a big hot plate, but it's very, very, very good. It's a little bit of a twist on it.
All right, we gotta get that at some point.
Oh, absolutely.
We have a fitness coach in the chat saying these guys are still playing. That's a lot of sitting. Justin reminding him we've done 2 festivals back to back. Imagine us in the booth, Mr. Fitness Coach. What do you recommend? Like a flight? Should we get up and stretch every hour? $44 left, as you mentioned, Sam. 4 spots away from a pay jump.
Yeah.
It's not a big one, so for now, chip EV should be the way to go for these guys. Just try and accumulate and get to that final table.
Yeah, it's a little under half a buy-in for the next pay jump. I think it's around 600, just under 600 USD. So, yeah, I think the most important thing right now is just trying to gather chips. There we are. All in. Man from Thailand. Sakan.
Mystery hand, 9.5 bigs from the button. Queen 10 off. Cannot get it done. Some advice for us in the booth, Sam, as I suspect the Queen 10 off will let it go. Mandatory walks every break and sunlight.
Sunlight.
Well, first of all, thank you for the free advice. Second of all, does make me feel a bit bad. Can't say I've been good about either. But I will be from this point on, Darren. Appreciate it. Liam in chat says, finally, the Dylan Foster has returned to the stream. Indeed, Liam. Tell your friends. Dylan is here. We have at least an hour and a half or so with him. We'll be rotating feature tables. 42 players left in the field, which means 6 tables. Should get to know most of these. Gentlemen? Wait, did we lose the last lady yesterday?
She was still around.
Okay, there should be one then.
Let me check. If you guys do want to check, apt.poker is the website. Check out live reporting, payouts.
Wait. Sam, what am I even doing? Justin, in chat, would you mind telling us?
It does not look like she's still in. No, she's gone. We have lost our final female player.
There we go.
In the
42
APT main.
of these gentlemen. Oh, she went in 43rd. So close. Thanks, Justin.
Oh, just the last elimination.
Oh, Liam in chat. Now I understand why you said the Dylan Foster. I forgot my childhood. Not sure I can do a good rock impression, but saying finally the Dylan Foster has returned to the stream. I get it. Finally the rock has returned to the ring. Right. WWF Attitude Era. Old enough to remember that.
Wow. You know, I will say, dropping like flies, we've lost a solid 16% of our field.
Wow.
In the first 36 minutes.
Yeah, I think it applies.
Yeah.
That is quite a pace.
All right, Dylan getting involved. 10-8 of diamonds from the hijack.
We do discuss this often, Sam, the idea that shorter stacks sometimes do try to make it to day 3. And I'm actually in support of it, despite not having pay jumps. These guys played for what, 12 hours yesterday, including the dinner break? And
13.
13 hours.
Yeah, 11 till 12.
Wow. I think so. It's 10 levels. That's 10 hours plus breaks plus the bubble.
Yeah, plus the dinner break.
So, you know, even if you have a short stack, are you going to make your best decisions towards the end of a 13-hour day? Maybe they just sort of hunker down, try to make it to day 3, and then maybe bust a bit early at the start of day 3. Full floor, at least on the main event side, as you can see here at the Corona Theater in Corona Resorts in Phu Quoc. What a venue and what a city to come play poker in. Something for everyone. Good food, as Sam mentioned, great hotels. The APT certainly, I would say, puts us up in one of the nicer ones, the Wyndham Grand.
Yeah.
Also the Radisson Blu is next door, both 5 stars.
And the locals are just so friendly here.
Yeah.
All right, pocket 5s in the cutoff, sitting on 35 blinds or so. We'll open it up. Takes it down. Easy. All right, king 6 off, releasing on the button. 10-9 in the small blind. Queen, Jack, 10. Both players with an open-ender Wang with bottom pair as well. Check and a bet 22,000. Call here from Wang. Three of spades is just a massive, massive brick.
I've definitely seen Lou before on our stream.
Yep.
His vibe and physique, a bit hard to forget. You can see his hand and mob, about 60,000 USD on it, joins us, and many APT stops. In fact, his first cash is from 2023 APT Hanoi.
Nice.
Now left with king high in position. Just checks it. Wang Hao Zhao, someone we had some support for in the chat. Takes it down. Darren says, shout out to the elite talent of Vietnamese dealers. Darren, I see the wink, but even your statement at face value deserves some merit. They are indeed some of the best in the business. The dealers actually, depending on the geography, tend to be around with us on various stops. So even though a lot of them are Vietnamese, they'll join us in Taipei, Jeju. That's for a good reason. Especially on our stream table, you can see the headset requires a whole different talent. We have shot clocks for the main event. That is a lot to manage. In fact, we have shot clocks for a lot of our events, especially some of them need to be hypers, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Some of them, not on this stop, but Manila in particular, are like 9-game mixes. The dealers quickly learn and execute all of those. It's very, very impressive.
Wang opening up the king-queen here. Queen 10 of clubs in the small blind for Liu. Dylan makes the call. 4-4-3. Everyone whiffs, but Liu does have himself a flush draw here. Everyone else just 2 overs. Action checks through, and we see the 7 of spades on the turn, improving Dylan to top pair now.
Best hand pre-flop, now the worst to fit. Dylan, I don't think will be interested in giving free cards with top pair on that board. Should be relatively unraisable as well, which will give him comfort. Being in the big blind, smashing this sort of a range. I can let it go.
It's 3 more players, guys. 3 more. Let you guys start 3 more players to let us back.
6 of hearts on the river. Dylan still with top pair, which is quite surprising for a 7.
A couple more players, 2 more guys. Grab this list of trophies.
I mean, this one is just going Dylan's way, one way or the other, and
2 more players.
it's good timing for it as well. 202K. Decent size spot for his stack.
1 more.
Nice value bet though. Going thin. Is that just 40K?
1 more player, guys. 1 more
Might be.
Targeting 6s, 3s that would call perhaps.
65.
Tough to have a 3 in the small, but maybe ace
I think
highs.
it's just ace highs, because, yeah, in the small blind, like you said, it's very tough for Leo to have anything besides maybe ace 6 of clubs. It's really the only hand I can think of. So this is a spot that I don't mind going small in position, just because you're never going to face a check raise here.
Superstar talent lines up 300, 600, 600 for action. Once again, glance over to Baby Superstar. Baby Superstar talent glance going on next hand. 200, 500, 500 for action. Round number 2 of the Baby Superstar talent. 200, 500, 500 for action.
Yeah, Justin with a good point in chat. The bilingual dealers. It's another tough skill.
I have another research request for Justin here. I just spotted the tournament vet from Vietnam on the table. Nang. He has a tattoo, and it's surprisingly in Hindi. There's this sort of a stereotype of people from the West getting tattoos in Chinese characters.
Yeah.
And the running joke is it doesn't mean what they think it means, you know?
Yeah.
I don't see a Hindi tattoo too often, especially on a Vietnamese player. I can spot the second part of the word. It says H. In Hindi, mind you. So it's like the letter, except in a different language. Am I reading that right? Does Quang Nguyen Nang really have
Here we
a
go.
Hindi tattoo?
Dylan has shoved the small blind with the Jack-9 offsuit and run into the Ace-7 off of Sakan. Sakan at risk here, 59% to double up.
Equity is not too far apart. Soft flip. Ace on the flop.
That's got to be a very welcome sight for Sakan. Dylan needs runner.
Ooh. Always a sweat. 5 outs. Dylan, fun as always. The graphics a bit off, but we can see the board. Queen of spades. Double up for the short stack. He's been patient.
Yeah,
Oh, there we
368
go.
is very nice. Up over 20 big blinds now.
And Sakan lets us see his face.
Yeah.
Very nice. Oh, look how scrunched up the stacks are. 23 to 38 form. All but the top two.
Yeah. No one really too short, no one really too deep at our feature table here.
Oh, and the field is down to 40, Sam. 20% gone. We're on the page up, mind you. Dropping like flies.
Yep.
I mean, things really do get tense, and the pace of play is affected once we get down to the final 3 tables. That's at 24. Not to mention with 1 hour levels. And the stakes getting higher and higher. People do get a little less frisky.
All right, well, tournament players of Holden, freestyle, we are starting in less than 9 minutes. For those paid, get registered, you can also open the table and screen the time before starting in less than 9 minutes.
I thought that was his phone for a second. Just think they're getting way too big.
Justin says only one Indian left, Dipankar Gupta, which means the other one, Shardul Parthasarathy, who's actually one of the top regs in India, did bust within these 10 players. Dipankar having a great run. We did see him on the bubble coverage yesterday. I believe he did bust. One of the 2 bubble boys. One of them was Nevin. I'm forgetting the name of the other one. Did end up chopping. So are they the bubble boys, Sam? I don't know. Need to figure this out. They're not really, are they?
No.
Almost got the buy-in back.
Yeah, who gets the mystery prize then?
No one, because they both got the buy-ins.
Oh,
or
okay.
they split the minimum payout.
So it was Cao Tran Gok. I'm not sure how to say that one.
Yeah, I struggle with that as well. I think Ngok is about as
Ngok?
close as
Okay.
we can do. Yeah, but yeah. So that'd be just the way we write the names, I guess. Chang Ngok and Nevin Chang. They ended up splitting the prizes. So shout out to them as being the 119th and 20th place finishers. But I can see you're looking at the payouts page, and what's rough and what makes someone the true bubble boy is that they're not on the payouts page.
Yeah.
So the 121st player should be the bubble boy. We'll try and find out his name and shout him out. Bit of an action flop, mind you. The pocket fives, very likely, and indeed the best hand on the queen-queen 3 board. But the 2 hearts, nut flush draw for win. Bets it, and Win is deciding to raise it up, and raise it up big, 110k. Is that a clickback? Oh, let's go.
Oh.
3-bet on the flop.
This is unorthodox, as Steven would say.
240k. Reminds me of the old classic Phil Ivey 5-bet, 6-bet on the flop hand. On a paired board, when you do click it back, a 3-bet on the flop, you're no longer signaling you have a queen. And how does Nguyen Huang do we want to approach this with the nut flush draw?
Again, calling for the players of the no limit holding, please out. We are starting in 5.
Rips it. I love this. Maximum pressure figures. Should have plenty of equity, and he's right. It's a flip, and getting a fold here would be an amazing result. And how does Pocket Fives feel about a 4-bet rip on the flop?
Yeah, can't be great. But I don't think Dewey's going to have too many queens going like this, because ace-queen is kind of hard to have. And do you really want to get it in for this many blinds when your opponent can just have ace-queen?
I feel like the 3-bet on the flop is enough for Dewey to just convince himself his opponent doesn't have a queen. Because a queen will just call in position.
I click it back
always.
sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like the metagame, right? Because obviously you want to induce exactly what has happened here, but you know, population consensus-wise, so rare, and I think he's grabbing chips.
No way you can call, right?
Who will win the clicking wars? This would be a lot of equity to fold out. Can't afford it.
So I guess he wasn't bluffing with the 3-bet on the flop. 'Cause there's no way you bluff and then call it off.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. I didn't think he was bluffing precisely. I just thought he was confident he had the best hand. Can't be too confident now.
The registration has not fully started as yet. There's still other players pumping in. There will be buys available in the first round. There will be buys available in the first round, and then we are trying to get to.
As played, Dewey can have a queen, thinking his opponent is committed, wanting to charge flush draws. Obviously, it is Dewey with the flush draw. Wang left with pocket fives. Does not think his opponent is doing this often enough with the 3, perhaps. certainly agree with that. Could also just be up against some sort of another trap. Pocket threes, very likely. Lets it go. What a great result for the nut flush draw. Worst hand, 50% equity. Gets 3-bet on the flop and jams it to get a fold.
It's crazy.
That's going to be tough to watch on the stream for the pocket fives. Justin informing us, thank you, Justin, that the 121st bust was a player from Thailand, and JJ's Burning Kitchen mentions it was Natasit Phongsuk. GG, sir. The true bubble boy of the APT Phu Quoc main event.
Yeah, that one definitely does hurt. Never fun to bubble, but on a main event, I think that's the worst bubble.
Absolutely. And especially, you'd think you're out 2 spots away, and then the next 2 chomp up the minimum payout.
Yeah.
You're like, oh no, I was the stone bubble. Now you see all sides of our feature table. You can see how everyone but seat, I'd say seat 1 and currently seat, wait, what is going on? Oh, we don't have a seat 9. So seat 1 to 8. Everyone but seat 1 has a fantastic view of the floor as well. Could become relevant as we get down to 2 tables, 3 tables. Keep an eye on the other stacks.
Ouch. Justin letting us know that the stone bubble boy has a hand in mob of $1,000.
Oh, no, Justin. No, no, no. This is too much research. I don't want to feel this bad.
They would have 2x'd, over 2x'd their entire hand in mob with the min cash. That is brutal.
I think poker just lost a player. No, that is brutal and GG, and hope they don't let it get them down. They came about as close as you can come without a result, so on to the next one. Only way is up.
Yeah, we got the queen, king, queen opening up in early position from Kwong. Does king 7 want to defend here? Nope, just lets it go. It's not great defending these kind of weak offsuit king and ace X versus early position opens. The ranges are just so narrow, so strong, so high card heavy. That was the view of the outer tables. Quite a few events going on today, including something I wish I could play right now is the heads up 32 entries. Play a round of 32, round of 16, round of 8, round of 4, round of 2, and finally heads up 8 total matches. Very, very, very fun event. I do love some heads up poker. We also got the Baby Superstar Challenge going on. Late reg ends at 5:30. These players are already in it. There's 7 players already battling it out. A very nice budget-friendly freeze out. 3 million VND or 118 USD going on. That's open until 4:40 p.m. Finally, to round us out, we've got some hyper turbos and super hyper turbos nearing the end of the day. King Jack. Gonna pick up another pot here for Wang.
So we're at the 10K, 20K blind level. I'm going to check the average stack real quick. Our table is so unique in terms of stack distribution. Yeah, the average stack is still around 40. If you take a look at the stacks on our table, everybody is within that distribution a bit. Shortest stack now with the double up is 18. But the biggest stack at 42. So what does that tell us? Much bigger stacks out there, for one. No one at risk on our table. We have another hour with these folks. I don't know. Maybe not too many eliminations likely to come from the feature table. Obviously, the outer tables can be followed with the live reporting. apt.poker, go to the live reports. Our team doing a fantastic job, especially at this stage of the tournament. They just know so many of the players by faces and names and track as much of the action as they can.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Pocket queens. $42,000 is the raise. 9-7 of diamonds hits the muck.
The old 2x and a small bonus.
Well, there we go. Defendable king 5 suited in the big blind. Does make the call. We're going to take a flop. Look at that flop. Top set for Dewey. And the second nut flush draw for Kwang.
Wow. This could get ugly. The flop bet is small. Does Kwang want to risk stepping into it? Just makes the call, does not get tempted with the 1 over, and the second nut flush draw. Now the boat.
Yeah, I don't think he wants a repeat from just 3 hands ago.
Yeah, the 4 bet on the flop.
Yeah. Another bet in position from Dewey. Very small, 65,000. Giving Kwang very attractive odds to draw here to his flush draw, which he does not want to hit. Does make the call. Pot is up to 304,000, and the king of spades on the river does improve him to top pair.
It's not a club. It's the worst card barring a club. Should get the queens. A little bit more in chips. How much does he want to go for? Backdoor spade draw has come in. Could try to maximize against it.
He wants to go at least 200 here, I think. There we go, 200.
Nice one, Sam. Nailed it.
I think Kwang has to pay this off because Dewey can still have ace-queen here, going for value.
Would he be going this big, though?
You can't really go any smaller in position on the river. You just open yourself to getting check raise bluffed for so little upside. I think this is the smallest I would go in position on the river.
Quick call, and the worst news. Kwang down to just 319K, that's 16 bigs. And 1.2 million for Nguyen Huang Dui. Chip leader on the table.
Yeah, look at that. Just in 4 hands. It's bumped up his stack massively. Sitting on something like 550K just 4 hands ago.
Yeah, and he's 2x of the next stack. I do see one of the Indians who busted.
Oh, as we do see the pay jump here, 3,960.
Yeah, over 500, as you said, Sam. You know, maybe 1/3 of a buy-in. Really shouldn't be much of a consideration, but hey, who are we to say? Just saw Justin in chat tell us how somebody who bubbled the main had $1,000 on his hand in mom, and certainly every $500 count. Also, there's plenty of people who qualified online through various means, also played satellites. Natural Aid India, for instance. Could become meaningful. We also have satellites running for the high roller, I believe. Is that today?
Yep, that's today.
Yeah. The baby superstar is on as well. I did see that event kick off 4-handed.
Yeah.
And I mean, can you imagine how good you have to think you are, how confident you have to be to just pony up $5,000 and start playing 4-handed against other people who did the same?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
How much does an early bust out or a cooler hurt there?
Wang will defend the big blind with the king 4 of spades. Off to the flop of queen, queen, 9. Neither player connecting here. Ooh, there's the ace of clubs on the turn for Nang.
Traps it.
Back. I'd be super suspicious in Wang's shoes.
2 checks.
Yeah, Wang just gets out of there.
Wow, Justin informing us of a hand from the live reporting. Yeah, 4-way all in near the start of the day. Aces versus 5s versus kings versus ace king. And the ace is held. $39 now remaining. Next page jump a ways away. We have a clear big stack on the table now. Curious if the pressure starts getting applied.
Look at this. Speaking of, picks up the pocket tens in middle position, bumps it up.
An ace-4 suited in the hijack. Stack a bit too shallow to consider some moves. Ace-4 suited also will defend in the big. The equity 32%. Takes into account the folded ace-4. Jack 6-6, 1 over for the tens, 1 heart for the ace-4. Quick c-bet and a small c-bet. Ace-4 suited, sees another street and gets the best card in the deck. Pretty unfortunate run out for the tens. Dewey is in position though. Value unlocked on the turn, and the check on the river means the showdown goes the way of Liu. Small dent in the chip leader stack. The gap now much more narrow between first and second place. Liu closing in. That 1 million milestone is so huge as well. You just know you're in a good spot. Blinds at 10k, 20k, 50 bigs. There's a lot of comfort with just 39 remaining. Huckleberry asks, how much was the buy-in? 1,400 USD, give or take, depending on any currency fluctuations. 36 million Vietnamese dong. Pocket pair for the short stack. Opens under the gun. Sort of bottom of range. Pairs lower than sixes could consider folding as well. Gets folded to the blinds though. Good result thus far. Liu takes his time with an easy decision, in my opinion. Ace-4 suited again in the mix. This time, one spot over. Dylan surely will continue. Takes his chip protector out. One over for the sixes. This is a deja vu from the last hand. Pocket tens led out as well on the jack 6-6 board, I believe. Ace-4 came along. Now the c-bet is a bit bigger this time, 2.3 bigs. It says, though Sakan watched the stream and learned the lesson. But Dylan once again with ace high on a board where it could be good. Backdoor, not flush draw as well.
Could go for the check raise here. Decent hand to do it with. And there it is. 110,000, putting pressure on Sakan's under the gun range.
Sakan has one of the worst hands to continue, considering he blocks the 7-6. These two did not start out too far apart in stack. 18 for Sakan, 23 for Dylan, and looks like Sakan is ready to let it go. Fantastic find here from Dylan. Gets the job done. That is how you do it, folks. Someone in chat called Royal Flush Revelry asking for Dipankar's current chip stack. Are you from India, Royal Flush Revelry? Tough to get an exact stack, at least off the live reporting. Let's see if Justin can work his magic.
If you have 5, you won't raise. Why not 5? Great. Because his chip is his chip is small. I think it's just one beer. Yeah, no 5. You want to bet? Yeah. You don't have a 5. I think check my raise. You see I'm straight. Catch you. One beer. No way. No way.
All right, ace 9 of hearts for our chip leader. We have seen the elimination slow down. We're still at 39 remaining. Hasn't moved. King Queen giving it some thought.
Here in Australia, not cheap.
Current deals from the Zodiac Classic, new blinds, 800, 1600, and 1600 for ante. You get new blinds for the Zodiac Classic final day, 800, 1006, 1600 for big blind ante. Total dealer.
Ooh, big blind defend with ace deuce off versus early position raise.
Are we going to change it every 2 hours?
No idea.
The stream table?
9-3-6, top pair, top kicker for Dewey. I like the larger sizing here. Half pot, giving us 2 SPR.
Reverse short deck.
Yeah.
Only play with 6s and under.
There is one ace. I saw one ace today. No kings, one ace.
And you have a deuce with it, I guess.
Mainly like 3-7.
Sakan just cannot really continue.
No.
Could feel like he's getting pushed around. Was certainly the case on the last hand. This time around, not so much. That being said, all of it amounts to him having 11 bigs left in his stack. Dewey adds a few. Back up to 58 bigs, 1.2 million. See a familiar name in chat. Iron Soy says Japanese player Okamura was moved from the feature table. Indeed.
All right, now the Zodiac Classic. Registration is officially closed.
Pocket queens now under the gun. Opening it up. Ace-8 suited. Oh, he's going for the raise. 110K.
Yeah, it's a little bit game flow oriented here. I think obviously ace-8 suited is a nice hand to look down on, but attacking the under the gun open, he just knows Den has been quiet for a while, thinking maybe he's opening a bit lighter, considering he's been a bit passive, and Nang also has been quiet for a while. Bad timing. How does the queens want to approach?
Gotta go for the 4-bet here on these stacks, out of position.
Tan Din Tien, by the way, very, very experienced. 700k in his stack. Lags about 10 spots on the Vietnam all-time money list against his interlocutor at the moment. 17th on the list. To see him at most APTs. Should be an all-in, if I was to guess. Won the 10s and jacks to commit already. Obviously, gotta take the flip if ace-king is in the mix. Aces and kings would be a pure cooler, but it's a risk you have to take. Seems to know his opponent a bit though, just decides to call. It's the right move, considering the holdings. Let's see if the poker gods punish. 8 in the window. That is the opposite of a punishment for the pocket queens. Oh, this is rough. Top pair, top kicker after the 3-bet bluff. Nag checks, knows his opponent as well. So far, both players taking unconventional approaches. They are correct against each other's holdings. Now the jack of clubs, 2 flush draws possible.
Oh, just overbet jams with the queens. I actually like it.
Yeah, Dan has gone for sort of a stop-and-go representation. I mean, the hands he's representing after opening out of the gun, calling a 3-bet, and then ripping this are like ace-queen of spades, ace-queen of clubs. Ace-jack suited could be in the mix. Considering he's jamming the queens, could certainly be doing this with 1 pip lower ace-jack. Much nicer to not block the jack, though. Wants Nang to have the ace-jack. Nang, now that he's found himself in this spot with this line, 3-bet pre-flop, check on the flop. How many better hands does he have? Certainly ace-jack has to be one of them. Mind you, he does block ace-jack and ace-queen as well with an ace of diamonds in his hand. It's not as easy as it seems. Middle pair after the check flop. It does come down to whether he thinks Din is overbet jamming as a bluff, decides that is not the case. Managing to lose the minimum after 3-betting the flop. After 3-betting pre-flop, pardon me. And the 8-3 deuce flop. That is actually kind of impressive. Din losing out on some value for sure.
Yeah, I think just shut it down pre-flop. It's better.
It is one of those situations, Sam, when people sometimes put their opponents on ace-king in particular, and then look for a safe flop before committing.
Yeah. Yeah. The classic. I put you on ace-king.
Yeah.
I had a fun stream where after every hand I just said I put you on ace king just over and over and over again. And by the end of the night, what'd you put me on?
It is a fun troll to call down someone super light and then just name an absolutely random hand and just say, yeah, I'll put you on 7-4. It's
Yeah.
like, wait, what?
I have better hand. Yeah, you're next week. 9-7. 9-3.
Over 500 of you joining us here for day 3. Thank you so much for being with us. It's going to be a fun ride all the way down to 9:38 now remaining. 29 eliminations to go. "30 minutes away from the break, which means a new feature table."
Justin asking how many times that stream do they actually have ace king? It's just once. But it was really funny. Said I put you on ace king, I fold. And he goes, how do you know after the 18th time I've said it?
Justin, I'll give you a little bit of insight. We just saw in the internal chat the next feature table will be table 39.
Yeah, if you want to check out which one that is, click on the live seating at apt.poker. Go to the main event day 3. And sort by table seat. Scroll down, and there it is, 39. There's Shibei returning from China. Very, very fun and animated at the table. Had a very good run to end off the live stream last night.
I did catch the coverage with you and Greg as we closed out with Shi. He should be one of the bigger stacks coming in unless he's taken some hits today. Can I just say, Shibei's hair yesterday, he has the most Lego hair I've ever seen.
Yeah, I see
which
it.
I find, which is a compliment, by the way, Shi, if and when you hear this.
Once again, main event day 3, 15 minutes break for you guys. 15 minutes break for the main event day 3. Also, those that fly 8 lines up, 300, 600, 600 grand fees. Once again, lines up. Double stack fly 8, 300, 600, 600 grand fees. Round number 5.
Me? No.
So you lost the bet?
No, I win. But I have to buy cheaper. Anyway, choose. Oh my god. Don't be shy. No shot. He's trying to get me drunk, so I play better. Don't worry, guys.
Are we gonna change table every 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yes, we are going to change tables every 2 hours, in the sense that won't be on the feature table, but these guys will play on. I believe the next seed draw will be at 3 tables, so 24 players remaining. Until then, they're stuck with each other. For most players, that's a good thing. They will get to leverage everything they've learned about each other. And mind you, these reads, these dynamics, they carry all the way down to the final table. Oh, and with that, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Stephen Lai to the booth. Stephen, hello, hello.
Good morning, everyone. How is the play been going?
The play has been rock solid, Stephen. We do have a table here with stacks that are probably pretty scrunched up around the average. Do have one short stack at the moment. He's managed to survive before. So, not like yesterday, I have to say. but understandable. The stakes are higher, the tension also more palpable, the action a bit more strategic. We have seen some fun moves, including from the man in the hand at the moment, Dylan Foster, who's facing one of the top 10 most live earnings player from Vietnam, Quang Nguyen Nang, Mr. Toothpick.
Mr. Toothpick. Is that what we're calling him now?
Yeah, and he has a tattoo that I'm convinced is in Hindi. In fact, I mean, it would be embarrassing if I didn't spot that, but I can't seem to tell what it is. I hope to see him on the floor and ask him about it. So he has a toothpick. He has a Hindi tattoo. It already makes him one of the most eclectic people on the table. Not to mention he has over $1 million in live earnings. That's one to look out for.
Could you read what it says?
I can see only the second part of it, which says, and this is going to sound weird to you, but it's the letter H, the English letter H, but written in Hindi. So it's actually like A-ch. So it's actually not the sound, just the letter. It's pretty confusing.
You are confused, and I don't even know Hindi.
Yeah, imagine. You do see some Hindi on Thai players. There's some cultural overlap, but hey, I should be able to read it now, actually. I think it says like QH. Oh, I see it now. It says QH.
So it says initials.
It says the letter Q and the letter H, except written in Hindi. So if you write the letter H in Hindi, it's like you're writing ETCH.
Right.
So trippy.
Hey, Chung Liao from yesterday.
That's right. That's right. That's a
Picking
physique.
up pocket kings.
That's a physique we won't forget. Makes us jealous.
Has Dylan Foster started singing it?
You know, he hasn't. And we have been hyping up the singing, but don't forget it was because of who he was against.
Of course.
As we head to the flop, and trouble brewing for the ace-6 of hearts here. Backdoor flush draw, middle pair, best kicker, going up against the overpair. Plenty of equity, mind you.
Let's see some fireworks with the Queen of Hearts. Oh, that will do.
That will indeed do. 4-liner to a straight on the board. Quick check, check. And now the king has to feel a lot more comfortable. 2 pairs likely being counterfeited as well. The big blind did not take advantage of the 4 to a straight on the board. You often see donks on that kind of a board. Using that nut advantage, +1, simply cannot have a 7.
Wow, just caught up like that with a bottom pair, practically.
Yeah, that was ambitious.
So quick.
And what a great value bet there by Lou as well.
Hey, Vijay, I want you to be very proud of me. I did a Justin Fairbanks this morning on the Cantonese stream. I did all the stats. I did all the summary, how many Vietnamese players were remaining. Like, a really detailed report for my viewers.
Well,
I'm very proud of myself.
It's not just that I'm proud of you. We have Justin in chat to be proud of you as well.
Yeah, what do you think, Justin Fairbanks? I'm coming after your job.
So we have 24 minutes with these players remaining. Table 39 is next. 36 players now. We were talking about you right at the start of the stream, Steven, wondering if we will get to use the expression dropping like flies. I think fair to say that 14 eliminations, an hour and a half into it, we do get to use the expression reasonably.
Well, they didn't drop like flies the last half hour last night. I was expecting 48.
Ah, yeah, you did lose a prop bet for once. You were pretty close, though. The line was set very nicely. 50 players remaining at the end of the day versus the 48 where the day would have ended a bit earlier, maybe just by minutes.
Sarkan from Thailand has decided pocket fives is good enough for 10 big blinds. It's all in from +2.
It's up to the poker gods now.
There's a lot of chatter at this table as well. I quite enjoy that. It's a happy table.
You know, I just figured out the tattoo. I'll tell you about that in a moment, as long as the big blind doesn't pick up anything worthy of calling this down.
Heart beating. Please. I like to feel the emotions.
Oh, I can hear Dylan.
I love the blood coming through my veins.
Okay, tell me, Vida. The suspense is killing me.
I guess. Oh, you know what? I take it back. I didn't figure it out. But it does say Q. I mean, his name is, as you can see, Nang. Or I think his first name would have been Quang Nguyen Nang. So QH. You know, I was joking with Sam how there's a stereotype of people in the West getting tattoos with Chinese characters.
Oh yes.
Except
They
it's
are
always
funny. So funny.
Yeah, they're told it means like butterfly, and it probably means like chair or something, right?
It actually says buttercup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly, or just butter.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's a misspelling of some sort. QH. H is just such a mystery. Q, of course, first name Kwang.
You will mean something to him, I'm sure. It's not for us to judge. It's his tattoo, his life.
Certainly not judging, and pretty cool to see Hindi on a Vietnamese gentleman.
You see, David Beckham has some sort of Hindi tattoo as well, I think.
Does he?
Think
Now,
so.
why would you know that, Stephen?
Oh, because I'm into football, and
In your-
that's my job, right?
In your vast Trivial Pursuit knowledge.
Well, but that was more my expertise in a way, right? Because football betting, etc., etc.
Ah, okay.
So,
Are there any tattoo bets in football?
I don't know. We should start. On a queen high flop, Dylan Foster defended his big blind pre-flop. Din has hit top pair. It's a very easy c-bet. Should be very comfortable. Very happy with that. I wonder what that t-shirt is. Jeff, Bob, and Dave.
Yeah.
I wonder what band that is. It must be a band of sort, right?
Reminds me of some, let's just call them stoner cartoons, but let me pause on that because Dylan is making a move that is now becoming signature, check raising in the small blind, in the big blind rather, on that flop, and he's run into the king-queen.
Top range.
Pretty much. Dylan just did this against the short stack. Worked out in that case. But this is a very different stack and a very different player, mind you. Tien Tan Dinh, also one of Vietnam's best, 700k in his hand and mob. Almost the same as Dylan's, mind you. And it's been 3-bet on the flop. Realizes that Dylan should have some equity when he's doing this. Convinced he has the best hand with the king-queen and wants to deny any free cards, or at least charge for them. And this hand should be over.
See, I'm not a huge fan of this 3-bet on the flop because you are basically pricing in every single flush draw here. Right, you're asking Dylan to put in another 8 big blinds to win over 25, 26 big blinds.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, you know, so doing that is not actually, yeah, you're just enabling him to draw comfortably. It's hard to 3-bet on the flop with anything really on a flush board on a flush draw board. Because it doesn't really matter how big you raise, and you're really pricing your opponent in.
With 300k effective stack left in Din's holdings, yeah, maybe if he went a bit bigger, he would price out some flush draws.
Well, okay. Well, if you look at chip EV, no, because it's almost impossible to do that, right? You need like overpot to do that.
Oh my goodness, he's ripped it. He's 4-bet jammed with a gut shot. This is wild.
Whoa.
And it's been called very quickly, and
wow.
Din is in fantastic shape. The king not even live for Dylan, which is no doubt part of what he was hoping for.
You're not making a Vietnamese man fold top pair. A gut shot, no, a runner, backdoor flush draw has appeared, and the king will seal it for Din. His top 2 pair is beating Dylan Foster's top pair.
Dylan letting his aggression get the best of him. 4-bet jams on the flop. You don't see that every day with just a gut shot. The king sort of a needle. Does not help Dylan. And the scoop for Din means Dylan is left with under 4 bigs. Well, welcome to the table, Steven.
Yeah. Whew. That was wild.
Justin says it's not the first time we've seen a 4-bet rip on the flop. Indeed, the last time around was on a paired board and the nut flush draw. Decided the 4-bet jam was in order. Got the best hand to fold. Very different situation here, though.
All right, about 5 minutes left of the break time of Zodiac Classic. Tour player, please start making the way back to the table.
Can't be too happy with that move.
Zodiac Classic final day will restart in 5 minutes.
Time for the spin up. 3.8 bigs left. I believe half would have been posted as a small.
Well, you remember yesterday we have I think his name was Slavan Popov.
That's right.
He had like 2.5 big blinds, and he went up to almost 20.
I think he made it to day 3.
There it is. There you go. Oh, did he?
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't. He just missed it. Out in 57.
Yeah, I think he's missed it, yeah.
Very impressive, though. 57th place.
Considering he was really struggling during the bubble.
I mean, he was 5 hands away from being automatically all in.
Indeed. Well, Dylan Foster has put his money in from the small blind. And Wang is going to make an easy call with pocket jacks from the button.
400, 800, 820.
I don't mean to be a pain, but if I bust on the Zodiac, can we
3 minutes.
And that's an ace.
I mean,
always an ace.
But, I mean, I don't want to like, sit here and wait and wait.
I think Dylan was saying he's happy to bust so he can hop into the Zodiac. Careful what you wish for. The chop might be incoming. 2 jacks live as well. But good shape now to get back up to almost 10 bigs. And there we go, right back in the mix. Picks up the blinds antes as well as doubles the stacks.
Zodiac Classic restarting in 3 minutes.
Okay, I've just Googled Dylan Foster's T-shirt.
Nobody here gamble, huh? Everyone just good hands.
Jeff,
Nobody
Dave,
gamble.
and Bob.
Shame on you all.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, okay. One of the few cult classics I haven't seen.
There you go. So it's not a band T-shirt at all.
Everyone just has top tier or better. Shame. Not very good TV. Good for TV.
Not very good TV. It's good TV, Dylan, whenever you are at the feature table.
Indeed.
Always. So just to remind our viewers, we are going to play down to the last nine for the final table, which will happen tomorrow. And of course, we're going to bring you the whole thing, hand by hand, live on YouTube, localized in different languages, including Thai, Vietnamese, and Cantonese.
How has the Cantonese stream been, Stephen?
Excellent, actually, very good. Yeah, because people are back in town, so I've got a bit of a wider roster of commentators who are willing to do it. And I've ever told you, right? I never used to pay them a wage, and then I just set up a sit and go at the end with all the wages as a prize pool. And then they'll play a sit and go streamed on YouTube, and then they'll earn their keeps playing a game of sit and go.
So you got to make content off the content, people.
Exactly, right? It's very meta, very postmodern. And but this time for Phu Quoc, they refused that. They said, no, we want to get paid now. Dylan Foster, King Jack suited from cut-off. Very, very standard.
Mind you, either he picks up the blinds and gets up to 12 bigs, or if he can somehow get a double. Not only is he right back in it, wouldn't even be the shortest stack.
And there's always the Zodiac event happening.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Never mind shortest stack. He'd be middle of the pack with this pickup. Proper flip for 21 bigs. Oh. Dead. Needs king, king, jack, jack, 4-4.
Perfect, perfect. No.
Now he needs the 8 of clubs to render the hand dead. Otherwise, we do lose Dylan Foster. GG. On to the Zodiac. Fantastic performance. Coming 34th of 795. 10 minutes away from the end of the feature table. Always a fun presence, not just at the feature, but at the APT.
I saw him enjoying a bottle of Corona.
I did.
At the Corona Casino.
Nice catch. At the Corona Theater in the Corona Casino. There you go.
Ooh.
You think they have Corona particularly for that reason? Not every place has Coronas.
It's it's Mexican, I'm guessing.
That's right.
I'm guessing it's very American too, as in it's more of an American drink than a European drink.
Very much so.
It's reasonably popular in Asia, because people like having that piece of lime on top.
It is just so refreshing. Yeah. Yeah, Justin says, unfortunately, Dylan missed the late reg for the Zodiac by 2 minutes. That is when he was hoping to bust with the A7 against the Jacks. No worries. Plenty of other events for him to play. Maybe not as big in terms of the prize pool as the Zodiac. Nonetheless, as fun. Let's take a look. Today is the 15th, Friday. Late reg for the Baby Superstar is on. That's a $4,300 buy-in. Zodiac just did close to have a pot limit Omaha High event, 4-card and 5-card. Oh, the one I'm always sad to miss because it always intersects with the main schedule, the $600 heads-up event.
Oh yeah, you love that, don't you?
Yeah, and you know what's great, Stephen, is it's best of 3. Takes away the variance a bit as well. Just a fantastic structure and event. Very cool. One day, indeed. And then let's not forget, Flight B of the double stack kicks off in the evening. It's a 2.5 billion Vietnamese guaranteed. 2.5 billion is about 100K. Almost exactly 100K. And then some hyper turbos, super hyper turbos, and a bomb pod event.
Have you noticed the starting time for the Super Hyper Turbo is 11 and late reg until 40 minutes later?
Yeah,
that's
like
really fast.
That's like eight levels. Let's see the levels for the Super Hyper. It is indeed 8 levels, Steven. It's 5 minutes.
Super fast.
So your starting stack, yeah, you'd be down to 25 bigs in 40 minutes.
Lovely.
It's in the name. It's a super hyper.
Very glad to see there's still one player from Hong Kong remaining in the hunting pack. Alan Pun, one of a regular cash game players from Hong Kong. 2 people from Australia. David Mann from Canada is still in. I was talking to Sam about whether he was related to Michael Mann, and Sam had no idea who Michael Mann was. So
no, Sam.
I just gave up.
Really? Not even Heat?
I know. Like, everyone's watched Heat, right?
Bit of a bot brewing, mind you. 244K in the middle. 1 SBR for the Queen 6 of Diamonds. He's floated with Queen High on the King 3 deuce board. The c-bet was tiny. Did call with his backdoors. Oh, and the power poker from the chip leader gets it done.
Well, I think we are 1 or 2 hands away from a short break. We are down to 32 players. There is a pay jump after this elimination.
Mentioned the new table coming in. A familiar face, Shibei from China. He's down to 645K, taking some hits from his big stack. But Mr. Handsome, Dotian Vu, has over 2 million in chips. Another big stack joining us, by the way. Thieu Xuan from Vietnam has 1.76 million. And a player from South Korea, Kwang Ho Lee, has 1.4, so some huge stacks joining us. A familiar face from, I believe, APT Manila, Kyosuke Nagami joining us, 570K. Another player from Korea as well, Si-Hoon Yoon. And closing it out is a player from Australia, one of the remaining 2, Yita Chung, over 1 million in their stack. And then lastly, rounding out the 8, Chu Hao Shang from China. So it should be fun. Perhaps a different dynamic considering the stack differentials and the fact that one of the tournament chip leaders is on the table.
I really liked the way Vu played yesterday. He looked sharp, like a crazy rich Asian. He did look like a
That's
cast
right.
member of that.
Yeah.
And a Ferrari red hoodie.
That's right.
So sharp.
I remember us covering the bubble, Stephen, and it seemed like he did not maximize his big stack on the bubble. But it seemed like his strategy was to not step too out of line and really preserve his image, and then really made the most of it after the bubble burst.
Everyone is joking around because they know it's time for a break after this hand.
I think we can squeeze one more in. 2 minutes.
You think so? Have you ever been a dealer?
I'm sad to say no, and I think it's something every poker player should do, actually.
I am a dealer as much as like Messi is a footballer and I'm a footballer, so I'm that kind of dealer, that level.
Right, but you've been in the streets, right? You've tried it. Something I'm yet to try.
Oh, oftentimes I guess I go a little bit cheap with the rostering sometimes, and I go, okay, 8 dealers will be enough, and then of course it overflows, and then I'll have to sit at the table and sub. Right, this is the last hand before the break, surely. I am very sad to say I don't read Vietnamese, but I'm sure the conversation is exciting on YouTube. And also, hello to viewers on Facebook. Like I said earlier, we will bring you every hand possible of the main event. Right until the end. Oh, that's a good hand brewing. Ace King off from the button. Let's see a 3-bet here.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes break for you guys. 15 minutes break for the main event, day 3.
Wow, if I ask Midjourney and AI art generator to draw a Vietnamese poker player at the table, I think I would draw that Nan. That's just so classically poker player like. I think we get a fold here, and then off to the next hand.
Okay, at least I
What do you have? What do you have? We got him.
You're gonna be dealer bottom there, number 7.
So that's that. One frame or one session in the books. 31 players remaining. Lost 19 out of the 50 we came in with today. Some of the eliminations seem to be multi-handed. Might have contributed to the players dropping like flies. I suspect the pace does slow down. We will redraw at 3 tables remaining. It's all to play for. The tension mounting. The action should be coming pretty fast and loose considering the stakes. For now, we will take that short break Stephen mentioned. About 14 minutes left in it. Do not go anywhere. We will see you on the other side. Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour main event. This is day 3 here in Phu Quoc. You can see what a venue this is. Some of those drone shots, absolutely fascinating. This is where we are, the Corona Resorts and Theatre. My name is Vidar. I'm joined by Stephen Lai in the booth. Stephen, when we left our lovely viewers, we were down to 31. That's where we will kick off. So we're about, 22 spots from the end of the day, but it's going to be a long ride because some quick math on where we end up in terms of average blinds. I think we have at least 6 hours of play ahead of us. Should be a fun ride. Anything you expect?
Well, I am expecting some unexpected moves and some crazy shouting. How about that?
Okay. That's as good a prediction as any. There you see it, 185,000 USD is the first place prize, and I think the players are starting to just about smell it. 30 spots away. Prize pool almost $1 million as per the guarantee. We did get about the exact amount of entries. As you can see, just maybe a couple short, and that's fine. 31 players remaining, the average stack over $1 million now. We have a new set of players joining us, half of them above average and half of them below. Should make for some fun times. One of the stacks above 2 million. Mr. Doe on the table.
That is the man who wore a very dashing red hoodie, Ferrari hoodie yesterday, and I wonder what outfit he has on today. Oh, he's a bit more subdued today. Just a polo shirt. Here we go. This is on the left is what they have been fighting for. The beautiful golden lion trophy reserved for the main event winner.
The one on the right, mind you, for the 2-day high roller, that is the event that tends to end our festival and also our coverage. That's going to be 2 days from now. We do see Dave Spade, by the way, the poker pro from the Philippines, still battling it out in the main here. He's the only Filipino left. 31 players, 2 from Australia, just lost Dylan Foster. 1 from Canada, David Mann, still in the mix. 5 from China, including Shi Bei on our table. Your cash game player friend from Hong Kong might have to call himself an MTT player if the run gets any deeper, Stephen. 1 player ref. Dipankar Gupta from India. Some callouts in chat. I don't know if you've seen this, Stephen, but we have an account called Royal Flush Revelry. Says if we get Dipankar in the chat, he promises 100 viewers. I've heard all of that before. 1.4 billion people in my country. 100 people don't join when the Indian comes in the chat. We have 2 players from Japan, including Kyosuke on our table. Over 500,000 on his hand and mob. I count 6 players from South Korea. Always great to see. One of them has been a main event final tableist in the past in, I believe, the Summer Series in Da Nang. Just mentioned Dave Spade from the Philippines. 1 player left from Taiwan. Haven't seen him on our feature yet. 2 from Thailand. Always tends to have a ton of support. And then the remaining from Vietnam. I count, I believe it's 8 of them. And a few of them are on our feature table. So that rounds out the whole field, as international as the APT likes it. Diversity, always a strong suit for the APT. Less of a Western presence than some of our recent stops. Taipei and Manila comes to mind, and more likelihood of the Asian Poker Tour Mega Lion staying in Asia. I like it both ways.
Well, I'm still waiting for a main event winner coming from Hong Kong. I'm biased, but I think I'm allowed to be today.
Fair enough. We have one of each, Stephen. 1 man from India, 1 man from Hong Kong. Not on our feature table and haven't been for a while. Let's see if they do end up in the rotations. Maybe the next one. We do rotate every 2 hours, 2 levels.
Du Tianwu, that's the player with the biggest chip stack at this table. Decided to fold 9-5 off.
And at least as per the name, I have struggled yesterday to find his hand and mob. Maybe our friends in chat can help. Anybody who knows Do Tianwu? He has been steadily climbing. I suppose his name would be Tianwu Do. So he did have, I believe
No,
1.5 million.
Vu Du Tian, I think. Vu is his surname, I think.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Has been steadily climbing in terms of his stack. Had about 1.5 million on the bubble yesterday. Has managed to increase to about 2 million.
Of course, I'm missing the crazy Vietnamese player Van Sang. He was very exciting to watch yesterday.
Yeah, he
Is
did.
he still in? I wonder.
I don't believe he is. Can take a quick look, but he was obviously joining us after coming right up top in the APT Hanoi Billions and certainly showed why. As of now, I think he has left us. Still plenty of his fellow countrymen fighting for the first place prize.
And no Milos either.
No Milos either.
We didn't get to see me lost on screen. So, slightly unfortunate.
All right, Stephen, you get one, but the next time I'm gonna snigger at you. I'm gonna groan.
No, okay. How about this? If I ever make a feature table at the APT, and then I made a bluff, you say Stephen Lai lied. How about that?
I mean, does that count? Do I get to groan? You snuck one in there.
You've got to do it. You've got to do it.
Yeah, I do have to do
Oh,
that.
Stephen lied.
That is
He
actually
did
kind
have
of fun.
Aces. Very disciplined fold. A7 off from UTG. Queen Jack suited decided it's a good hand to play +1. Got a call from +2 with King Jack suited. Shibei is he going to 3-bet a +1? Be quite ambitious. It's a good squeezing spot because +2 doesn't really have much.
That's better than Jack 10 suited, though. There's the squeeze. It's on the smaller side in terms of squeeze sizing, just 3x. And both these suited Broadway hands have plenty of chip stack and plenty of equity to call. I mean, 100K, I just don't see how you can fold.
I think Shibei was considering his effective stack. He was only playing about 600K. So got 2 votes. That's it. Got the job done.
Wow. Very impressive. The Jack 10 suited getting the 2 dominating hands to fold. I know I'd be tempted. And that's why I'm not in the final 31 of the APT main event.
Well, you know why? Because you've got a greater responsibility. Who else would be crazy enough to sit through hours and hours of commentary?
It's a disease. You and I have it. Sam has it. It's like Luke Skywalker. My father had it. It's like the Force.
Oh, speaking of Star Wars, remember the Korean guy who was chewing a lot at the table?
Mm-hmm.
I started calling him Chewy. That's not very nice, but he was chewing a lot.
No, I remember. I watched the
really
coverage.
chewing.
I wasn't in the booth at the time, but certainly was noticeable. Do get some
And he
characters.
folded ace queen off, I think. Anyway.
Yeah, to an open, right?
To an open jam, 24 bigs. Right on the verge of the bubble.
Ah, this was against the sixes jam, right, right.
Yes, yes. Chewy gong. Chewing gong. Not chewing gum. Chewing gong, yeah. BVB, Nagami decided to limp his small blind. Let's see the flop. King 10 8. Top 2 for Nagami. C bets and well, he bets and takes it down.
Kyosuke Nagami has over 500k on his hand and mob. A chunk of it is courtesy of an absolutely wild score coming. I think I remember it was top 25 in the main at the WSOP. There we see it, 21st in the main event. What a run.
And that's good for 150k, something like that?
Oh, Stephen, 350.
No? 350k.
10k buy-in, to be fair, so.
True. And we're talking 8,000 runners plus, right?
Yeah, definitely, depending on the year.
Whew.
Let's see what it was that year. 94
Ace jack off. That's sorry, 94,000? 400?
I just looked it up. I guess it must have been 10,000 runners, taking into account rake. $94 million prize pool.
Whew.
Poker is alive and well. This is this year, mind you, Stephen, for Kyosuke.
Right.
Running hot.
UTG Open getting a 3-bet from +1 with King, Queen suited and aces was lurking around the corner.
What a life. UTG Opens. King, Queen suited 3-bets and she looking down at aces. The stone nuts. Gold 4-bet is going to look strong. He's gone on the bigger side. Full 300k. Not too much more of an ask for the 135, but it looks so strong. It's also about 35% of his chip stack.
Yeah, we get 2 folds.
Squeezed once with the Jack 10 suited. This time around, gold 4-bet. Shows it. Chung from Australia, let's go. And they even out in stacks. So she back above the 1 million milestone. 4 stacks above, 4 stacks below. 23 bigs, the shortest on our table. 30 left in the field. I'm yet to get a confirmation on whether we will redraw with 3 tables remaining. That is standard for our main events. Let's see.
Another 3-bet will be funny here.
I mean, after you show down aces, do you want to make the most of your image? I guess not with the 8-4.
Wow, he looks exactly like the photo in the graphics. Exactly the same.
I mean, they are taken today, Stephen.
True, but still, like the expression and everything, the angle.
The pose. Yeah.
It's just exactly the same. It's like a live photo.
Reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg joke. Did you like Mitch Hedberg?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know who that is.
It's a very famous one-liner comedian. He
Okay.
passed away kind of early. Had a very, very unique cadence. Let me pause on that, by the way, because this could be a situation brewing. Top pair against the gut shot, the backdoor spade draw as well. And considering the pre-flop open from TU, it is the kind of board he should be c-betting frequently. Yeah, and it comes. Sehun Yoon.
It's actually a pretty good combo because he has backdoor flush draw and a gut shot.
Yeah, and one overcard as well. You don't mind building the pot to the extent you do get called, and obviously with top pair good kicker, in comes the call. 8 of hearts connects with the board in a pretty massive way. Could give the king jack a bit of pause in position.
Well, he hasn't picked up any extra equity with the 8 of hearts, but he still continues to fire.
And this is dangerous from the +1 range. Being sure the jack blocker to the nut straight, but not too many combos. And the king to the rescue on the river. The pot has been built up nicely, and now top pair, decent kicker, blocks the straight as well with just a check call on the turn. Could go for thin value. Would be the right thing to do as it turns out. Really unfortunate river there.
It's quite a juicy pot with almost 20 big blinds. So how about a... Oh, nope. It's just going to get a cheap showdown with the king. Yeah, sorry, man. I got lucky on the river. Yeah, I was going to suggest like a 5 big blind bet or something like that for the river.
Mm-hmm.
But nope, it's fine. Let's reduce the variance.
Yeah, and 78 bigs now. 2 million joining dough in the next milestone.
2 more eliminations and we'll see another pay jump. Speaking of another, we are welcoming another very professional dealer from Vietnam. That's the messages I got last night after people were watching our streams in both Cantonese and English. They were all saying, "Whew, when are we going to Vietnam next to play poker?" Because everything seems so nice.
I can see why. Certainly some of the most professional and friendly dealers in the business. Justin reminding us that the Vietnamese player just in the hand with the king jack suited was the start of day chip leader. Ah, that's right. So he's upped his stack to over 2 million. I believe he had 1.7 to start the day. So I was mentioning Mitch Hedberg, Stephen, one of the most famous one-liner comedians, and he just used to say, somebody showed me a picture. I got reminded when you were talking about the photograph, and Mitch Hedberg used to say, somebody showed me a picture and said, "Oh, look, this is me when I was younger." And he said, well, every picture of you is you when you were younger. If you showed me a picture of you when you're older, that'd be interesting.
So that's pre-AI, the era
now you can
AI
do that.
filter, AI generated. And he hasn't obviously read Oscar Wilde's Benjamin Button.
Is that by Oscar Wilde? I had no idea.
Yes.
I'll tell you my favorite Mitch Hedberg statement. And I'll
Go ahead.
make it a bit more family friendly. It goes something like, I used to smoke. I still do, but I used to too.
Ooh. Wow.
We
And
see
I'm
the
sure
pride.
he didn't say I'm sure he didn't say smoking, right?
He did not say smoking, no. Just got a glimpse of our Pride of Lions there. A bit depleted, but the two from the main event and the two-day high roller, the Mega Lions, sitting pretty atop. Just goes to show we're nearing the end of the festival. What a few weeks it's been for the APT. Going from Manila, I believe we kicked off there on the 29th of October, all the way to Phu Quoc, and we end the series on the 17th over here, Sunday. Just a couple of days.
I would actually go further than that. I think APT Taipei, Manila, and then Phu Quoc. It's just been almost 7 weeks of high
madness.
quality poker. Yeah, and credit has to be given to the team. Oh, it's Fitzgerald. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Producer
Benjamin
Victor.
Button was not written by Oscar Wilde. It's Fitzgerald.
Close, close.
I was thinking about Dorian Gray. That's why.
Victor.
Picture of Dorian Gray.
Producer Victor is going to be on it. Is that correct? Oh, he knows it off
Dorian
the top of his
Gray
head.
is definitely.
Says it is
definitely
correct.
Oscar Wilde.
You guys are both super well read.
Well, that's because we're old and we didn't have YouTube.
That's right.
You're still going to do something. King Jack 3. Everyone is missed. Can't be too happy with that flop with the UTG Open. Flatting ace-10 suited from +2 is a little bit ambitious as well, I'd say, from a Nagami.
Nice find on this continuation bet. It's actually getting some value. 10% of Nagami's stack in the middle. King Jack 3 Rainbow does present the nut flush draw in terms of the backdoor as well. Obviously the gut shot to the nuts. There is the backdoor.
Ooh.
And suddenly, considering she is out of position, this hand looks a bit easier for the ace-10 to navigate. How does it just come in like that? 11 outs now as opposed to the 4 or so, considering the folded cards. And she looks like he's on the verge of giving up. And after you float it in position, it's time to make a barrel. Finds it. Sizing as well, signaling a hand such as a king. Correctly identifying she is unlikely to check a king. Gets it through. Nicely done.
That was a bit of a crazy float, but with a gut shot and a backdoor, good float.
That's why you do it. You have to be willing to pull the trigger on the turn. That's the thing. That's what makes it profitable. So with that hand, Stephen,
you didn't want to realize, did you, really?
Yeah, I mean, so many players would actually, considering their stack size, try and realize, because obviously after he bet the, was it 110 on the turn? You have to worry about being blown off your hand, but I think as played, he knew that a check raise is unlikely. So very, very well done. And with that hand, Stephen, I will take your leave and Sam will join you in the booth. Have fun with these new set of players. Try not to make too many prop bets and try not to hustle, young Sam. And I'll see you soon.
Hello, hello.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Sam. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. How about you, Stephen?
You always say that.
I'm always fantastic.
You're always fantastic. Did you have a fantastic evening last night?
I did.
Du Tian Vu. Vu Du Tian is opened from +2. King, queen off. He's going to get through.
Easy.
Easy money. Easy money. He is almost as handsome as you, Sam.
Oh, no. No way. Come on.
He doesn't have, like, if he had a mustache, he'll beat you to the handsome index.
No, no, no. He's much more handsome and well-dressed and has more chips than me. He's got it all. Nice to see Justin Fairbanks still in the chat. Hope you are enjoying our coverage.
Oh, he does, because otherwise he won't keep coming back, would he?
That's very true. How'd you find that one out, Stephen?
Because he keeps coming back. I think there would be a lot more ambitious, opening with Queen Jack off from +1.
Double suited. Very strong hand.
Flush draw. Oh. King Jack off, on the other hand, from the button is very legitimate. So we see an open. Get defend from King 9 off from the big blind. Both are pretty deep. So let's see how this plays out. No, not just a defend. He's going to 3-bet from the big blind.
All right. It's a decent hand to do it with.
Yeah, might get the job done as well.
Yeah, you know, if you can make King Jack fold, it's huge. All right,
Probably
I like it.
Won't get a lot of the ace to fold there.
Yeah, but you're most worried about like King 10, King Jack, King Queen, so clearing those out is really nice. So if you do go up and you flop King High, it's
but you
not
have
bad.
a king already, so I don't know. Anyway, oh well, got the job done. And where was the party last night? Was it in the resort?
So 2-minute walk from the commentary booth.
Oh.
Very close.
So you had no excuse.
No, I didn't. You know, I could have just accidentally walked in. It's so close. What are those? Do you find out what those patches are on dough? The Cloud 9?
No. No idea, but he's wearing a shirt that says Cloud something.
Oh, maybe it's just part of the shirt.
Double stack slide A will resume in 3 minutes.
There we go, 6-5 off. King Jack can call, can re-raise. Getting close to the final 3 tables, eh, Stephen? 24 will rebalance. Ooh, Ace Jack of Hearts now in the big blind. Kind of deep, though. It's sitting on 30-ish blinds. You can raise this to, what, 350? That's half your stack.
That's too much.
That's a click. So it'd just be a jam for 30 blinds? There it is.
Well, it's a fake jam. Because it's got 1 chip behind.
Ah.
as Vidor was saying yesterday, is a marmalade. I'm like, no, marmalade's not a fake jam. What you get at McDonald's is fake jam.
What do you have against McDonald's?
They serve fake jam.
No, they don't. You don't know that.
So it's all like chemicals and food science stuff.
I'm pretty sure it's just jam.
I don't know, I randomly just got this hippie rage. Call it a hippie rage.
Zhang can just let this go.
Yeah, they will. And I think that's why we are chattering, because they're not going to do anything.
Wait, Justin in chat letting us know that Cloud9 is an esports team. And Dimon in chat letting us know that McDonald's has the best breakfast, Steven.
How untrue is that statement?
It's very untrue.
I can't begin. I'm not even going to entertain you with an explanation or like a rebuttal. You know, I generally, there's sometimes you play like an overnight cash games and they say, oh, let's order some McDonald's, hash browns and muffins and whatnot.
Yep.
And say, oh, what's your order, Stephen? Black coffee.
That's it.
Oh, not from McDonald's. I can't eat. No, come on. It's bad for your everything.
Huh.
You smell bad afterwards for the whole day.
Do you?
Eating McDonald's. I do, yeah.
Ooh, Pocket Jacks here for Yoon.
Pocket Jen. Did you have too many of those?
No, I behaved. Oh yeah, Justin letting us know 7-Eleven is terrible in the States. You can get those very greasy hot dogs and the nachos with that's actual fake cheese.
Fake cheese. Yeah, that is fake cheese.
That is 100% fake cheese.
That is food science.
That is. If you can call it food. But in Taipei, the 7-Eleven is amazing.
It's true.
Here we are. Do defending the big line with the ace-10 off. Versus Yoon's Pocket Jacks. Queen, 4 is the flop.
Yoon should be quite happy with that flop.
He should. Wow, check back. Ooh.
A bit less happy now.
Yeah, does not want to see a jack in Do's shoes. Wow, tiny bet. 25k into 135.
But one bit blind.
Oh, nice fold. Discipline.
Speaking of fast food,
Mhm.
tasting different around the world, KFC in Hong Kong is really disgusting. Whereas
Really?
KFC in the yes, like I feel sorry for the chicken who had to die to be made into that. It's like
wow.
Yeah, it's like you just wasted your life to become this.
Yeah.
Whereas KFC in the UK is not bad. Not great, but it's not bad.
It's very expensive though. I remember in London, I think Domino's was like £40.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
What do you mean 40 pounds? It's like $100 Canadian for a pizza at a fast food place.
But someone did pay one Bitcoin for a pizza.
Yeah,
many
I
years
remember
ago,
that.
So, I mean, that's 92 grand. That's a few days ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Zhang with Jack 6 off. Nothing to see here. Nagami is flatting. Yep. He's
Yep.
going to
Oh.
flush mine.
That's not a thing.
To be or not to be wasn't a thing. Until it became
Don't
a
compare yourself to Shakespeare.
thing. Why shouldn't I?
Oh, dear.
Oh.
I think Do also has a nice hand to flat with here as well.
Well,
Looks like he
to
wants
be or not
raise.
to be.
See, if you get jammed
He's
on, though,
flush.
you can't really call with king high. And it sucks to fold a hand like king queen suited.
I think he saw a flat from the button, thinking maybe about that money.
Yeah.
Make the play a little bit more profitable in the long run.
That gets ace jack to fold. And ace 7.
He blocks all the ace, king, ace, queens.
Yeah.
That's why I was less happy with the king 9 squeeze. Much happier with the king queen squeeze.
I see.
Yeah, London is expensive. I mean, there's no getting around that.
Yeah, especially with the conversion rate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's the most expensive currency.
Pounds? No.
Yeah. Is it not?
No, I think the Swiss franc would be most expensive, no?
Oh, okay. Didn't think of that. I do remember I had a layover in Switzerland, and a Starbucks coffee there was 22 Canadian.
No, it's not. Swiss franc isn't. Let's have a look at GBP. GBP.
Yeah, GBP is like 2.2 Canadian.
Okay.
Zhang here with the ace 3 of hearts.
Yeah, don't get too frisky with ace juice off here.
Let's it go. Another ace. This time for Lee. Oh, Lee's going to get frisky with the ace 8. There's a lot of pre-flop action on this table. Hey, Steven? Oh, there we go. Justin knows the most valuable currency. It's the Kuwaiti dinar.
Kuwaiti dinar.
Would not have guessed that. Lee gets it done. Picks up 100K.
Have you heard of the Big Mac Index?
What's that?
So I think. See, I've been so wrong today. So, Victor, please fact check me. But I think it's something dreamed up by the Economist magazine.
Okay.
And is to track the prices of different countries, different cities, and
Yep.
kind of gauge how expensive they are. and you know, just the price of a Big Mac, how much it is to buy a Big Mac. So it's most expensive in Switzerland.
Okay, I see that.
And the UK is actually down the list to.
Is number
it's
2?
Actually 8, 6.
Okay.
Is number 2 is Uruguay. Uruguay.
Wow. I think like Sweden, Denmark, all the little Slavic
Well,
areas are very expensive.
Norway.
Yeah.
Scandinavia.
Scandinavian.
Norway. Yeah. Norway, Argentina. The Eurozone.
Argentina.
Argentina.
Oh, look at this.
But
We
they
got a
did have
hand
high
here. Nagami with pocket jacks, the
ace
hijack.
king.
Yeah.
It's too deep to get
big,
in, though.
Yeah, 2 pretty big stacks. Ace King does like to do a lot of flatting versus sort of like the mid and early position opens on the button.
No giving up jacks here, though.
All in? Wow,
Yeah.
40 big blind shove. And a snap call. Wow.
Have a
Flip.
big pot.
2 million in chips in the middle. That was fast.
But Nagami couldn't really click there either, right?
No, I think I like a call the most with jacks. But does decide to go with it, and now 50% chance to be knocked out or to be up to 2 million in chips.
Yeah, the problem with flatting with jacks is that like half the time you see an overcard on the flop.
Yeah.
And then you just feel really sick. And you want to have a bottle of Budweiser.
Wow. Top set for the jacks. Needs to fade running hearts or straight cards. Queen of hearts for a sweat. No, that's it. Pocket jacks will hold.
Wow. We have a new chip leader in the shape of Nagami from Japan. 1.95 million in chips. Ooh, 80 big blinds. Happy days.
That's huge. I don't know if you ever get it in good with jacks, though, for 40 blinds. Like, do you think 10s will call it off?
Nope.
No. So you're at best flipping. And then you're also blocking his, like, ace-jack, king-jack bluffs. This kind of weights him a bit more towards value. But, like you said, it is tough to play out of position. No option
And
seems
I think
great,
the
hey?
problem as well is that you don't realize either, right? Like, as in, you know, if ace king misses, then you don't get another penny from him.
Yeah.
It's difficult. He took the spot. Now he is the new chip leader at the table. We are one spot away from another pay jump. Another pay jump comes to the 27th finisher. Shibae's decided to take off his face mask. Handsome boy from Vietnam.
7 deuce. All right.
Okay,
blind
wow,
on
we
blind.
got a blind on blind.
Top pair.
Nothing to see here. Cobain. Oh, decided to check through, just to give Xuan an opportunity to bluff. Now he's trying to value. He tried and he failed. So Cobain is asking about the T-shirt I made. MTT is a scam T-shirt. Wow, is okay. So I think to understand that shirt, you have to think of MTT in terms of having 14% of the field being happy.
14?
So when you lose, 14, yeah, because you ITM 14%, right? So 1 in 7. So after that, 1 in 6 people will think it's a scam because they lost.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It's not MTT in general is a scam. I mean, APT is very reputable.
Yeah.
HKPPA often reputable.
Often. Wow, pocket jacks again for Nagami and +1. Raises it up. Where's the under the gun open? King, Queen of Hearts has to hit the muck. What do you do in Zhang's shoes? Are you going to bluff, Steven? Go for a little 206. Nope. Just lets it go. Nagami pick it up. Even more chips, another 110K. Nearly 3 starting stacks added to his stack, just like that.
All right, ladies, superstar talent, blinds up now. 600, 1200, 1200 for entry. Looking at blinds up for the baby superstar talent.
10:58 already. They're going by fast today.
Round number 6.
King 9. Oh, there we go. We got King 9 open in the hijack. 10-7 suited, calling on the button.
Squeezy, squeezy. There you go.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
So small. Such a good price he's given them. What was that, like 3x out of position against 2 players? It's basically free to call. So Steven, I finally won one of our booth
Sam,
prop
you got
bets.
excited again.
Yeah.
I know, well done.
Thank you. It got way too close for comfort. We're down to 50 players. I think the line was 48. And there's still 20 minutes left. But today we will be playing down to the final 9 players. Ooh, ace king for Shang.
Whoa. Oh, route 1. Kick it upfield. Just kick it upfield and see what happens.
Probably just going to get it through.
He's going to make a little speech. Go, oh, I'm folding a really big hand to you. Phew.
All right, gentlemen, players and dealers on no limit holding these out. Complete answer 1, 15-minute break. Last time, 15-minute break.
Oh, tough fold.
It's a decent pickup, 100K.
He max valued his ace king with 0 risk. You know, I've been working with Richie, just on some of his MTT stuff, and then he said he rewatched the day 2 coverage this morning, and he said he's feeling a lot of FOMO. He said he wish he was playing the main event in Phu Quoc. So, well, there'll be plenty more APT series in 2025. So to find out the latest about the Asian Poker Tour, go to apt.poker, apt.poker, to find the latest information of scheduling and all the live reports and all the beautiful photos at all the events organized by the APT.
Absolutely. I think this will be our last stop to round out the year, but back in full force for 2025.
I think you should consider moving to Asia, Sam.
Maybe. It's too hot for me, though.
Oh, you're too hot.
Nagami's running very hot.
He is too hot.
Yes. Pocket aces now going for the squeeze from the small blind. Oh no, oh no, oh no, not Jack 3. Oh no! Steven, is he going to do it?
He's folding. He's
folding.
Oh,
okay.
He's folding. He's just putting his hand on the gun. And he's... just in case. He needed it.
Oh, 8s. Going to fold?
And then he realized it was a banana, not a gun.
Every time.
Oh, wow. Okay, he does have a gun, not a banana.
Yeah.
But I think Nagami has a bigger gun.
Yes, I think so. Oh, makes the call. This is going to be dangerous.
This could be costly.
Yep.
Okay, let's see the flop. Okay, no screaming, no screaming. Wow.
Top set for Nagami. Gut shot for Shang.
He's thinking, please have pocket tens.
I think he can just bet one big blind here. SPR's 1. There we go, 50k, 10%. I love it. This is trouble. He's getting almost direct odds to make this call. I think he is getting better than direct odds. 4 of diamonds means that Nagami has a lock on the hand.
You'd be so sick if the jack falls in the river.
Oh, it'd be disgusting.
Another small bet.
Yep.
From 2 big blinds, sizing up to 2.4 big blinds.
Oh no, is he getting no, he's just counting his chips.
Have you got your sniffy at hand?
Yep. My Hong Tai.
The Hong Tai.
We were passing them around windy as if they were narcotics last night. It was very amusing.
We at Asian Poker Tour do not endorse any substance abuse.
Except for Hong Tai.
We don't endorse it. We don't encourage it. Yeah, well, except for Hong Tai.
There we go.
Wow,
See on the side there. Look at him. He's looking so guilty.
Oh, is he gonna do it? It's right on the pay jump as well.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Discipline.
No ace, no ace. Yeah, he had too many of those. Too many of those. Right, the rich just got richer. Nagami is now the overwhelming chip leader at this table. We have another maybe 2 hands before the blinds go up.
Yep.
Pocket 8s.
Oh, I thought that was aces again. Just ace 4 suited. Still another premium.
Aces suited would be cheating.
Yeah. And he's going to re-raise again.
Notice the graphics. Nagami looks exactly like the same in person as to the graphics at the bottom. It's exactly the same expression and everything.
Yep.
Way.
Wow. 2.5 million.
So how far away? Are there any like local things you can do at the resort? Like, do you have to travel far to go do local Vietnamese things in Phu Quoc?
So we've got Grand World, which is about 10-minute walk, maybe a bit less, which is sort of like a mini, kind of like the Venetian in Vegas, but outdoors. You know, it's modeled after Venice. It's got the gondolas that drive you through the water. Got some shops. Lots of shops, lots of food. So that's not far. And then you have the safari just across the street, which is very, very, very fun. That one's a bit of a walk. I think it's like 1.5k away. And then everything further than that, you're going to need a scooter.
Which you have one?
Yes. Love my scooter.
Don't get too attached to it.
I'm gonna have to buy one.
Riding in the snow in Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, just go for a scoot. Ride around in the snow. It'll be good. I'll just use it during the summers, of course.
Okay, I will treasure my time with you in December. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Oh, Yoon flopping top pair here. It's Shibe's ace-9 off. One big blind bet.
Casually.
Two bigs.
Two big blinds.
I think versus small blind is not a great board to be betting. Small blind does reshove here.
Stop and go with 16 bigs. Another mustache man at the table.
Yep.
Seems to be the fashionable thing to have.
Growing in popularity.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately. Why don't you get a nice mustache, Stephen?
I sent you a picture. I did have one. And yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. I tried. Didn't like it. I quit.
It's all right.
Bit like the opposite, isn't it, for you? Because you tried shaving it, you didn't like it. You quit.
Nice pickup there for Yoon. Up to 600k now. It's a comfortable stack. 24 bigs. I think when we start getting down to 9 is when the pressure starts building.
I think anything above 25, you can still have a 3-bet without jamming.
Oh, I think you can go as low as like 15.
Yes.
Either they go 2, you go 3.5. They fold, you go, haha.
Don't laugh at your opponents.
Why not?
No.
I'll show 7 deuce.
Keep them friendly.
Justin with a good point in chat. Steven, it's Movember. It's only temporary fashion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just scrolling through my photos with facial hair. I do look very silly.
Sixes, ace 10. We're going to see another re-raise. This table is very aggressive pre-flop.
I think they seeing like a race generally get things done. They see so many folds. So they think people are opening a bit too wide.
Yeah. Give that man the triangle. Do it.
Okay, just send you a photo, Sam. Ooh. Pocket sixes.
That one you look like a cop. Kind of look like The Rock. Gets it done. Yeah, pre-flop aggression seems to be working very well at this table.
All right, no limit, retail blind is 200, 500, 500 big blind empty. Jamaican dealers, please shuffle up in the
Lines are up.
Yeah, 15K, 30K now. It's getting deep. Or getting big, rather. Very close to the final 3 tables. We will have a table redraw when we hit 24 players, which means a new feature table. Ah, Steven, I like this one you sent me. If you shaved the beard, it'd be good.
So just keeping the mustache?
Yeah.
No goatee?
No, just the mustache. It'd be good.
Right, I've got, what, 3 weeks?
Yep. Get it done.
Okay.
Here we go. King 6 of hearts, Jack 5. We are going to take a flop. 5 in the window. An open ender for Yita.
Open-ended.
Gee. Middle pair.
It's a flip.
It is. Now Yita's got 2 overs to the 5, as well as the open ender. 9 of clubs does not help either player. Is that a raise? This line never makes sense to me. Like check back flop, turns a brick, and then go for the raise when they bet. I feel like it's almost always you turn to bluff. Like 9-7 bets the flop, pocket 9s bet the flop, so the 9's kind of inconsequential. 7 means she has a lock on the hand. Can he get to showdown? That's a lot of Hong Tai. My goodness. Oh,
this is
goes
a
for the
very
lead.
clear. Wow.
You know, I did see she did go for a donk like that as a blocker bet, but in both these spots it didn't make much sense, as you can't really get called by worse with the block bet.
I just googled Hong Tai, and it's actually a brand. It's not like the thing isn't called Hong Tai, is it? It's like calling a vacuum cleaner a Hoover.
Well, it's like calling Vicks Vicks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Kleenex.
Kleenex. Yeah, Kleenex. So there are different flavors, different like kind of smelliness.
Yes.
Hong Tai, they're different. Ooh. So what's your favorite?
I've only tried the
classic.
original. Yeah, the classic, the green.
The original. Of course, other brands of herbal inhalers are available.
Yeah, no. Here we go, pocket eights.
Negami.
Oh, 10s here for Yita, sitting on 25 big blinds versus under the gun. I don't know if I want to get that in. Probably. Yeah, probably.
I don't think you can flat either.
You could play flat.
Okay, so we were talking about half the time the flop will have an overcard for jacks.
Yeah. But you're in
So
position here.
10s more. Yes. 3-bet. So he's committing himself to SPL of 1 on the flop, pretty much. Schwan should not be doing anything. This is a UTG open and a cut off 3-bet. Yeah, focus on your Hong Tai. Wow, pocket sixes just went into the mug, just like that.
Just
so
like
fast.
that.
Pocket eights, lucky numbers.
What do you think Negami does?
I wouldn't be surprised if he jams, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Zero reason to... well, there's no stack to play post-flop.
Yeah.
He folds. Which is perfectly fair as well.
Yeah.
There's no calling. I think calling is pretty bad.
Yeah, wonder. I guess if if your opponent had like a ton of bluffs in their range as well, then I like calling. Sometimes.
Money goes in anyway on the flop.
Doesn't have to be. Sometimes could just check it down or.
Yeah, and then your eights and it. I don't know. Like, how could you have your eights if when you check them down?
I don't know. He beat like ace 4, king 7, something like that.
Is very advanced to be 3-bet bluffing with that stack size from cutoff.
Yeah. You gotta have some bluffs though. But you are right. I don't see too many bluffs.
I just can't see it. But
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This is so unfair. He's got ace king now for Negami. Button
Why is
versus
it
big
unfair?
blind as well.
Why is it
He's
unfair?
at jacks,
Have you got
jacks,
something against
aces,
Negami?
ace king, eights. I feel like some other players should get a chance. Wow, that is big. 9.2 big blinds. Did you say all in? Oh, call. He just snap called 9.2 bigs. All right, I guess it's not too big. All right, here we go. Flop comes down 5-5-4. Nagami's still in the lead here. Decent board to go for a small little value bet on. The ace-king. She will continue. A lot of his a6.
That's a big C bet as well, by the way.
It is, yeah. What's the pot, like 18? Yeah, so 1/3 in a 3-bet pot out of position is quite large for 5-5-4. Look at this, the SPR is 0.5. She was just 530k behind.
So Nagami is worried about all the pairs in his
yeah.
opponent's range. 7s, 8s, 9s. And he was flatting so fast pre as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see many ace queens or ace jacks there.
Nagami goes for the check. Wonder if he calls a jam.
Calming my nerves.
Oh, chop. You lucky, lucky goose.
Geese are generally quite unlucky in Asia because they all get eaten.
But they get turned into delicious, crispy skinned goose.
It's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, there's no KFG in Hong Kong. Because they will be dead for nothing.
That's not a bad thing. You're going to move to Canada. You're going to find out how much geese are just a nuisance.
Yeah,
Does
yeah,
she
yeah,
make
yeah,
the
I
call
know.
here? Chop it with the aces?
I think you have to, right? Because
Yeah.
Nagami checked the turn.
I mean, with this run out, I think you got to call.
Yeah, he's not trapping with kings and queens here. Maybe there's a little bit of 9s and 10s in Nagami's range. But still no checking
Maybe.
the turn. So
No, I don't think they are.
there's no checking the turn. By the way, we're down to 26 players.
Yeah, getting close to the final 3 tables.
Whoa!
Wow.
How did that make sense?
I don't know.
Okay, let's just wind back a little bit. So he faced a 3-bet from the big blind, and he snap called with ace-9.
A very
off
big
from the
3-bet as
button.
well.
Yeah.
Called a
And
chunky
he-
flop bet.
Yeah. And then check turn.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't call off an ace-high double paired board on the river.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you have? What do you have? What do you have?
Ace-5 now.
That was strange.
Looks like Ace-7 will do it. Doe does not look ready to give this up. Does fold.
So just to remind our viewers, we are going to have a table redraw when we get down to 24 players. And that means we're going to have a slightly extended break when the logistics are sorted out.
Yep. Then we'll play down to the final 2 tables, and then the final table where we will end the stream and return tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. local time. Be sure to subscribe if you want to come back and watch that. Of course you do. It's the final table. It's always so much fun. The pay jumps are massive. 13,000 for 9th, 185,000 for 1st. That's quite the jump. Usually you see about 9th place is about 10% of 1st place. So this one is even bigger jumps. Nagami with another hand here.
Nagami's just taking the mickey now. Jack 8 suited. Ah, good enough.
Oh. Big blind will just defend.
And Nagami hits middle pair. Actually, this hits the... Oh, okay. I was going to say hits the big blind's range pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't care when you have 3 million in chips. 3 million.
That is crazy.
100 big blinds.
How many chips in play, Stephen? 790, 800 times 40k, so 32 mil. He's got 10% of chips in play.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot for 26 players remaining.
He's above average, for sure.
Oh, for sure. Average big blinds is 41, so 1.2. Oh, our average stack is now over 1 million.
I think after the break, we are going to hit that level that I love, which is when a big blind is a starting stack.
You like that one, eh?
I love that. This thing is so symbolic.
Yeah.
You know, I've come so far that you've killed so many opponents that one big blind is alive.
Yeah.
Vietnam champion. Yeah, it's possible. There's still 6 Vietnamese players. Oh. Queen 10 off, 14 bigs. Jamming a button open.
I don't know if I call this the ace-5.
Just have a look. So he has almost 2 million. So that is... It's quite a lot of his stack, actually.
Yeah. Ace-5, though. GTO says this is 100% a call, Steven.
That's it?
It's ace-5.
No, GTO never says calling with ace-5 ever.
Doesn't
It
matter.
says
You have ace-5,
raise.
you put chips into the middle.
Wow, you are misinterpreting the Bible.
Makes me
What are you
unpredictable.
going to say next? What are you going to say next? Jesus tells you to shave your head?
No.
You know, you never said that.
No.
GTO never tells you to call off a 14 big blind jam with ace-5 off. No. Oh, shows an ace. Of course he does.
My friend called off my, I think, 400 or 500 big blind shove, reshove with ace-5 off, and scooped versus my pocket 9s and Greg's pocket kings for like $4,000 at 1-3. Yeah, I turned a
Well, that's
set.
only 10. That's only 10 pizzas in London, so it's not that much.
It's only 10 pizzas.
So once again, I'm at my studio in Prince Edward on Kowloon side. And then we have a room at the back where 2 Cantonese commentators are commentating. And then I'm here talking to you in another separate booth.
Oh, I see. Well, you're not at home.
No, not today. Well, because we are quite short-handed for Cantonese. So so whenever I go, oh, I need to go, it doesn't mean I'm going. It means I'm going on to the Cantonese side.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Does it get confusing, jumping back and forth?
I get confused easily, so yes. Flops top pair.
Probably going to be a chop pot.
No one is folding here. Especially with the SPR that being that small as well.
Yeah.
It only has 425k.
Yeah, for 15 big blinds, you're never making me fold top pair.
Yeah. It's as good as a chop now.
Yeah. Just in chat thinking that dealer's choice was the dealer choosing the games. I think that would open it up for a bit of collusion. No, it is the players that get to choose the game on their button. And some of them go up to 22 games to choose from.
We'll do that every Wednesday night here, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Mm.
I don't know how to play any mixed games.
I'll be very surprised if he folds here.
No.
And I remain surprised.
No way. For 15 blinds? You're going to fold an ace? Yeah.
I can't do it.
No.
I just can't do it. Nagami once again picks up an ace.
Lucky, lucky boy. King Jack. Looks like he wants to get... Oh, is that a call? Oh, I don't like that. Versus +1 and they cover you.
Phew.
And 3 deuce. Nagami should have taken this one down pre-flop, but we are going to take a 3-way flop now. Wow, look at that. 5, 4, 3. Nagami flopping a straight flush gut shot, and she with the open ender as well as bottom pair. And it's a board that you can do a ton of leading on.
It'd just be incredible if he gets max value from 2 pair, right? A deuce of hearts.
Yeah.
And that would just summarize his day.
That would. Don't do it.
Oh.
Proves to a straight.
2 pair for Nagami. None of Swan's business now.
Yep.
You kind of have to bet that 2 pair.
Yeah. Yeah. Might get
And
jammed on now.
Yeah, he'll get jammed on, and he'll have to just call off because...
Yeah, has to. He's got
Yeah,
full house outs. He's got flush draw outs.
No, the
Counterfeit
SPR
outs.
just- yeah. He can even chop with the juice of clubs.
There's the raise. $250,000. I think a jam just makes a lot more sense.
I think either way. It's maybe he wants to price in the flush draw. I don't know. I think money is going in anyway, whatever he does, right, Shibi?
Yeah. No way.
Sorry, Victor.
Did you just all in?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
oh
he just
my
jammed.
God. Oh my God.
Nagami's got the straight flush.
I am running hot.
Wow.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Do you see Vu's face? Oh my God. Oh wow, that is just run good to the max.
Yes.
I like the way he refuses to leave the table. I'm just gonna sit here now. Yeah, yeah, that's a straight flush. Oh yeah, okay, I guess I leave. Wow.
Ouch.
Nagami is
3.6. What a run.
I am still shocked by that river.
Yeah, that is that's just not fair, is it?
The whole table is worried about some sort of supernatural being sitting at seat number 1.
I would be too. All right, 5s versus queens, 6 of diamonds.
Classic flip.
Classic flip. Ooh, another set. We've seen a lot of those today. Middle set here for Schwan. Shang has one of those hands that does like to check raise. But on his stack depth, I don't know. Ooh, going for the trap here. 8 of clubs on the turn. Does bring in a gut shot. 2 more outs for Shang. He's gonna get a 50K bet.
You know, Sam, I get a little bit annoyed when people don't bet in, like, big blinds. So when I see a 50K bet, I just go, oh, what are you trying to do? What's 1.7 big blinds?
And look at this, he makes a straight.
I know.
Oh my goodness. The flop trap did not work out well. Please don't go for the trap.
Look at the SPR. Look at the SPR.
Ugh. It should have been 60K.
Exactly. Or 1.5 big blinds, which is 45K.
Yep.
Not 50K.
Oh, I know what to size my bets when we're playing.
Yeah, that you know how to push the right buttons.
Yeah.
Oh, I get so annoyed. What is 1.7 big blinds?
I think you should go for
Oh my god, he's not even jamming.
Oh no.
4.2 big blinds. That makes any sense.
I was gonna say, I think I like 160K here. But yeah, calls and gets the bad news. 645K in his stack now. Healthy.
Not bad.
21.78 big blinds or so. Whatever it equals out to. Gross, the runner straight. With 2 outs only for the 7.
Nagami, 3.6 million, 120 big blinds. He is perhaps chip leading the whole main event.
Yeah, it would be pretty likely.
3 times the average stack.
Wow. Doe has been super card dead.
He might go get his Ferrari hoodie during the break.
Yeah.
Just to change, just to get that luck back. Oh, here we go. Nagami's just got jammed on.
Yeah.
He's going to call this off. Ace 10 off. I'll be very surprised if he folds. I've said that like 4 times today already.
You have. There it is. There's the call.
Okay. Whew. Kyosuke Nagami. Remember this name. Super clean. Some chop outs.
Eighteen
Nines.
outs.
No.
For Yoon. Oh,
That's not
ace 7,
one.
not ace 8. Sorry, Yoon eliminated.
You can't change a combo halfway through.
Oh, yeah, eliminated 25th place.
That's what a bad player does, right? Like, just changes his range halfway through. Oh, I'm just repping whatever the board is showing.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we just had a double knockout, so we're down to the last 23 players. Has he been given the notice? Yes, we are redrawing the tables, so we are doing a complete redraw. That means we're going to take an extended break of about 25 minutes. So, when we come back, the last remaining 23 players will play down to the final table. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Davis Spade, we just saw it earlier in the picture, or Mr. Nagami, who's running super hot?
Who knows?
Any closing thoughts before the break, Sam?
No, that is it. Please stick around. We will see you all for the final 3 tables as we play down to the final table. 14 unlucky players will be going home today, but 9 of them will be coming back tomorrow to play. Don't go anywhere. We will see you all shortly.
Seat number 20.
dependent on neither of us, so it's still a flip.
Still plenty out there.
Still a few.
No, that's not good to see for you. You look the same.
Doesn't matter. It's still up to 7. Queen. Oh. You also forgot to accept the other pair. Su bien. Su bien. Su bien. Tom. Su bien. Boom. Oh, it's a gong.
Zodiac Classic, Saturday. Owners and dealers, the complete and current hand you're on. Award for the first break time. Break time last day. Zodiac Classic final day. 15 minutes break for you guys. And also the registration for the Zodiac Classic will be closed in less than 15 minutes. It's your last chance to participate in Zodiac Classic final day.
I'm trying.
บอลนะ
โ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is APT Phu Quoc 2024. We are bringing you the main event action all the way from Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. I am Stephen Lai. I've been joined by Sam Inso. Hello, Sam.
Hello, hello. We are down to the final 23 players playing down to the final 9 today, or 10 levels, whichever comes first. I have a sneaking suspicion that we will hit the final table by today. What are your thoughts,
I think
Stephen?
it's almost inevitable that we get down to the final table. I think they've been dropping like flies today. Yeah, it's going to be down to 9 players for the final table tomorrow. It's been a very exciting series. The attendance, actually, I'm still quite surprised by the really high numbers, 795 entries. We are down to the last 23, as Sam was saying earlier. Top prize, that hasn't changed, 185,000 American dollars. That is a very good top prize money.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd love to go home with 185,000 USD.
You love to go home with 18500, no? Like 1 0 less. You'd be okay with that, right?
Is that even a word? 18500, is that a thing? Or do you just make that up?
Well, I'm not going to compare myself to Shakespeare, but you know how he goes.
Yes, he will.
Okay, so the wish of the commenter on YouTube has been granted. We have the last Indian representative at the feature table.
Here we go. The tables have been redrawn. These will be the final 3 tables until we get to the final 2, and one of them breaks.
You can see Vu Du Tian earlier in the camera. Hasn't changed into his lucky Ferrari hoodie. Still wearing that kind of slightly silky polo shirt.
Yeah, it does look a little silky.
A bit silky. Yeah, and then some of these players we've seen before. I think that's Ita Kung. I think he's from Australia. Wow, he's covering up his neck. Is it cold in the casino?
Tiny bit. The AC's on. It's nice.
This is a bit of a contrast of him wrapping around his neck versus the man next to him who's wearing a silky shirt.
Yeah. All right. Hand number 74 of the day. Hand number 1 of our final 3 tables underway. Fold all the way around to the small blind, Yita.
Yeah, why not?
Only one person to get through. Hey, there you go.
Hunsik Jang. I have this really elementary theory about the percentage of hands you should be playing relative to your position. So depending on how many players are left to act behind you. So for example, when you're on the button, you have 2 players.
Yep.
Then you should play 1/2, 50% of your hands.
1/2, okay.
Okay,
That seems
and then
tight.
you have 3 players. The 3 players acting after you from cutoff, 1/3, a third.
Okay.
And etc. etc. So it goes all the way down. If you are UTG on the 900 table, you play 1/8.
So in the small blind, you're playing 100% of hands.
That's when it falls down.
Ah. Might as well play 100%.
Well, you do.
Yeah. You could hit so many hands.
I like a man who's not afraid of reverse implied odds.
I don't even know what those words mean.
I didn't make those up for change, by the way. Speaking of opening from the button, Queen 8 suited is definitely top 50%. biscuits are out. I think they are 500,000 each or 1,000,000. Would you happen to know?
For what? Sorry.
The biscuits. The
yes, they are
packs.
out. Yeah, they're
Are they
100K.
1 million or 100K?
100K.
100K. Okay. Not a million. Like he hasn't got 4 million in front.
No,
of him.
no. Because we usually have the 100K chips, which are the big gray ones, but we're just going with the 100K plaques this time. We also have the 250K plaques as well. Yeah, I think before we usually have a 250K and a 500K or a 1 mil.
I think we have a 1 mil. I've seen 1 mils before.
Yeah.
The yellowish golden ones.
Or is it the red one?
Maybe red ones. So during the break, I ran downstairs to go for some char siu rice.
Ooh. Did you get me some?
Quick. Yeah, it's in the post.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
It will arrive on Tuesday next week, so make sure you pick it up.
I will. King 10 is the flop. Pocket 5 still way ahead. Quick bet, take it down.
So I'm hoping to see another action feature table like what we had previously.
Yes, to kick off the day.
Just now, you know, the frame just now. When
Okay,
people
yeah.
were just 3-betting all over the place.
Yes.
$400 viewers.
Ooh, Jack 10 suited here, +1. So what is this? This is 6 players. Is this 1 of 6?
Yep. I don't think it qualifies, right? Jack 10 suited.
What? That's crazy. What is it, like 18% of hands? 1 over 6? Yeah, I think it qualifies.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think they are suited, so they must be qualified.
Yeah. Strong hand. Button,
I used
though,
to
with
love.
5-4
I used to
clubs.
love Jack 10 suited.
I think everyone used to. I think it's like everyone's favorite hand at one point.
And now I'm getting old, and I just settle with my favorite hand being aces.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ace
Right.
is everyone's favorite now.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that flop for 5-4. Bottom pair and a flush draw. Both players with top pair as well. This is going to get expensive. Let's see if Fam just calls or raises here. What does who do?
Who? Oh, sorry. Does he want to take down pre on the flop? No, he's just going to realize.
Now with Fam calling as well, check raising here becomes quite a bit less attractive for who. But I think with ace 10, no club, I think you still got to go for it. Looks like he agrees. We'll be raising it up. What is that? 255.
I don't like this very much, actually. With
no?
2 players. I understand that's dead money, but...
yeah, you do have to worry because Moon is going to be c-betting a lot tighter with 2 players in the hand. And then once you have a caller, you could have some traps. But I think ace 10
I'm actually
gets the
more
cooler.
concerned with Fam being quite short.
Yeah.
That
I think
SPI
you're happy
is
to
gonna
get
be
it in
1.
with Fam. You know, you can cooler a lot of hands. Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10 suited. But I think ace 10 is the only top pair that I would check raise here.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether you'd be too happy if Fam decides to call jam.
Yeah, if he
flop.
jams now, he might just get it through.
I know.
It looks
Remember
so
there was a
strong.
hand like that. There was a hand like that about 2 hours and a bit ago. With
that it?
Dylan Foster. Yeah, he got it in.
There it is. Might get it through. This looks incredibly strong. It looks like you trapped with a set, and you're now going for the back raise. Because why would you ever do this with like a flush draw? You would just call again. But with the 5, I think it makes a bit more sense to go for this.
I like it. And Fam didn't know he had the most equity out of the 3.
Yeah, 55%.
He's jammed with the best hand.
I think the equities might even out a bit if Moon were to fold.
Well, the 2 of them will combine, right? 34 plus 11. 45, yeah. So
Is that how it works? I think it changes it a little bit.
I don't think... I don't think so in this scenario.
Yeah, maybe. Because Fam just has outs.
He's just got the 9 club outs plus the 2 pair plus the trips, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't change anything.
Or his equity might go up a little bit because couldn't get counterfeit. But look at that. Gets through the ace 10.
Oh, it's gone up by 2%.
There we go.
You are so technically correct.
Such a good price. Look at that. 500K into what will be 2 mil. Problem is you're kind of just dead against sets.
Top pair, backdoor straight draw.
Yeah.
Imagine if the 5 of hearts became the 5 of diamonds. I think you'd be like, ah.
Yeah. Yeah, just go with it. I'm pretty sure I fold here. Jack 10 even with the price.
Still kind of difficult. Yeah. Well played, fam.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
Very loose call pre-flop. 5-4 clubs there, considering his stack size. What makes it work?
By the way, Vidor was saying something about APT having like a wrap, a big scarf that has got the APT monogram. Have you seen that?
That's it. He's wearing it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It does look nice.
It does, eh? Yeah, it says APT in letters on there.
Can you pick one up for me? I'll swap you I'll exchange. I'll barter economy you with an orange hat from Jeju.
All right, you got yourself a deal.
Hey.
Make sure you get yourself one too. Because you'll regret it if you don't. I promise.
I probably will regret it if I do.
No, you won't. You would look great in a orange bucket hat, Stephen.
Samuel, I don't think so.
We'll have to see. I'm sure it'll look great on you.
My head is round enough, like an orange already. I don't
Yeah,
need
it'll
it.
complement your face shape.
You accentuate my face shape.
Yeah, there you go. 9-8 of clubs for Do on the button. He had a very uneventful feature table last 2 hours. Very, very, very card dead.
Oh, he's going to face a 3-bet here. 3-bet jam, in fact.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a marmalade.
Gets it done with the king queen.
The casino, the Corona room is as busy as ever. Several events are taking place right now, including the Zodiac event. I kept calling Dylan Foster Dylan Thomas.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Who's Dylan Thomas?
Some famous poet from Wales.
How do you know that?
Because I do literature and stuff. Pocket fours. All right. Solver tells you Ace-5 suited is a 3-bet.
Ah! Just a call. GTO disapproves.
GTO disapproves many things. Shouldn't live your life because of what GTO says.
Wow. Ace, ace 3.
The handsomest man at the table is flop trips.
Very small bet from Fam.
Smooth calling that.
Six of diamonds on the turn.
For a split second, I thought it was a 4. I think Vu actually called a little bit too quickly on that flop.
I mean, you're still calling all your pocket pairs in there. I like the pocket fours as a bluff, though. I mean, it doesn't have to be big because you're targeting all those backdoor flush draws type hands, something like Queen Jack of clubs, Jack 10 of spades, so don't have to size up too big here. Then you can go polar on the river. Oh, is he raising?
I think we haven't seen a Jack 10 of spades calling
See,
from
the raise
cutoff
makes
for a long time.
no sense on the double ace boards. You only get called by better. Like, unless your opponent literally has to level themselves to make this call. And your opponent has all the stronger ace-X, so you never get called by better, and you're going to fold out all worse.
You
it's
always
a
get
rainbow
called by
board.
better.
Yeah. And it's a rainbow board, too. Yeah.
Could you find some bluffs here?
Oh, yeah.
Like what?
I don't know, probably like ace-5. Like 7-6, 6-5 backdoors. Something like that.
Calling in.
Actually, I'm not calling those in the cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it would have to be like king 7 suited or something. I think they're deep enough to call that. 30, 90, 140, 40 something bigs. No, I would struggle immensely to find bluffs there.
All right. Vu is picking up some hands, but not this time.
All right,
like
ace
it.
9 versus ace 9.
Oh, wow. Big blinds waking up with pocket jacks from the big blind.
Yep. Great spot. Ton of
14
dead money.
bigs. Cannot fold now.
I gotta say, Deep Hanker's mugshot looks like a mugshot.
It's calling 400K to win 1.3 million.
Yeah. It's getting 2 to 1.
So that's 30%.
Yeah, the only hand he can't call this off against would be aces. But just decides to let it go. Probably doesn't want to show down the ace 9.
You see on TV.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are 2 eliminations from another pay jump. Pay jumps are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, we'll end the day on like 11,000 USD prize money.
Seems to be the rhythm here, which is loose open, reasonably loose 3-bet, takedown.
Yeah. Ace, deuce of clubs, and +1.
Loose open.
Yeah. Oh. No.
Is he thinking? No, he's not.
Almost.
Surely.
No.
Still thinking. No, he's still thinking. He shouldn't really, because he's on the small blind and he's got another orbit until he needs to post again.
Yeah, he's got 22 big blinds. That's too many versus +1. It would work this time.
Loose opens.
Lose
Barely
3 bets.
lose 3 bets.
Yeah. Versus like button or cutoff, I like this, but +1. Yeah, I don't know.
No, he's going for it.
No, he's going to fold. There it goes.
Okay to peel here. All right. Post flop here. Jack 5-3. Very nice spot for Fam to see bet.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger, please.
Gets it done.
Ace 10 off. We have a loose open from UTG.
Nah, that's fine. I think ace 9 off is fine as well.
It's your cutoff, is it?
Yeah.
That's the
Ace
threshold.
9, I'll pick one card, and if it's the right card, I'll raise it. Ace 10 is just too strong. Got to get in there.
Ooh.
Nice defendable hand from the big blind. There we go.
Yeah. Glad to see some reasonable poker again.
Oh, 10-4-4. Good, buddy.
Unreasonably lucky.
Yeah. Oh, this is a bit loose. No back doors. Decent card for Fam.
As soon as you said no backdoor, I was expecting to see a queen or a king. And then I realized it's not Nagami, so maybe not.
Oh, check.
Oh. Get snap off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pham looks a little bit like Elton Zhang.
It does. He really does. This is the third Elton Sang we've had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember at the main event in Manila, we had a look-alike.
Oh, yeah.
He's just in disguise. He wants #1 on all the all-time money lists for every country. He's going to work his way around. I think is he #1 or #2 in Hong Kong?
He's #2 or 3 because Danny Tang is #1.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's very close. He's only 5 mil away. For some reason, I thought Danny Tang was on like 44 or something, but it's only 30.
Danny Tang is a youngster.
Is he? How old is he?
He's
in
in
his
his early
40s.
30s. Early 30s.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. Well, I've known him for 7 years.
Yeah.
And when I first knew him, he just graduated from university. So
Okay.
yeah, early 30s.
Yeah.
Elton Zhang defending his big blind.
Ooh. Ace King 3.
Family will have to call off one street at least.
Yeah.
With the hearts as well. Yeah. 1.4 big blind. Yeah, can you just make it like 1.5?
Would that help your OCD?
Well,
he turns a fake double gutter. Still only needs a queen.
so how's that fake? How is that a fake double gutter? I don't understand that.
Because a 9 won't actually give him a straight, but it looks like it might.
Doesn't.
It kind of does. 210. Chunky bet here on the turn. There we go. Oh, still Chip leading the table despite not playing too many hands.
TT is back.
Someone in chat asking the final table's happening today. It is not. Final table will be tomorrow.
Someone made a very funny comment. Fake Elton Zhang confirmed. Real Elton Zhang with a check raised.
I guess so.
Wow, someone addressed me by my full name. Can we win? Stephen Lai. When will High Roller take place? Sunday. Well, tomorrow. With ideal literature and stuff. Yeah, I like that. I like the...
Hijack is just open ripped here, Stephen, for 22 big blinds.
Sorry.
With ace queen. No worries. Fam,
It's
gotta call it off, right?
difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to fold with 8 pocket jacks here. Of course, they should be worried about the equally big stack acting to... Oh, he jams as well. See, I'm not a big fan of jamming.
But are you really gonna call fold for 20 big blinds more?
You might have to, right?
Really?
You might have to. If big blinds decides to jam your flat,
I think I just call.
you just call?
Yeah, I think I'd call
and hoping
anyways.
for ace king?
It doesn't matter. The pot odds are gonna be too good.
You still think about pot odds in the situation.
All right, here we go. 9-5-5. Pocket Jackson lead. Lee needs to hit an ace or a queen.
There's a 30% chance of another knockout.
It's a full house for the Pocket Jacks. Needs an ace or a queen. Or a
Still
5.
the same outs.
5 for quads. Close, but no. GG to Lee, eliminated in 23rd place. Good for 6,230 USD. Down to the final 22. 6 players remain until we get to the final 2 tables.
We are getting ever so close to that sought after final table spot. Fam is our new chip leader at the table.
Yeah, 2.6 million. It's a very impressive stack.
Sometimes it just takes one really big hand just to get the momentum going, and then everything seems to come so easily after that. Just that one little turning point. Queen deuce off. Wow, 9-5 suited BVB. We're looking at a 45 big blinds second chip lead. He's going to try to see a cheap flop. No, he's not going to this time. It's easy jam with ace jack off. But people do start to limp aces and kings from the small blind these days. Yeah, get a quick fold. Nope, not getting a quick fold, but an eventual fold, nonetheless. Nope, not to fold either. How many times can I get this wrong? 9-5 suited decided to defend a raise from the big blind. Bit of an SBR disaster. Probably thinking about stopping and going. Flop comes ace, jack, queen. I think there's only stop and stop here. Just put in a bet. Get the job done. On to the next hand. Just beating himself up thinking, why did I defend that small blind? Not a very eventful flop versus a small blind limp call and a big blind raise on a ace queen jack flop. Nothing much you can do. Down to the last 22 players. We have an imminent pay jump, 2 more eliminations, and then the next player would get over 7,000 USD in prize money. Here's a good hand here. Ace king off from +1. Yita. King 10 is not going to do it. 8-5 off is not going to do it. 10-3 off, definitely not going to do it. Yep. Showing his 8 deuce off. Thank you, Justin. Of the 22 remaining players, 6 are from Vietnam, 4 from South Korea, 3 from China, 2 from Australia, 2 from Japan, 1 from Canada, 1 from Hong Kong, 1 from India, 1 from the Philippines, and 1 from Thailand. Sam, who do you think? Which country is going to take down this main event?
Ooh. Japan has a huge stack right now. I'm going to go Vietnam. I'm going to go with the locals. That is my prediction. How about you?
Well, you've taken that because I was going to go Vietnam as well, but I think second would be South Korea.
Ah, safe.
Playing the
Safe pick.
percentages.
Yeah.
Janish, Jian, can someone tell me will the final table happen
Ace 5
today?
suited. Do it.
Well, you know what he did last time?
Flatted.
And flop trips.
Yeah.
Do it again. Do it again. It worked last time. It must work every time.
Must.
Now, how do you know the sun is going to rise from the east tomorrow? Because you saw it this morning. That's the only reason. Sorry, that's so funny.
Does go for the call here.
I think that's one of the best philosophy jokes in the world. That's the only reason you know it's going to rise from the east tomorrow. He does not want to flop trips again. He does not actually, no.
No.
Thank
Unless
you,
it's
Justin.
fives.
You've been paying attention.
Here we go.
Dave Spade, I think, is alive still. Yes.
Oh,
That's
all
really
spades.
a 5.
Yeah, 2 players making a pair yeet out with the queen high flush draw as well as a gut shot. A lot going on here. Checks around. Ooh. Ooh, that is an action
See?
card.
That's why flatting ace-5 is good. You hit 2 pair. See, you kept your opponents in. You're trapping them.
You're trapping them. Isa's still actually a favorite to win this hand, despite having just 1 pair versus Do's 2 pair.
Well, soon we'll see the outs being displayed on top of the screen. He's got as all the spades, all the kings,
Yep.
and all the queens.
Maybe, and the counterfeit outs too, the jacks and the 10s.
Okay, 19 outs.
Wow.
Can't show them all.
And look at that, only 1 of them is folded. Out of all 19. And misses.
Hey! Always. Too many outs.
Isa goes for some value. Do's got an easy call here. Oh, for that size, I think I'm going to raise. Yeah, I got to go for the raise now.
But he's feeling a little bit confused because he's obviously got top pair, best kicker, pretty much. There's no ace king out there.
Yeah. What happens if he goes all in?
There's no point turning ace queen into a bluff.
What do you mean?
No point. It could be some sort of ace of spades. Misdraw, right?
Perhaps. Lets it go.
Very good fold. Very disciplined fold.
Yeah.
Ace-5 suited wins again.
But if it 3-bet, it wins everything.
Is one enough? By the way, mid-December we're going to have a kind of like a trivial quiz at HKBPA, sponsored by GTO Wizard. So it's going to be like a GTO quiz taking place at HKBPA.
The answer is always ace-5 suited.
Well, or King 7 suited is like the latest trend.
Yeah. Or heads up, it's a King Deuce offsuit. Actually, at final tables, it's a lot of ace 3, ace deuce, king 3, king deuce offsuits. Here we go. Ooh, ace king suited here.
You can play this any way you want. You would never be wrong.
As long as you don't fold.
Ah! Minimizing variance.
Oh, Yita all in. Who? Snap calls. Ouch. Unlucky for Yita here. 25%.
Suited.
Yeah. And
whoa.
He is going to be flopped dead, except for runner, straight flush. All right, 3 of diamonds for the sweat.
Make it open-ended.
No, that's it.
That flush.
That is going to do it.
Yeah. Just double confirming the count.
Yeah. I like the decision to jam there versus cutoff. Or actually, versus cutoff, I think you jam a little bit lower with your King X. I think King 10's nice versus like an on the gun open. And then you get down to like maybe King 6 or King 7 suited as your jams for cutoff. You're suited 6 or 7X.
Anyway, well done to Ita.
Yeah. Yeah, 21st.
Going home with $6,230. 22nd, I think.
22nd, you're right, yeah. Yeah, as we approach another pay jump. Coming in fast every 3 eliminations. It's a new pay jump.
Okay, I'll let you set the line this time.
Okay, you think what time we're going to get down to the final table?
Correct.
Let's see. Gonna go with 7:48 p.m. local time, which is exactly 3 hours from now.
So 3 more levels, you think?
Yeah.
We've got another half an hour until the end, so 3.5 levels, you think?
No, just 3 hours from now.
Actually,
Including
we have a
breaks.
break in between, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say sooner.
All right. It's 7:48 p.m. local time.
Yes.
All right, Queen 10.
Before that. Oh, by the way, we're down to 20 players.
Ah!
Just a thought. 6-3-3 board really hits nobody.
Yeah.
Like,
Ace still in the lead.
Such a nothing
Ooh.
board.
There's the 10 on the
Who's
turn.
hit the 10?
Just checks it back. I think that was the only time to get value. It's going to be tough to get it now in the river.
Action killer river, really, completing that flush. And some straight got there too.
Yep.
Doesn't stop me from betting though. Why check when you can bet?
Vidur is saying I'm about to get hustled.
I think it's a very fair line, young Sam.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah. I think it's excellent.
We shall see.
So reminding our viewers again, we are going to do another redraw. When we get down to 16 players.
Nice.
Oh, actually, I forgot about the redraw. Oh, it'll take a bit of time, wouldn't it? Ay-ya! Why am I so stupid?
When is the redraw? Final 2 tables?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah,
that would take another 20 minutes. Ah, it's never going to be. Oh, no! I feel like I've just backed Joe Biden to be the next president.
Oh, look at that. Ace 5 flopping top 2 here. Moon doesn't have anything.
Yeah, it's going to be a nothing hand again.
Yeah.
Because Moon is not going to do anything silly. Oh, okay.
He's got a C-bet. Ace high board.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's the only thing you know, right? In MTT. Ace
Yeah.
high board, you see bet.
Yeah.
Don't rattle the cage. Don't rattle the cage.
He rattled the cage.
Oh, why? 5, what are you doing? Don't do that to me, please. Oh, with that hand, the chip leader sitting healthy with 2.7 million. That's almost 70 big blinds.
That's huge coming into the final 2 tables. That's going to be a great feeling.
I wonder how Nagami is doing.
Yeah, he's on one of the outer tables. I believe he's directly across from Dave Spade. Royal Flush Revelry in chat saying, someone please remind all the players that Ace 5 is a mandatory 3-bet. We know, we're working on it. Here at APT, we don't allow Ace 5s to be called pre-flop. Do we, Steven?
Well, I mean, we talk a big game, but Vu has done it twice, and both times he took down. So I'm starting to question the faith we call GTO.
The faith.
The faith. The GTO Brotherhood. Wow. Jamming against a 1.4 million stack.
Yeah, that's a big shove. What is that, 35 blinds?
Can you jam off pocket jacks and pocket tens?
Like, can you get them to fold?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay, so it's not so bad then, is it?
Yeah, but then why use it as a bluff? You know, if they do call, you'd rather have like ace 5 suited. You got 30%.
Oh, you still have that faith.
Well, you got 30. It's like 30, 35% instead of just 20.
He likes to call his ace 5 suited.
He
and
does.
it has worked for him. Hey, spoiler alert, Justin Fairbanks. There needs to be a 1-round penalty whenever someone doesn't 3-bet ace 5.
Yes.
JJ's Burning Kitchen Live. It has to be ace 5 of clubs. Wow, now we're getting very specific. So 1 in 2,000 something hands, you would do that. Okay, pop quiz for you. Sam, how many hands do you think you need to play? How many hands do you play to win the main event of an APT? Main event?
Oh. So for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, what do we have? We got 4 days. Depends how long heads up lasts as well. How many hands do you have to win or just play?
To win. Like how many? Oh, how to play. Like
To play?
Go
okay.
through.
I'm going to
To
go
go
6,280.
That's so wrong.
What do you mean?
No, for a particular player.
Yeah.
You don't play 6,000 hands over 4 days.
What? 8 hours a day times 4 days is 32 days times 20.
32 hours. 32 hours.
32 hours.
32 days.
That's 32 hours times 20 hands an hour is 6,400-ish. Right?
No.
No?
Oh,
680.
You're clowning around, Sammy and Soap, Mustache Man. There's a top pair situation going on here. Turns an ace. Jang picks up a gut shot. And a queen that he didn't think is robust.
Yep. All right. Take a river. Another ace is going to make Doe feel good about his king jack.
Jan would bluff it. Repping it. Nope, no bluffing. $6,000 hands.
All right, I'm going to go 684.
I'm going to ask Lloyd the same question later today.
All right.
He'll give me a sensible answer. Not a fourth.
You never know.
Well, indeed, you never know. But I think we know it's not that.
Is that it? Just 600 hands? Yeah.
I think 600-ish, right?
That'll be like a nice tally that you can give yourself. Every hand you play, you're just like one hand closer to winning the main.
You know, that's how I like to think about MTT, right? I have like set little targets for myself.
Oh yeah.
And like it's like running a marathon.
Mhm.
You go, okay, I've done another 2K. Yeah, I've got. You know, you start. Like yeah, this keeps you motivated.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't do that, Sam, right? You just play every hand like it's your last.
I could die at any time, Steven.
Yeah, if you keep annoying people, yeah.
Is that a threat?
No, it's an advice. It's a warning.
Vidur says 85 hands. That's like one day. We're on hand 94, Vidur, of today.
I think he means V-pipping 85 hands.
Ah. There you go. Justin's backing me up in chat.
You bloody Canadians.
I think Queen 7 of diamonds has got to hit the muck. It's a nice shove into Panker with the Jack 9.
Very nice. Well, I was promised 100 viewers if the banker were to play the feature table.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Where are these 100 players? Is there another one of those empty promises?
Maybe.
Okay, since since we're at it, how many hands do you think you have to V-pip to win the whole thing, the main event?
Okay, so V-pip's probably around like 35%. So just divide 684 by 3, 221.
That many, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go 221.
Okay, legitimate hand.
Very.
Very easy jam here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Move along.
Yeah, just let it go.
No, that's where Kang first.
Yeah, if it's super cheap, I mean, you can just chuck it in, but...
Come on, fam. It's just one hand out of 600. You can let go. By the way, your 30% doesn't make sense either, the V-pip, because when you're heads up, you're V-pipping a lot more.
No, I included for that. I said 35%, which, you know, during the bubble, it's a lot lower. And final table, it's a lot lower.
Oh, I like it, yeah.
Yeah, but heads up, you're basically playing 100%.
Mm.
Although, when it's limp, though, you only get V-pip when you're on the button. If you just check back the button, the big blind doesn't count.
True. BVB. Racing ace 6 off. Can you defend a king high? Yes, you can.
There we go. Nine, 9-7. Both players miss. Jangso with the best of it.
Get rid.
Yeah, it's just got to go in the muck.
Well, it's nothing. There's no improving.
We're still at 20 in the field, Stephen.
Yeah, I know. All right, a6 off. So the dynamic is so different, this table versus the one we covered earlier.
Yeah, I would say so. A lot less aggressive pre-flop, I think.
Yes. We are a few minutes away from another break. Maybe 2 more hands.
Yeah, not long.
Okay. That's a very good hand. Queen jack off from the small blind.
Very good. Greg describes his hand as the lukewarm water of hands.
I like lukewarm water.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a very healthy drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good for your digestive system.
Yeah, I like freezing cold ice water.
Yeah, me too.
All right,
Well,
10-7 deuce.
It's meant to be bad for you, but anyway. 10 high board. Oh, if he checks, he's kind of giving it up.
There we go. Good card to start bluffing on.
Oh, who doesn't even care about his flush draw?
No, just gives it up.
We have a new chip lead at the table. Vu Du Tian from Vietnam.
Justin in chat saying, who knew there won't be as many bust outs when people aren't calling off 17 bigs of Queen 10 off or 3-bet squeezing with 7 deuce. Very valid. The play has gotten a little bit more serious now.
What are you trying to say?
It was fun earlier. Now it's serious.
So here we go. As good as 7 deuce. Off.
Yep.
We haven't really seen much of Dipankar's play. Actually, he's been pretty cat dead.
Yeah, yeah. Flop himself 2 fake gut shots here.
I can't even see the fakeness of it. It's like, oh, I bought a fake Rolex. Yeah, but it says Casio on it. Okay. It blatantly says G-Shock. It's not fake Rolex.
Whoa. 7-3 going for the check raise.
Oh, he sees a fake shot somewhere.
With his fake flush draw.
That's a Timex. It's not even a Casio. Okay, well, he gives up his fake flush draw, strict draw. Oh, his fake double, what was it? Double gutter.
Yep.
Okay, I can see the clock vaguely. 2 more minutes until the break. Queen 10 off. That's a fake suitor connector. You got me started. Apologize or I'll continue.
Here we have Ace King. Look at that. Finally picking up a hand.
Ace. Fake aces.
Yeah.
That would get the job done. It's a pretty chunky 3-bet, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Showing a king. King of spades. One more hand, says TT. The stacks are compressing. There's no big chip lead anymore at the table.
No, it's kind of evening out. Still 20 players remaining. Let's see what we're at for average big blinds. Only 33, Stephen. I thought it'd be a little bit higher.
So small blind. He's trying to see a cheap flop.
No, raising it up.
Nope, he just raised. Such a small raise as well. Well, he's quite short. That's it.
All right.
Well, with that, we are going on to for a quick break. I'm going to sign off because I've got to jump back into the Cantonese booth. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for the comments in the YouTube chat room. I shall return tomorrow for the final tables, so stay tuned. And when we come back, Vidar and a special guest will continue the coverage of the APT Phu Quoc 2024 main event. So come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephen, and we'll see you all after the break.
Welcome back to the Asian Poker Tour main event. This is day 3. We are down to 20 players and we are playing down to the final table, the final 9 players today. We're in lovely Phu Quoc, as you see on the screen. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm joined by my fellow countryman, Mr. Ankit Ahuja, in the booth. Ankit, welcome to the booth. Welcome to Phu Quoc. I know you've been playing MTTs all around the world. First off, how are you feeling about Phu Quoc and playing here?
Well, first, thank you for the welcome and having me here. Yeah, the fields here are nice. Phu Quoc is such a nice place. Beautiful island, lovely beaches, super clean. So it's been a great holiday, I would say.
Yeah, it's like half holiday, half poker, right?
Yes.
I mean, just look at this drone shot that I've been obsessing over. I feel like I'm in Disneyland, and here we are at the Corona Resorts and Casino. There's the lovely Corona Theater. There's obviously the casino, to the extent that's the way you want to go. And then obviously there is our poker floor. Now we're down to the final 20. Ankit, I know you were in the main event yourself. Obviously did not make it to day 3, but have you had a chance to take a look at the players? And let's not forget, there is Dipankar out there representing our country as well.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the field too much. I know Dipankar is there. I know Shardul busted earlier today. He had made it to today as well. And I think a couple of the Aussie guys were in there that I know.
Yeah, Dylan Foster, by the way, was on our feature table. Had a bit of a, spew 4-bet on the flop with the gut shot. Got called by top pair. Immediately jumped into the baby superstar. I saw you eyeing his demise over there as well. He's always a fun presence.
Oh, yes. Dylan, if he blasted it off, it's all right. I respect that.
Exactly.
Always respect the blast.
Always respect the blast.
I've blasted myself as well, so.
Love it.
Yeah. That's just how somehow tournaments go.
Indeed, indeed. By the way, we see the floor there. 1 feature table, 2 additional tables, and we will have a redraw when we get down to the top 2. Ankit, you play a lot of MTTs now. Let me just ask you, what do you think the players are feeling, and what should their strategy be at different stack depths?
It's a high pressure situation, 20 left, big field tournament, 185k up top. You don't want to make any mistakes at this time. It's very critical time of the tournament. So I'm sure some of the players are quite experienced in there. And once they're, with their experience, all of it will come into play. They're going to be looking at, the different stack sizes, where they stand, be ICM aware, and most importantly, just enjoy the moment, just enjoy the experience. Like when you're so deep in an MTT and the adrenaline is high and you're pumped up and you just soaking it all in, there's no other good feeling in poker.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's why so many people make the switch, you yourself included, I believe. So now we mentioned the different stack depths. We have all kinds of stack sizes coming into our feature table as well. We do have Dipankar, who has been sort of making his way through the field down to the final 20. Lots of support for him in the rail. I'm looking at the other players remaining as well. 5 Vietnamese locals. You've been coming to Vietnam a lot to play. Pretty impressive. 25% of the field still locals.
Yeah, that is quite impressive. Actually, this is my first time in Vietnam.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that.
I haven't played that much in Asia. Mostly played in Europe and America.
Straight to Phu Quoc, huh?
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. Just felt like this was going to be a nice resort holiday kind of a place, so I came here for a bit of a poker holiday. But it has to be great for the local community, 5 players out of 20, 25% of the field, local field, they would have their friends, their families, the local fans, all rooting for them. So it should be an amazing experience for them.
Our chat certainly proving your point. Let's not forget some of the others, by the way. 4 from South Korea, I see. 3 from China, 2 from Japan, and then 1 each from Australia, Canada, Hong Kong, India, we mentioned, Philippines, and Thailand. So diversity never lacking here at the APT. Now, this is exciting. I didn't realize this was your first time in Vietnam. I already asked you how you feel about Phu Quoc. Hopefully you get the chance to explore the country as well. Have you noticed anything about the way the Vietnamese players play? Is it a bit more erratic than the rest of the world, or is it about on par?
I've played with a couple. I mean, some of them are maybe, they play a lot more cash games and they're used to seeing more flops and maybe gamble a bit more. So it's definitely a fun place to play.
Yeah, I personally love it. I mean, anytime I've had the chance to play in Vietnam, I feel like you know, it's really become a breeding ground for fantastic poker players as well, thanks to so many opportunities. Local card clubs in Hanoi in particular.
It has, yes. There's a couple of series that have come up in Vietnam and in Asia overall. I was surprised to see the standard of play here. There's some really good players from not only just Vietnam, but from Thailand. A couple of the Japanese guys that I played with were playing incredibly well.
Yeah.
So Asian poker is booming.
Well, the APT here to serve and perhaps grow the game more than it already has. This is the last stop of the year. We just came from Manila, as you well know, and straight into Phu Quoc. Do wrap up the series here. It's not on the website yet, by the way, but we are going back to Manila in February.
Are you?
So see you
Okay.
there. And
Yes,
then also
hopefully.
Taipei is sort of the marquee APT stop these days. That's in April. Both of them, the date's going to be finalized very, very shortly and on the website and the socials, so follow along. But February, April, somewhere around Chinese New Year and somewhere around the middle of April. So the APT, not taking too much of a rest, but for now, today is the third last day of the festival and the stream. Day 3, tomorrow we come back and play the main event final table. Haven't mentioned this for a while, 185,000 USD up top, 4.7 billion in Vietnamese dong. Firstly, multi-billionaire opportunity in the offering. Always fun with Vietnam. Now, how do you think about the top prize there? Is it something that, you know, you're just trying to go for as a player, or are you respecting ICM, the godforsaken ICM?
It depends, you know, it depends on your personality, I suppose, the kind of player you are, your bankroll, people who would have been here in these situations. You know, obviously you want to respect the ICM, but there are some in the poker world, as you know, ICM is for poor people.
That's right.
So maybe we go for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who is in the mood to go for it. Let me tell you about some of the players we've been watching throughout the coverage. This is the same feature table we had before the break. The reason is that we will have a redraw at 16 players. So usually we are rotating the cohorts on the feature table. In this case, until we get down to 16, we'll stick with these folks. We do have somebody that Sam and Steven in the booth called, and I think the chat as well, called Elton Sang, a duplicate of Elton Sang in the APT scarf. Now, what do we know about the bunker here, by the way? I've only had the chance to look him up on Hand and Mob and Extra Insight Poker Guru, which tracks some of the online earnings as well. So he's approaching about $1 million on his online Poker Guru earnings, and I believe crossed 100K on his Hand and Mob. So no lack of experience, definitely up there in terms of the Indian MTT scene.
Yeah, I've seen him around in the international circuit this year as well. He was there at the World Series. Have hung out with him a little bit. You know, we've had some nice chats. He's a good young kid, up and coming professional. He works hard, from what I hear as well. So looks like a good prospect, and he's sitting okay with 30 big blinds. I'm not sure what the the chip spread out is, or what the average stack is at the moment.
Average is 35 right now.
35 big. So yeah, so he's doing quite well, and from what I know and based on our conversations, he seems to be very composed and seems to be very calm. Doesn't look like the situation gets to him. So good for him, and we're rooting for him. Good luck, Dipankar.
Well, 183 million Vietnamese dong, that's 7,700 USD or so locked up. Oh, pardon me, you can see up top left, it's actually 7,200.
7,200 locked up.
So there we go. The next pay jump is going to be for 17th place. So I see him not too much of a consideration yet. The pay jumps do get massive as time goes on, to state the obvious. But 10th place, which is where we end up today, is about 11,000 USD. So again, I'll defer to you and your MTT experience. Is it time to play chip EV and try and accumulate? Or again, do you have to respect ICM? Survival is obviously crucial.
Look, there's the psychological boost as well if you make it to day 4, right? Make it to the final 10. So it really just depends. There's no right or wrong answer here. In general, if you want to play for the most money, you want to be respecting ICM. Like you don't find yourself in these situations where out of 795 only 20 left and you're there. You don't want to punt away your stack. Having said that, I've punted my stack off many times and I've learned the hard way. So you do want to respect that. You want to make sure that you are not being too passive, or not gambling too much, or not getting involved in multi-way pots. But at the same time, you do want to keep the aggression up, because if you want to give yourself a chance for the top 3 finishes, you take the aggressive spots. So it's a nice balance of caution and aggression, and it will be interesting to watch how all these players approach the situation.
Isn't that just MTTs in a nutshell? Caution and aggression being balanced. By the way, our common friend Gaurav Sood quoted something that I feel like is slowly making its way through the poker community globally, hopefully, via me if no one else, is that in a tournament, you're either dominating or navigating. You know, so the question is, which one do you want to do at any given point? Obviously, depending on your table draw, stack depth, etc. And if I can just cheesily transition to what just happened here. The king on the river with the under 1 SPR. This is just real hard luck for Moon.
He's going to go for value.
Yeah, he's essentially block betted. And I don't know if Pham can find the raise with top pair, second best kicker. Certainly against this sizing, it would be tempting.
The positions, Moon is in the big blind, right? So he still has a lot of the nuts. He still has the queen tens and also the flop 6-7 nuts. So in this situation in a tournament at this stage, you don't want to overvalue certain hands as well. I mean, having the queen is very nice, makes for a really easy call, but he has gone for it. He has recognized the situation, and he believes his top pair is good. Probably removed all the nuts from Moon's hand. That he can't have the straight. I'm not sure how the action played on the flop and the turn.
Yeah, pretty passive is one of the reasons he could do that. And I think also...
Oh, he called? Yes.
He called it off. What a great value raise there by Pham, and just like that, we're down to 19. Lose another player from Korea, GG sir. Leaves us in 20th place. I was going to say, you know, it's at this stage of the tournament that the big stacks can start repping bluffs, start repping that they're muscling you around if you have a short stack, as soon as you make a blocker bet. So can't blame the Jack 3 call off there. Hard luck with the run out, and now we're down to 5. I took a look at the entire chip count across the tournament, thanks to the redraw and thanks to the fantastic live recording of our teams. So only 4 stacks, including Moon's, I believe, below 1 million. So everybody has at least 20 bigs, with the exception of, I want to say, 1 player from Thailand and 2 others on the outer tables. On our table, of course, we have the chip leader. This man, by the way, Do Tien Vu, has just been dominant ever since day 2. He is the best looking man on the table by far. Stephen Lai called him equivalent to a crazy rich Asian cast member, and I have to say I agree. You'll see him in a moment. He has 2.7 million, which is just massive at this stage.
And he's the chip leader?
He's the chip leader of the tournament, joined by another notable. I don't see him on the screen just yet, so he would be on the other table. It is David Erkiga, a.k.a. our friend Dave Spade, who joined us in the booth in APT Manila. So there you go, Ankit.
Okay.
Good luck charm to be in the booth.
Okay.
Your next series, you could be
Next
running
series, that's
into
it.
the final 2 of the main.
That's it. All right. So every APT, I'll make an appearance in the booth.
There you go.
So that the next one goes well.
So you see Dave in the pink shirt on the outer table at the back of the screen there. He's one of the best players from the Philippines, multiple million on his Hendon mob, and certainly not the man the table would like to see with 2.5 million in chips. That's it. That's the other outer table. You've seen all the players now. I guess it would be 7-7-5, so a bit of rebalancing needed.
Mm-hmm. So I guess a few players, or maybe a player from this current table that we're looking at, is going to be moved.
Yeah, let's take a look. So we should have somebody joining us on our feature table very shortly to make up for the elimination a moment ago.
Those plaques just look so good.
Yeah, the Casino Royale vibe.
Yeah.
So you play a lot in the UK, you said. Do they have plaques there?
No, we don't have plaques there.
That's weak.
Mostly just chips. chips everywhere. I haven't seen in Europe as well, or in the US, plaques being used in tournament poker. Used them in cash games.
Cash games.
Yeah.
Are these cash games you yourself have ever played in? Because in my head, those are like Monte Carlo, like $100,000 black cash games.
I've never played a played a cash game where I've had 100K in front of me, but there have been card rooms where I've played in which like in Spain actually I think the plaque starts from a 500 euro chip.
Oh, okay.
So it's 500 euro and above are all plaques.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, in Barcelona. So that's a cool feeling where you just have plaques in front of you.
That's a vibe.
Yeah.
Back to the feature table as we are balancing it out. I see 6 players, so I think we might be good. Hey, shout out to the APT merch on the screen. Always appreciated. That's Mr. Doe, if you couldn't tell from his polo and sunglasses. That's the bunker who we've been hyping. Only remaining player from India.
So it will be quite interesting to see now how they will approach, because if they're playing short-handed, they're playing only 6-6, no 7-7 and 5, right? Or
we would have rebalanced, so it'd be
so
6-6-7.
6-6-7 now. Yeah. So if they're playing, the feature table is 6-handed, it will be interesting to see how the ranges are being adjusted. Are players which players are going to push the pedal a little bit, trying to put pressure. And take the blinds down.
Well, for now, Dewey gets a walk with the ace-queen off. That's bittersweet. So 23 bigs is the shortest stack, which is obviously pretty big. As I said, the average is where most of the chip stacks are essentially distributed around. Yeah, you bring up a great point, Ankit. This is essentially the first time you have to play short-handed in the entire tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is moving day today. The hand selections, the whoever decides to be aggressive or pushes the pedal a little bit can see themselves in a good position tomorrow to finish top 3. So again, balancing that with caution, it's a fine balance, like I said. It was quite interesting to see Dipankar give a walk in the last hand from the small blind. I think he had
9-7 off.
Yeah,
on the button.
In the small blind.
Oh, in the small.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
there we go.
So we see here raise with King Jack, and there will be collision for sure. See how they approach with Ace Jack suited. Three decent hands. Yang Hyun-sik has completed. He's got a pretty hand as well.
Oh, talk about pretty hand. The flush draw and the open-ender. And by the way, the better open-ender. Yeah, and the better open-ender for who with the King Jack and the gut shot. And somehow the best hand at the moment with the Ace Jack off. Hyun-sik Jang from South Korea should be looking to pile this in to the extent he can get some of the stronger hands to let it go. The King Jack begins with the bet as the pre-flop aggressive, both blinds with just monster holdings.
Well, this board still hits the cutoff opener and the big blind, so it's not so easy just to pile it in. I think we want to just call. We have a lot of equity. Can see a turn as well. We're quite deep.
Indeed, what he does. Essentially, wouldn't mind building a pot with a hand this strong, but need some of those clean outs to come in. There's the cleanest of outs.
And the King of Diamonds is still there.
Dream scenario brewing. 725 in the middle. Oh, he's checked it again in flow. And now who can semi-bluff, but against 2 players. Wow, he just goes for it.
Yeah, holding the King of Diamonds and still having the open-ended straight draw. You can get a lot of hands in a lot of pressure, get a lot of 10x's to fold. So it'll be interesting to see how Jang Hyun-sik continues here, whether he decides to raise or just call.
Chin Long Hu, by the way, WSOP bracelet winner, 31-year-old poker pro from China.
Looks like he's raised it to 600K. So getting a very good price. Chin Long Hu with the King of Diamonds. Of course, he doesn't know that Zhang Hyun-sik doesn't have the Ace of Diamonds, so he has to be a bit worried about that.
Yeah, this just looks so nutted. I'm surprised at the sizing, giving essentially the naked ace or naked king of diamonds the correct price to try and draw, but Hu without the ace of diamonds can't feel too comfortable, even if he does hit. This just looks like the ace of diamonds, doesn't it?
But it's very unlikely. Oh, lets it go. Very unlikely that Hyun-sik Chang would have the ace-high flush from the big blind, right? Some of those ace-X's would want to squeeze from the big blind, the suited ace-X's.
Especially against a cutoff.
Versus cutoff and small blind.
Does not take the pot odds being offered, and now we have another stack above 2 million. Hyun-sik Chang spinning it up. Huge pot going his way, extra 700K added. Hard to imagine how much equity that's worth. You did mention setting yourself up for a top 3 finish, which I think is a really cool sort of goal or milestone to have. Everybody either is dreaming of, you know, the Mega Lion, the top place prize, Vegas, and the Mirage, as they say, or trying to think about ICM. But top 3 is interesting as well. You know, 79,000 for 3rd place and 11,000 for 10th place, which is the end of the day today. So setting yourself up for top 3 also comes with some huge ladders.
Yeah, the pay jumps are not that big at the moment, right? So we are 19 left, and the current payout is $7,215.
Yep.
So the next pay jump comes on 17th place, and that is...
So, I mean, 10th place is good for 11,000.
So, but do we know what 17th?
Oh, yeah, that's about an extra half a buy-in.
Half a buy-in. So yeah, so the pay jump, so the next pay jump, the pay jumps at this point are still not that big.
2/3 a buy-in, that's $1,000.
So relative to the remaining prize pool. So we're still incentivized to go for it in certain spots with only 19 left.
Just mentioning how Hyun-sik Chang was the player who eliminated the Bubble Boy in this tournament, Queens versus Ace King, and actually Dipankar eliminated the other Bubble Boy, while we do see Kunal Patni on the screen, seeming a bit lost at the left-hand side, deciding what to fire, perhaps.
Yeah, deciding what to fire next.
We've all been there, Kunal. Pick wisely, my friend. Plenty of options still. 4 or 5 events left for the day. Over 82 events this series, and mind you, this is on the smaller scale side for the APT. So yeah, Justin mentioning how Hyun-sik Chang had pocket queens on the bubble held against the Bubble Boys. So we had 119 players paid. Curious to get your thoughts on this. Obviously 120th would be the Bubble Boy, right? Except Nevin Chang from Taiwan. And once again, I'm forgetting the other person's name, but we had 2 people busting during hand for hand. Who gets known as the Bubble Boy? Is it 121st place who got nothing? Because they split the prize.
They split the bottom prize, right? So then has to be the 121st.
Has to be 121st.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I asked this is because we actually give an envelope draw to the Bubble Boy as, you know, consolation prize.
Okay.
Usually has the double stack ticket, the mini main, the micro main, just a little sorry for your situation kind of thing. But when 121st place busted, he didn't get any of that because he was in the stone bubble.
Yeah, but I think technically it's still the 2 people who busted and split the bottom payout. They would still be the bubble.
We have a disagreement here.
Yeah.
I think we should chase down the 121st player.
Good luck with that.
And be like, hey, here's a ticket. Draw something. Bit of a situation brewing. Most importantly, because these are the big stacks on the table. Now that Pham has climbed up to almost 3 million. Has the middle pair got shot to the wheel. Do middle pair, better kicker. Could be a chop a lot of the time as well, this hand. Queen of spades does increase the chop chances.
It does, indeed. Blind on blind situation. There's a bet and call on the flop. I think they will both be cautious on the turn. There's two flush draws, both of them holding a spade. Phu Quoc Bao Pham? Is that how we say the name?
It's always tricky with the first name, last name. So Pham would be his last name in this case.
Okay.
So definitely the safe way to go. But I
Okay,
suppose
so
I'll do my best.
just Pham.
Quoc, Bao, Pham.
So Pham is continuing with his pair and a gut shot. And
are those raising chips? He's about to click it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think he's clicking to get to showdown on the river. If Pham calls, can check back the river because he doesn't probably himself wants to face a big bet.
Which does make it an extraordinary value bet with third pair against weaker third pair, weak kicker.
Yeah. Will Pham go for it? He has the deuce blocker.
That's right. The problem is it's the big stack versus big stack battle. There we go. Value achieved. Needs to dodge the fours and deuces. Obviously some chop outs still live, but to the extent he follows your game plan, Ankit, it's working out perfectly for Do.
Five of spades would be a very interesting river.
Oh, how about just the 10?
Two pair, oh.
How about just raising third pair and backing into clearly the best hand? It's not going to check back now.
No, it's not going to go check back now. It's interesting to see what sizing he chooses here. There's 880k in the pot, and they both have over 2 million behind. So over 2.5 SPR on the river.
Good time for a time bank, and by the way, looking at the stack in the pot, we're about to have a new chip leader. In fact, Do is about to approach 3 million himself. Time for some plaques. 100k a piece.
Oh, he shows it to him. Look, I'm betting. Are you going to call? What are you going to do?
Yeah, was that him also getting a read as he bet, or just intimidation?
Yeah, looked a bit like trying to intimidate the opponent. No?
I'd certainly be intimidated if somebody did that to me.
I think I did play with Do Tien Vu on day 2, but he certainly did like to get after it from my experience, from what I saw. It was fun playing with him. Makes a good laydown, Pham. Well done.
Pham, by the way, no spring chicken. 452,000 on his hand and mob. Puts him in the top 30 or so for Vietnam overall. It's always fascinating to see some of the best survive late into the tournament. Justin Fairbanks, who, by the way, Ankit, is longtime APT viewer. He's, how to even describe him? Sort of our analyst in the chat, pure volunteer, for the love of the game and the love of poker and numbers. So he's informing us that the last player from Thailand busted in 19th place. That is a bit sad. Mentions how the rail will be a little less entertaining when we reach the final table, because it is true the Thai rails are the most fun.
Are they? Really? So the Thais are the Brazilians of Asia.
Kind of, there's
Yeah.
just this crazy passion they have for watching their fellow countrymen succeed. Every once in a while, if the time difference and, maybe it's like a Friday, Saturday, I feel like Indian rails are pretty fun as well, but doesn't compete with the Thai rails. I have Google Translate on for the chat. And that also adds a unique twist because the translation is never too accurate. And so in my head, they're just saying the wildest things.
I love to see the passion. It's great to see that so many people are tuning in and they're rooting for their favorites and their countrymen. So
yeah, and some people who we've seen for a while. I'm just looking at Justin, obviously, even Birong Singh, who's trying to tell me, by the way, that the way we saw the name spelled out, which I call Ngoc, is pronounced Nop in Vietnam. Bir, can you help me further? Is it Nop or Nope or what? Yeah, some of them watch just for the love of the game. I did meet some players from India who had heard me before, so, always cool to hear that there are people just sort of grinding online and just having the stream open. So tell us a bit more about yourself, Ankit, or rather the chat, perhaps. What's your poker career been like? And I know you're from Delhi, live in the UK. What's the poker journey been like?
Just like anybody else's journey, really. Lots of ups and downs. Too many breaks. The highest of highs, lowest of lows. But overall, I wouldn't trade it for anything else. It's been amazing. Get to travel the world, meet amazing people, get to do commentary with yourself. It's a great experience overall. Just going to different stops and playing a game for a living.
Yeah.
How many people can say that?
I know. Certainly agree with that. And you started out playing cash like most people do, or straight to tournaments?
I was playing cash recreationally, really, for 10 years, even after college and through my corporate or working career. And I think after I quit my job in 2019 or 2018, was it? It's been so long. Somewhere around there, and I decided to give myself a year just playing poker, and it's been okay so far.
And when you did that was to play tournaments or play cash?
That was to play tournaments and cash as well, actually. Wasn't planning on giving up cash or anything like that. Not that I still have given up cash, but it's cash games are now more private, and like you don't have to travel so much, and the lifestyle is also a bit different. The games are good at night if you're playing live cash or even online. The games are better at night. You want to, you're usually up at night. You sleep through the day, and I prefer to be. I'm too old now. I can't keep doing that, being up through the night. So I prefer tournaments. You just travel, you go show up, you pay money, and you get a seat and you play.
Yeah.
So it's fun that way.
And the schedule here, by the way, I do find it a bit more challenging than people give it credit for, because obviously we're going to be trying to make day 4 of the main event here. That means 3 days, and obviously the final table, of playing 11 a.m. to sometimes, I think yesterday went on to midnight. And that's a proper grinder schedule, and it's not what poker players love necessarily. I mean, even 11 a.m. is way too early for most poker players.
Hey, 185K doesn't come easy, You have to work for it. So
it's only the bubble boy I feel bad for.
So I think, the bubble boy, I'm sure he would have found something else to fire.
Yeah, I hate to mention this, but Justin in chat has been mentioning how the bubble boy had $1,000 on his Hendon mob. So extra pain, but it is part of the poker journey. The high highs and the low lows, as you mentioned.
Yeah, in future, when he does win a tournament, he will look at this moment as, oh yeah, I went through that as well, and that would be an experience.
And you mean it, right? Like it's not just like empty words. Like we've all had some version of this ridiculous bad beat that you sort of overcome and then look back on relatively fondly.
Yeah, I think I've soft bubbled every tournament in this series so far that I've played. So, but it's a part of the game. So Pham is right back on it. He's opened from under the gun with King 8 suited, pretty standard, and he's taken down the blinds.
We're on that page jump, mind you. 18 players left. Next page jump was about $1,000. Do you think of it in dollars or buy-ins, you think?
The pay jump? It depends on how much the money matters to me. If I'm playing a 25k, a min cash is a lot. If I'm playing a 500, I don't really care. It's just
Right.
buy-ins. So it just depends, right? Where how you're set up, how much of your bankroll is exposed, how much the money means to you.
And when you're talking about the main event, I mean, 185k up top, obviously. It's going to be meaningful to most. Every once in a while, I suppose, you'll get one of the Triton sickos joining us, which does happen now and again. Danny Tang and Punat Punsri come to mind, but here at the main event, we're talking about buying a house in Vietnam, you know?
185k can get you a lot of cheese. I don't know how the real estate market is in Vietnam, but I'm sure for 185k you could get a pretty decent house.
I'm extrapolating from India. You could probably get a nice little apartment somewhere.
Yeah. Sure.
185k in Vietnamese dong sounds so much more fun. 4.7 billion. Now, if 4.7 billion doesn't buy you a house, like what would?
Yeah, might as well quit playing then, right?
Queen, Queen 10, open-ended for the small blind. We're going to see a lot of blind battles. I think it's crucial for each player to form a strategy. In this case, Hyunsik with the newfound chips proceeds with caution. It's gone limp pre, check on the flop. 7 is meaningless for the moment.
Yeah, the Jack 9 is with the heart. He's going to bet for... Jack has even some showdown value when the big blind has checked behind.
Lead in chat says it's pronounced Nop. Thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind.
Nop.
So I suppose the name would be Nop, Quoc, Wow, Pham. Sorry for all mispronunciations. We do our best. Coming back to Vietnam after a while, by the way, with the APT. I have had a few stops here, mostly with the APT. Most recently been going to Hanoi as well, which I love. Really, the card rooms there are so cool because you can just wake up as though you're in Vegas every day and just have tournaments to play because there's local card rooms running daily tournaments. And getting those reps in really ends up creating some top-notch poker players. That's why we do see the Vietnamese field do so well.
Yeah, I hear poker is booming in Vietnam. It's good to see that all these clubs are coming up and they're offering games on a daily basis at affordable buy-ins for the locals.
Very affordable.
And I'm sure there are some satellites in there as well so that they can try and qualify for some of the bigger stage tournaments. So we see Dipankar here open the 4s from the hijack.
And thinking about, how probably you and I came up in the same way. I used to live in the US where, if you want to play poker, you go to a card room, you're going to play cash, right? And you're going to learn cash, maybe do some study, get better at the game. In Vietnam, due to regulation, it's all MTTs. And so if you find a passion for poker, it's going to be in MTTs, at least playing live. And imagine if you were just playing MTTs since the day you were of age. How much better would you be?
Yeah, probably. When I first started playing poker, I was in college as well, such a long time ago. And I remember in the college dorm, 5 of us would get together and play like a $2 sit and go.
Same.
In the States,
Very
or
similar.
a $5 sit and go. And
I remember calling, one day we decided to hold a 25-cent, 50-cent game, and we just called it high stakes. We were just like, this is high stakes. Like, we were pretty nervous.
yeah, it would be a lot of money to you when you're, you have your lunch money on the line in university.
Here we go. The outer tables. We are down to 16, and mind you, those were some quick eliminations. Got down from 18 to 16 real quick, which means there must have been some action on the outer tables. We will follow the live reporting in a moment as we figure out what exactly happened there. So, down to 16, final 2 tables, Ankit, all to play for.
So there should be a table redraw, I believe, at 16 now.
Yeah, let's just soak it in. There is going to be a table redraw, and we're going to take a 10-minute, maybe 15-minute break to do exactly that, the redraw. But let's just take a look at all the players we have in the outer fields left. I'm still trying to figure out who got eliminated. 16 players across 3 tables. To spot some of the people joining us on the previous feature table. That's Lloyd, essentially the head tournament director, helping with the chip count. And mind you, that's the rest of the poker floor as well. Other events are happening. Let me just take a quick look at what else we have going on. So we know what people are jumping into. I know, Ankit, you might be jumping into some of the smaller buy-ins for fun, I'm sure. Just today, we have a turbo, a pot limit Omaha bomb pot. So talk about
bomb pot.
Talk about home games, straight to the flop bomb pot. A Sati to the 2-day high roller, which is actually how a previous runner-up qualified. Another hyper turbo. Those are pretty fun. That's at 9:30, and a super hyper turbo. That's 5-minute levels, by the way. Absolute madness.
I might actually max late reg the Sati later on, or jump in it at some point later for the 2-day high roller, because that's what I plan on playing. I was thinking about playing the baby superstar challenge, but after bricking so much, and I didn't want to pass up on the opportunity to sit here with you and commentate. So
we're glad for it. Obviously, the baby superstar challenge is the higher buy-in side. I believe it was 4,200 USD or so this time around. We do have the Zodiac sort of finishing up. 17 people left in it, so that's going to be exciting to follow. Oh my goodness, the baby superstar challenge ended up getting 47 entries. That is quite a lot considering the buy-in. 29 people left in it. There is a PLO event going on, and one of my favorite events, the Heads Up event, is down to, I believe, the final team. So exciting events all around. Meanwhile, for the one we're tracking, the big one, the APT Main Event, the Mega Lion, is on offer. And we will be rotating feature tables, which could end up being essentially a coin flip in terms of who ends up on it. We are going to have a redraw. So here's how it's going to work. Redraw, about a 15-minute break, chat. Do not go anywhere, because as we come back, we go from 16 to the final 9. That's it. These are all the table draws that are going to happen, considering we're just going to get shorter and shorter-handed. Ankit, one last word on what the strategy will look like. We'll start out 8-handed and then go short-handed until we get to the final 9. What can the players be looking out for? What landmines to avoid?
Just play their game, what they've learned so far. That's what has brought them here. So don't try anything fancy. Enjoy the experience and just play your game.
We have Chirag Chiggy in chat saying, "Let's go DP," and shouts me out as well. Well, there we go.
Go DP.
We are playing down to 10 play out. That's 11,370 USD. After which we would have made the final table. 16 spots now, 9 make it to the next day. It's going to be all to play for. A quick break as we redraw the final 2 tables. Thank you for being with us. Do not go anywhere. Set your alarm clocks for 15 minutes from now, and we'll see you then with Ankit in the booth. See you on the other side.
non-limit hold'em freestyle variety 300, 600. 600 300, 600, 600 300.
Welcome back to the APT Main Event, coming to you live from the Corona Resorts in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. My name is Vidur. I'm joined by Ankit Ahuja in the booth. Ankit, when we last left the chat, we were down to the final 16. Now we're back and we play down to the final 9. We're eyeing the 185,000 USD up top. And that, by the way, on the screen is Grand World, this sort of insane fake city that they've built in the middle of the lovely Phu Quoc Island. Had a chance to go there. Ankit, welcome back to the booth. Your first time in Vietnam, your first time in the APT booth. Have you had a chance to go around Phu Quoc yet? Have you seen Grand World?
I went to the Grand World. It was, yeah, they've tried to build a little Venice there, but it was kind of cool. They have, I don't know if you saw the show at night they have there.
I haven't had a chance.
Just happened to be there by chance
Nice.
while I was getting an ice cream outside. And yeah, they make an effort, and the lights and the sounds are interesting. You know, they put like lasers and like some fog and fountains go up, and in those fountains you see images.
Oh wow!
And like some videos. So it's quite interesting. So you can definitely have a look once. If you are here in Phu Quoc, it's free. You can just be there at 9:30.
Well, color me intrigued. I'm certainly going to try and check this out.
Yeah.
Now it's 6:34 p.m. You mentioned 9:30.
Yeah.
We're down to the final 2 tables. Let me just bring it back to the poker. Do you think it's going to last more than, let's pick a number here, 2 hours?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind, yeah?
It's going to be a grind.
2 hours is just 2 levels,
We're
of
very
course.
deep, right? 35 BB average, I believe, or 40 BB average, close to.
Now let's take a look. I can actually check the tournament clock, and we're looking at 33 big blind average. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, I would give it more than 2 levels to get down to the final 9. 7 bust outs.
Yeah.
But hey, you never know. I mean, you know, sometimes these guys just decide to blast it off and gamble a little bit, then who knows?
And sometimes a vacuum cleaner emerges. And by the way, the man in the pink is David Spade from the Philippines. And he is the likely candidate to be the vacuum cleaner. 4.2 million chips in his stack. By far the tournament chip leader. That is just insane what he's spun his stack onto. The blinds are 30-60, so monster stack at this stage. Oh, pardon me, the blinds are actually 20-40, I believe. Either way, it's just a huge, huge stack.
Yeah, that is a huge stack.
Oh, we see it there. Okay, so the tournament clock. We have 21 minutes left in this level with the redraw. And the blinds are 25-5, so...
25-50.
25-50, pardon me. So over 80 bigs in David's stack.
Yeah, that is just huge. He must be fancying his chances. I just know the feeling. 16 left. You have a big stack. You're already feeling it. You see yourself on the final table.
Yeah, this is...
You just don't want to let it get to your head.
For one thing, it is certainly a final table stack. He could coast his way into it, but knowing Dave Spade, he would want to put himself in the most cruise control situation possible on the final table. Will have no hesitation going for it.
Makes for exciting poker. Makes for an exciting next hour and a half or so. So it'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, looking forward to introducing all of you in the chat to some of the newer faces. Most of them are joining us once again from previous feature tables, and that's what I love about our coverage. Day 2 onwards, we rotate the feature table every 2 hours. So, you know, by the time we get down to the final 9, we're usually familiar with the players in the booth and in the chat as well. That being said, some new faces. We do have Dave Spade joining us on the feature table with his monster stack for the first time, I believe, in the tournament.
And he picks up 10s.
Oh, it just immediately... The run good is just going strong.
Ooh.
On his right is the player from South Korea. One of the few remaining, 3 of them on our table. Choi.
Ace 4 suited in the cutoff versus hijack open. Could 3-bet or fold.
Yeah, talk to me about these middling stacks, Ankit. What do they have to look out for? Choi at least has good position being on the left of David.
Yeah, the big stacks, you know, they can add a lot of pressure. They, excuse me, they will apply a lot of pressure on the middling stacks. Like you said earlier, what Gaurav said. What is it? Poker tournaments are about dominating or navigating.
That's right.
So middling stacks have to navigate, and the big stacks have to dominate.
There
That's
we
just
go.
how it is.
Shout out to Gaurav Sood.
Shout out to Gaurav Sood.
So we do have two players, two locals from Vietnam. You see them at the 24 big blind and the 18 big blind stack depth. One player from China who was on the feature table in the last go around. Jin Long Hu, bracelet winner from China. 1.2 million in his stack. He is one of the shorter stacks as well. Seat number 2, that's Huang. Shortest stack at the moment. The APT hoodie for Hyun Sik Jang from South Korea. 2 million for him. And the man in the hat, the Budweiser hat, mind you, Kyosuke Nagami, joined us at APT Manila as well now in the final 2 tables. 1.4 million for him. He had a sick score this year. 21st in the WSOP main event. A dream run, obviously, 20 spots away from all the glory, but I think when you're competing against 10,000 people, probably take it.
Yeah, I'm sure in the moment he must have been very disappointed. I did get a chance to play with him, with Nagami, in a couple of other high roller tournaments before the main. Always just seemed very calm.
Oh yeah.
You know, nothing seemed to bother him. Just very calm. Played his hand. Stayed very quiet. Seemed like a very calm guy. Always good for poker.
By the way, on the left of the screen was Gabby, live reporting team, just going strong. She's a key member. You'll see many of the updates from the live reports from her, and you can follow the live reports as well. apt.poker. What's really cool, and Ankit, you might not know this, is that our live reporting team, when it comes down to the final 2 tables, knows to not spoil anything, and as a result delays everything by 30 minutes to just keep up with our video coverage. So shout out, always doing an amazing job.
Shout out to them.
Cards in the air once again. So we mentioned Kyosuke. Following Kyosuke, we do have a local, another APT hoodie, or APT patch at least. No, that is a APT hoodie.
That is a hoodie.
Very cool. That is another local. That's Tuong Chan Kak, I believe. Pardon any mispronunciations. Another short stack, mind you, 1.2 million. That does count as a short stack at these levels. But nobody's, you know, in that danger zone. Everybody above 20 bigs. We are going to be 8-handed, so technically there's no hurry. Goes to your point about this might take some time.
Yeah, no hurry at all. 20 big blinds is a very playable stack, especially at these levels.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Jin Long Hu is all in from the cutoff.
Right as you say that.
For 24 big blinds.
That is certainly being fearless about variance in a nutshell. Pocket 4 is jamming 24 bigs.
No fear. Maybe it might not take 2 hours. We don't know.
Right as you said that, the Pocket 4s find the 24 big blind rip. Always happy to be wrong in the booth. In fact, this entire festival and the coverage started off with us covering day 2 of the main. We had a feature table with the man from Malaysia, William Teo. He won the 10,000 USD super high roller in APT Manila. And the guy just came with the mission. He was rocking about a 65% VPIP. I'm just approximating, but I think I'm pretty accurate. Cold called a 3-bet with King 8 off. Cold called, or rather called a 4-bet with, I want to say, as low as 5 deuce suited or something like that. It was just absurd. It was super fun. Obviously, eventually imploded calling a 3-bet with Queen 5 suited against the aces, but it was fun while it lasted.
You have to respect the ambition with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, have to respect the ambition.
Always, always.
That's what we want to see in poker tournaments, no? That's why poker is alive and kicking.
Especially in Asia, especially in Vietnam.
This APT merch looks really cool. How can I get my hands on some of this?
Now, this is a sore spot for me, Ankit, because nobody offers me anything for free. Nobody even offers me a discount. 10 APTs in, and here I am, merchless in the booth. That being said, we have a fantastic new lineup of merch, and if you're looking for value, by the way, the $20 scarf / shawl is just unbelievable. That hoodie just got upgraded, very fine quality, and it's all outside the poker venue itself. I'll point you to it. But in case you were like me, stingily asking for a discount, there's none to be had. No matter how much commentary you do, nobody comes up to you and bestows you with the merch.
No rake back.
No rake back. That's right.
We do get rake back in some of the high roller tournaments for starting before on time.
Oh, that's right.
The first
That's
hand
right.
is dealt.
If
That is
you
nice.
if you're the first, like if you sign up before the first time, you get 50% back.
50% rake back if you sign up and your chips are in play for the first.
That's not bad.
24 players, I believe. So, some of the things that APT are doing right, they are doing stuff for the players.
I mean, you played all over the world now, Ankit. Like, you know, the APT being run by players, essentially Michael Soiza, Victor Chong, both super experienced poker players, trying to cater to the player experience. Do you feel it as a participant?
I do. Look, I know Victor and Michael personally as well, and I have interacted with them a fair bit. You know, anytime you have a suggestion, you bring something up, you want to have a conversation, they're always willing to listen. They're willing to take criticism. They're willing to listen to suggestions, and they have the right team in place as well. The team, you know, the tournament staff, the tournament directors, the decision makers. They all take inputs from the players, and if they feel that yes, some changes are essential or what the players are saying has some merit to it, they actually bring those changes in place. So APT being run by players who actually play the highest stakes and understand how poker works bodes well for the Asian circuit, and they set a good benchmark as well for other Asian series.
Yeah, very well put. I just keep thinking that Michael Soiza goes, plays Triton.
And wins.
Wins often, hopefully, most recently as well.
Yeah.
And then just, you know, sees what's good, eliminates what's bad, and out comes the APT. Justin in chat says, the pocket 4's jam was not as much variance as the 24 big blind shove with pocket 6s on the stone bubble. I did watch coverage of that. Sam and Steven kind of lost their minds. The difference is when, I believe he shoved +1, and I think he just panicked, did not know what to do, and just jams. I think it was like 22 bigs in there with pocket 6s on the stone bubble. But the difference was, I think he panicked, first off, and then the moment he did it, you could kind of tell that he was regretting it. Like he was just dreading nobody call. By the way, the big blind woke up with ace queen and found the fold, so it did work out.
Can happen, you know, nerves get to you sometimes. Big stage, haven't been there that often. Sometimes the lack of experience shows. Except that we did see, interestingly, under the gun player here just folded queen 9 suited, which shows the kind of pressure these guys are under. The ICM pressure also showing up. Queen 9 suited usually plays well. I don't know what the stack depth is, but maybe in ICM it is a fold.
Yeah, I believe he had, let's take a look. Yeah, almost 2 million in chips, 39 bigs.
So being one of the bigger stacks, but having the big blind, having David in the big blind might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
The big blind, who's the chip leader, can put you in a lot of tough spots.
And I like that adjustment as well. Respecting David being in the big blind, holding a playable under the gun.
Nagami here with the ace-7 continues on 3-3-2s. The board that doesn't hit big blind much. David with only a backdoor straight draw and 2 overcards. Be interesting to see if he decides to take the aggressive route here, having no diamonds or spades in his hand. Lets it go.
There's a bit of spot picking also, isn't there? I mean, you want to be the table captain. David clearly has been that to even have accumulated this much, but Kyosuke seems like the kind of person who might stick around. 3-3 deuce, obviously it's tough to start repping much. And I think knowing these regs, they would have looked up their table mates by now, seen who has the experience, who might be most affected by the pay jumps. Maybe not the person who scored 350 a few months ago.
Maybe not. 350, so he wins this and it's not even his biggest score.
That's right, his biggest score this year. But that being said, it does sort of legitimize, anybody can have a deep run in the main, so to speak, but to actually come to the APT main right after, and he was a big presence in APT Manila as well. I think it's the start of an amazing career, and obviously eyeing the 185 up top. Short stack with the ace-jack off, +2. It's a good example of comparing live scores. Dewey was a presence on our feature table yesterday, was navigating very, very well. 37,000 for him in his handed mob. Already locked up about 8,200. Eyeing another pay jump to 15. Perhaps, just perhaps, that first place prize and those pay jumps are a tad more meaningful.
That would be a huge boost. Probably.
I mean, he's approaching his biggest live cash thus far, which is 13. Ace on the flop. Good timing for Choi to play a bit passively with his pocket ace, respecting the early-ish open. It's almost middle position, 8-handed, +2.
Yeah, the ranges are still pretty tight, opening off of 18 big blinds or 19 big blinds here. Even his pre-flop bluffs, which would be ace-x that want to raise fold, hit this flop. So 8s still beat a 7, still have a pair above the 7 and 6, and still manages to fold here.
It's about the worst flop possible if you think about it, because 7s and 6s become a set. Do you give credit to win for opening 5s? Otherwise, everything else.
No, but he still has some king jack, king queen,
Broadways,
king x, any king x suited. So we're only losing to an 8, but we're still beating a lot of his opens and continues on this board.
Don't forget, these players have been battling with each other for the better part of 2 days, ever since coming into day 2. Obviously, flights 1A through D, they might have tangoed. And especially today, we just had the redraw, but just taking a look at our feature table, all the repeat faces, no doubt they've all developed reads on each other. That's seed 8, by the way, monster stack. Junsuk has 2.6 million. Doesn't compare to David's 4.2 or so, but still good for about 60 bigs. Pardon me, 52 bigs.
Yes, that is still a very big stack. You'd want to stay out of David's way or not tangle with him too much. It'll be interesting to see if David does apply pressure on the table, and especially on the blinds, if he leans much or not.
Is that something you're good at, being the table captain?
When you have chips here, it's easy to be the table captain. When you don't, you just don't.
Do you feel like this is something Stephen Lai says in the booth, with great chips come great responsibility? Do you have to be a table captain if you have a lot of chips?
You don't have to be the table captain. I don't know what is table captain. But just when you do have the most chips on the table, then you do get to open wider. You do get to put the shorter stacks, or especially the middling stacks that have a lot of ICM pressure in very difficult spots by the turns and the river. David has picked up ace-jack on the button. Choi with the dominated king-jack. A hand that wants to 3-bet at a fair frequency versus a button open.
Especially coming from the big stack, and in comes the 3-bet. The timing is a bit off. Now mind you, David, with all his experience, should realize that the 3-bet does not need to be too nutted. It's his button open being attacked. The widest of all possible ranges. Ace-Jack off is up there.
Ace-Jack off is definitely up there, and we would like to see a call here from David. You want to keep the dominated aces that the small blind 3-bet bluffs within, the ace-6s, the ace-8s, the ace-7s, some ace-5 suited. You want to keep them all in.
And
you
as
want
it
to
turns
have
out,
hands like Queen-Jack offsuit, King-Jack in there. If you jam and get called, Ace-Jack never does really well, so he should only be calling. Has he 4-bet here? He has indeed.
yeah, he's put the pressure back. There is benefit to this as well. It does set the
There is.
dynamic for the future, doesn't it?
It does.
Choi should find the fold, and at least until he watches the stream an hour and change from now on the next break, he just won't know whether he got pushed around or not. Oh, did you see the look, by the way, Choi gave him as well? You chip leader, you.
Well, yeah, puts pressure with the best hand and takes the pot down. Does David?
Yeah, 92 bigs now. We are on the verge of a blind increase. It's just going to be really tough to stop him. Next level in 3 minutes. It's not that big a jump. It's the smallest one we have, so plenty of play left.
So the next pay jump is at 14 remaining.
I think it would be at 15 actually. Just take a quick look.
So we are on a pay jump then.
We are on a pay jump indeed. The next one jumps by 25 million PND, so almost exactly $1,000. Proper premium for Kyosuke. Apparently Justin in chat telling us that any picture you look up of this man from Japan is always wearing a Budweiser hat.
Maybe he's got to deal with them. Or maybe it's his lucky hat. Was he wearing it when he had his deep run in the World Series?
That's actually a pretty decent theory. Queen 10-6 rainbow. Easy life.
Suited Jack 4.
Okay, Ankit, we have some chat pros piping up. And since I have you, who's an actual pro, let me run this by you. Some hate on the King Jack off 3-bet. What do you think?
I think it's okay. It plays well as a flat as well, because you are at this stage of the tournament. You can play it as a flat if 30 deep, because the button will have some dominated jacks that they will open with, the Jack 10s and the Jack 9s, Queen Jacks, which will all be opened by the button. So King Jack plays well as a flat as well. But on the other hand, when you 3-bet taking the initiative, you do realize that we have to play the hand out of position. So you can never go wrong with the aggressive route. And I don't blame Choi for taking the aggressive line and 3-betting the King Jack.
Yeah, certainly agree. The pushback is, oh, the small blind could use weaker King X's for bluffs. Sure, it is a bluff, but, you know.
That is true.
The button can come along with a lot of hands as well, in which case you want to have King Jack. Sure, with King X, maybe a bit more board coverage, but King Jack is going to just do better. King Queen now versus a hand that is surely going to get busy. Nagami with pocket 10s. It helps to have your opponent covered in this case, and in comes the raise. Just shy of the 3x. Jack sort of bottom of range, opening king queen off under the gun. Pocket sevens now for Tuong.
See him let it go with all the action in front of him. An ace queen for Nguyen.
Oh, this
with
is tricky.
19 big blind stack. Could just be a 4-bet jam or a fold. The ranges are very strong, UTG and UTG1, and ace queen off doesn't look so amazing versus those positions.
Did have sevens and pocket fours. Hit the muck already, and now ace queen in the big blind. 6th spot. Does have one big and one ante invested. Pitches in a time bank. Buys him an extra 30 seconds.
Let's it go.
Thinking likely he doesn't have any fold equity, obviously afraid of ace king.
Yeah, ace queen offsuit doesn't do very well versus the get it in range of under the gun or under the gun 1. So very strong ranges in early position. And king queen will let it go as well. It's a nice pickup for Nagami, getting having 10s and getting 3 overs to fold without any showdown.
And 7s and 4s. Works out pretty well, and Nagami now comfortably sitting at 48 bigs.
Coming back to that king jack point, you know, from the small blind to 3-bet, it also depends on who's in the big blind. Are they, when you call, is the big blind likely to squeeze more and put you in tough spots? So if the big blind is likely to squeeze more, then you want to 3-bet yourself. But will the big blind squeeze versus the chip leader open? That is the question, and it is very player dependent on who's in the big blind. And if you think that they are probably not going to squeeze that much, then it's also okay to call and realize your equity post-flop. There are merits to flatting as well.
We will keep our eye on the outer table. Your prediction. Bearing fruit thus far, no eliminations. Obviously just a few hands in since the break, but play likely to be a bit snug.
Yes, coming up to the big money, none of these players would want to punt their chips off or put it in too light. Does tend to slow down the play.
I mean, just take a look at that ace-queen fold, right?
Yeah, just more careful, a little bit more deliberate at this stage of the tournament.
And as we say that, Ankit, the queen 7 suited is going to open from the cutoff.
I like it. Suited queen from the cutoff. Opening into the shorter stacks, and Jin Long Hu decides
to commit.
King Jack is good enough to go with versus the cutoff range. Maybe he knows that Jin Seok Ho is not too tight, or doesn't have a super tight opening range. Gets it through.
Well, don't forget Jin Long is the man who jammed the pocket 4s 24 big, so he's not afraid to get his chips into the middle.
He's going for the win.
I bet he is. Bracelet winner. 31-year-old poker pro from China. 600K lifetime earnings. Queen Jack for the chip leader.
Let's see if he opens this from early position. This is where being the chip leader helps. He does decide to open. Into the ace queen, the dominating hand of O. Having a stack of 40 bigs, reckon should have this hand plays as a really good flat, dominating some of the opens, or a 3-bet as well. But it would be a 3-bet bluff.
Yeah, has to be willing to fold in case he's put to the test for all of it with ace queen off. In position though. Everybody seems to be attacking David's wide ranges. And sometimes as the chip leader, you do come up with a table like that, right? Like the king jack off certainly did not need to be 3-bet. We have someone in chat who seems to be dedicating a lot of his mental bandwidth to letting us know that. Fair enough, you want to go polar from the small blind. We hear you, super user. At the same time, even the ace queen off, like you said, Ankit, could have played as a flat, considering the hand strength and the stack depth, but sort of setting the dynamic, you know, taking the opportunity to 3-bet, maybe putting a bit of an impediment in David's ability to run over the table.
Yeah, we do see that every now and again, especially in these large field 1K tournaments, you know, which are recreational heavy, where they tend to not believe the chip leader that you've got all these chips by bluffing and I'm not going to let you run me over. But sometimes that's how we end up building up those stacks. The chip leader gets a few gifts from the people not believing them.
You know, I'm thinking back to the APT Taipei main event, which, hard to believe, was just a month ago, just one festival ago. We had Rene von Retten from Germany came in as the shortest stack to the final table and decided the spot and the person he was going to take the most was small blind against the chip leader. And it just kept on working. He used any ace, he used strong kings to just constantly 3-bet. And the chip leader, you know, as Negrano used to say back in the day about what it means to have the chip lead, you just keep taking jabs, you know, and if somebody fights back, you let him have it. So the chip leader just kept letting him have it and eventually just got sort of run down. Obviously some luck involved here and there with all ins, but you can actually target the chip leader sometimes effectively. Oh, Justin and Chad making the exact point that you and I just did as well, yeah. Did trigger both of our memories. There you have it. The chip count after the blinds went up to 30K, 60K. 16 bigs are the two short stacks, right under $1 million. I'm always doing a quick fashion check on the table. You can appreciate all the APT merch, of course. We have Kyosuke with apparently his classic look. Chat did inform us was wearing a Budweiser hat during his main event run, but not the same Budweiser hat, so half superstition.
There you go.
David always looking like the coolest person in every room he's in, including the commentators' booths. Has the hair, has the look, has the vibe, most importantly. Filipino poker legend. I like whatever Jun-Seok Oh is doing as well. The shades, the shirt, the... Is that a...
The
called a
necklace?
necklace or a pendant? I'm not sure what is appropriate, but it's all working for me. The 6-5 suited has been opened +1. That is plenty loose. David on the big.
On the chip leader's big blind as well.
Fearless.
Got the pretty looking queen 10 suited in the hijack, I believe it was, to fold.
Almost like stole the pot from the queen 10 suited.
And David folds, doesn't defend the big blind with jack 8.
So from +1, the long range steal.
Probably thinks that Jun-Seok Oh is not opening too wide.
Yeah, little does he know. And mind you, with the final 2 tables and what seems like at least a couple of hours of coverage, if not more, going into the final table tomorrow, the 9 players who make it will have plenty of game footage on each other to study.
They should. Sure, these guys would be doing their homework. It was.
Yeah, I know when they tap. Ace Queen O from the hijack. Fairly pleasant sight. The 2x and change is the open 2.1. And the 9-3 off for the chip leader. 7-5 suited though. We'll tag along. Oh my
Decides to
goodness.
fold as well.
Yeah, he's folded it.
Looks like the big blinds don't want to defend.
That is a tight fold. 7-5 suited is too tempting to speculate.
Nobody wants to give an inch, looks like. Playing maybe a bit too snug. Might be a bit on the snug side. It was interesting that he, versus the chip leader, Choi decided to 3-bet the King Jack O from the small blind.
And maybe that's why
But
he's gun
here-
shy now.
Yeah, maybe. And now he decides to not even peel the 7-5 suited from the big blind defend, closing the action. Jacks for win. Did fold the ace queen a little while ago. Don't think this one's gonna get folded. Must be very happy to see this.
15.5 bigs. Exactly what you want to see. Interesting dynamic that I've noticed in the booth over the past few festivals, Ankit, is UTG and +1 ranges for short stacks actually get a bit wide now that we play the anti-structure, because they have that 2 big blind burden coming in a couple of hands. They try to do a steal, a long range steal, or perhaps open a bit wider than they might otherwise.
Yeah, if we look at, with the evolution of poker and the solvers, as we go shorter, realizing our equity becomes easier. There are some raise folds in our range, even off of 9 bigs with ICM. So the ace-9 offsuit, even the ace-9 suited, some ace-5 suited, these ace-x hands become really good raise folds. Blocking the ace removal effects are real. And also, being short from early position, get a lot of credit for opening tighter range, because the ranges are narrow. There's very few bluffs. These few ace-x and the rest value of like pairs, which are 10s plus or so. that you would, and some may be ace queen suited or ace king plus.
By the way, the jacks remain the best hand with 88% equity three-way. If only they can get to showdown. 2 overs on the board. Win. Can't love that. Goes check till the river, and the 9 does come in, the 12%. The big blind special. This is the much bigger stack, betting into 2 short stacks. The 6 is not really meaningful in this hand, but the jacks might think this could be worthy of putting the cape on and hero calling it off.
Yeah, it was an interesting peel with the 6s as well, pre-flop. Should be finding the muck at a pretty high frequency. There's no value to set mining at these stack depths.
Action on Huang. Do we win? Again, not as experienced as some of the sickos on the table. Has been playing against Junsuk for a while.
Lets it go. Nice fold. And the 6s let it go as well. Junsuk gets to realize his equity and ends up rivering 2-pair. Takes down a small pot that will boost his stack a little bit.
Yeah, second in chips, comfortably so. Junsuk, I have been eyeing his hand and mob. His picture, can't say for sure if it's him because of the mask, but chances are it is. 800,000 on his hand and mob. Very, very impressive. Has joined us at APTs before in Hanoi, amongst others. Pretty up there on the Korea all-time money list.
There are some announcements happening here in the background.
Yeah,
if
the floor.
Our viewers hear it. Many tournaments going on, and the floor of each tournament making announcements to their respective players.
It's always fun to have a full poker floor, isn't it? The chips riffling. Really is something special in case there's somebody watching who tends to play more online. Trust me, you want to come by and experience it for yourself. So, no bias. I'll take Asia out of it, Ankit. But apart from Asia, what do you think? What's been your favorite venue to play?
It's a good one. There's been quite a few really good ones. In Vegas, the Wynn is a really nice venue to play.
Yep. That was my first ever hand and mob score. I was super happy with that.
Was it really? Yeah, that's a very nice poker room. Can be a bit distracting in the summer as well. When you're playing in that poker room and all the pretty women are walking by, it gets you distracted a little bit from the action.
The Cirque du Soleil performers as well at the end of the night are like making their way, and you're just like, whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just miss?
Yeah. Cyprus is a really good stop as well. There's comfortable staying arrangements. Comfortable boarding and lodging, food and drink, everything is included. The venue is very nice, huge venue.
I've heard of that actually. Somebody who's on our live reporting team joined the stop at Cyprus. So the hotel is, I believe, extraordinarily expensive, but once you pay, literally everything is included, right? Food, amenities, everything.
Everything is included, literally. Yes, it is a bit expensive. To pay for the rooms, but also some of the regulars over there, they do get comps,
yeah.
certain comps, cash games, some very big cash games that happen there. Of course, the rake is very high as well on the higher side around the world. have an interesting pot. These are the most interesting pots, no? Where
Yeah, Choi ended
no
up
one
picking
has-
it up with the ace high, the queen six of diamonds after semi-bluffing whiffed it with the king on the river. Did not take a stab out of position. And you know, these 6 big blind pots here and there can make such a difference. Not just in terms of your stack, but also I think momentum, confidence booster. You know, thinking through the entire metagame, it makes you less likely to steal too wide in the future. You know, you don't feel like you need to. And that might help you out. You just never know.
Absolutely, yes. The momentum is a big thing, especially at this stage of the tournament. You know, the confidence boost that you get from dragging a pot, if you get a bluff through or if you extract max value from a hand, that confidence takes you a long way, and then it pushes you to take other spots as well. Whereas if something doesn't go right, then as we saw even in Choi's case, that you can be a little bit gun shy and not take certain spots that you absolutely should be taking. And it happens to the best of us.
Absolutely. And mind you, this is on stream, you know. I feel like very often in the privacy of their own cards, players are making huge laydowns or just being so gun shy and you don't even realize it. Certainly can speak from personal experience as well. So we did mention the metagame, and this is slightly in-game as well. You might not be aware, Ankit, but the APT for their marquee events, which is the Super High Roller, the Main Event, and the 2-day High Roller, they actually have a rollback if the players reach the final table with less than 30 bigs, average. And so we do roll back the blinds until it is 30 bigs. And mind you, in case we reach with 29.9 bigs, we still roll it back. So it is a minor thing for these players to consider, because you can actually risk getting quite short if it ekes you into the final table, because you know the blinds will be rolled back.
That is correct. So tournament life becomes even more important than when you know that you might still have some room for navigation
On the FT?
On
yeah.
the FT.
And I bring that up particularly because it's been a while, no elimination. Seems like your prediction is bearing fruit.
Brings us to an interesting flop here. 2-pair versus the lone club, where Kyosuke Nagami will go for the c-bet after opening pre-flop. Pretty standard here. Bets a little over 1 big blind. And the short stack and decides to get it in and gets equity to fold.
Good result, takes him to over $1 million.
Good result. Definitely good result. So still has over 20 big blinds now. Wouldn't call it too short. Still comfortable.
Yeah, there we see the two locals are the shortest, 14 and 17. Still plenty.
There we see our boy Dipankar.
Oh, that's right. Bottom of the screen. Did have a new table draw, so the outer table is going to be a mix between our previous feature and the missing players on it. Third shortest stack is Jin Longhu, pro from China. Everybody else above 25 bigs. With the blind level going up, average big blinds have gone down to that 30 range. Could be a
We see
consideration.
3s and 3s here. 3s just got folded by Choi. And Junseok has 3s in the cutoff. A hand that has no blocker properties and doesn't perform very well in the late stages of the tournament.
Not to mention, cannot flop a set at the moment.
Cannot flop a set.
Oh, here's another rip.
Ace-10 suited, good enough for Jin Longhu.
Well, this is a premium. We've seen him rip 4s and King Jack. This time finds a jam with the Ace-10 suited. Certainly reasonable. And he's been attacking Jun Seok-Oh's opens, if you remember. I think last time around it was against his middle position open when he jammed from the hijack.
That is true, yes. Did. And he did get it through with the king jack. Oh, decides better of it. Lets the threes go. It's a good fold.
Yeah, what do you think the calling range might be there in the cutoff? Obviously, 3 is way too low. So likely to be dominated.
I think we go with 8 plus. Maybe 8 is the line. We definitely go with 9s. So we go with 8s and we go with ace jack suited plus.
Well, if you could see the king jack and ace 10 jam, he would certainly go with ace jack.
Yeah, I think ace jack suited goes versus I think it was a 14 BB jam or 15 BB jam. Also knowing that if he knows that Jin Long Hu is not afraid to get it in, and if he has the information of the king jack yet or not, I'm not sure. But if he does know that, then he would definitely be going with. Has it been 30 minutes since then?
So to that point, you know, the phones are taken away on the feature table. They can go to their phones should they desire, but unless they have someone on their rail helping them out and giving them the information in key spots, they can't really go and scroll the stream.
Yeah, they can't. But I'm sure these players, they must have their friends or their buddies who must be giving them information, relaying information how their opponents are playing, especially on stream.
Yeah, we're in the final 2 tables of the main event. This is the time. Take every edge you can. It is totally fair. It's on offer to everyone. Hearts versus hearts. And there's 2 of them on the board with a 9. Oh my goodness. This is going to get tricky. 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Meanwhile, a pair and the jack high flush draw for Nagami.
30 deep with ICM pressure at this point. Top pair looks very good with the flush draw. He decides to call, wants to pot control, which sounds pretty reasonable at this stage of the tournament.
After all, if he's behind, his opponent's going to call it off. If he's ahead, he's so far ahead. Would not want to lose even a hand as strong as, let's say, ace-queen without hearts at the moment. Now the 3. Situation remains the same.
Doesn't want to see a heart, Nagami. Doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to see a heart.
Now it's time for Junsuk to decide pot control or not. Goes with the check. The pot, a measly 600k, but
it is
now
a heart.
the worst card in the deck for Nagami. How does it just roll off like that?
With the turn going check, check, you know, Nagami would think if he checks this river, it's probably going to go check back again, and he doesn't want to lose value. So I would want to see, in theory, a big size bet from the big blind.
He's gone small. He's gone really, really small. He's targeting just like naked ace highs, low pairs, 7s, 6s, and the like. And this is going to look like a blocker, and it's going to get raised by the nut flush. And I just don't see how Nagami can ever get away from it.
Oh, did you see that? The lick of the lips.
Yeah, you think that was completely unintentional? Certainly a live tell. Oh, he's not gone that big either. The damage is going to be relatively limited considering the holdings.
This is very interesting. What a spot. Only a call. Loses the minimum, Nagami.
Yeah, all things considered, the damage there is just quite palatable. About a third of his stack. He'll certainly take it. Just look at the flop and look at the river. I mean, how did he avoid damage?
When O looks back at this hand, he might
wonder what could have been.
Yeah, he might think that he just let him get away there. He went very small. Probably both players thought that the other can't have a flush.
Right. Yeah, you got to wonder if you raise the river. I mean, what is your opponent going to call you with? Every once in a while, maybe a sticky 3. Could have something like a queen jack with some backdoors to have the nut straight, but even then, stuff to extract. So I understand how they both played it. Ultimately pretty well. Much easier for us to lament in the booth, but be that as it may, a decent swing in the favor of the Korean. And so much of the unsaid variance in poker, I think, comes down to spots like that. Like, you know, that check back on the turn just turned a cooler into, you know, a small dent. And your opponent's probably mixing as well, right, at that point? Like, are they checking back all the time? Probably not. So, just the way things work out sometimes.
Yeah, the board hits the big blind more often, so the check back is quite understandable on the turn. Ace high still has some showdown. But Nagami would be feeling very good after losing that pot, that the damage was minimal. It's the Budweiser luck.
Yeah, I mean, are we allowed to? We're at the Corona Resort, by the way, so
we
are
at
a conflict of interest. The APT does not endorse either Coronas or Budweiser. So I think ever since the redraw, not only have the players settled in, and safe to say, Ankit, you and I have as well. What are we thinking? Dave Spade, obviously out-and-out chip leader, has not been exerting his tremendous stack as much as I might have expected to. Picking his spots a bit more wisely. Has been played back at as well. Could be a factor. Some people more active than others, thinking about Jin Long, never afraid to get his chips into the middle. Some big swings. Look at Junsuk there, almost approaching 4 million. How are we feeling about the table? Still 16 left in the field.
Still 16. Everybody's still deliberate. Case in point, the hand that we just saw, flush over flush, and Nagami didn't go broke. So this is going to be slow.
Justin in chat says he's heading to sleep. CODFT. Thanks, Justin. CODFT once again. He's our in-house unpaid analyst. Just does it for the love of the game.
Yeah, shout out to Justin.
We can see that we're about 26 minutes away from the break. Now I want to talk about something you'd mentioned early on, Ankit, about the equity of making it to day 4, which in this case is the final table. Could be a factor. Some people discount that completely, and particularly when it comes to making it to day 3, because there's actually not a pay jump at the 48 player mark. Now, I personally feel like it's a meaningful goal because you get to reset. You get to go home and do some homework, as we mentioned, which should give you some edge. And in general, isn't there some high five equity of messaging friends and family you're on the final table?
Of course there is. And also just by ICM, the bubble factor is biggest on the final table bubble and the actual bubble of the tournament, right? When the pay jumps start becoming meaningful.
Right.
So not just the emotional equity and the high-fiving family and friends, just in terms of pure money.
Pure money.
You do want to make the final table.
But then how do you balance, and I know there might not be a clean answer, but how do you balance between having enough of a stack, gambling to give yourself a chance, and, you know, I'll speak personally, like, sometimes I feel like I don't have enough final table experience to maximize my stack on the final table, and maybe that should influence my ICM decision making as well.
Well, we have a big stack on the final table, doesn't mean that you have to just put pressure every single hand or run over the table. When you're the chip leader on a final table, sometimes you're actually incentivized to sit back and let other people knock each other out. So, again, finding that balance is tricky. If we all knew how to find that balance, we'd all be there.
That's right.
But we're sitting here, so it's only in-game, knowing your opponents, knowing their tendencies, knowing your own ranges, not letting the situation get to you, keeping a calm head, which I've been guilty of not keeping sometimes, and I've blasted many a final table or near final table away. Either calling it off or punting it off.
Punting, yeah.
So, but we live and we learn. That's why we play this beautiful game. There's no certainty. Aces for when?
What a welcome sight. Second shortest stack on the table at 17 bigs.
He had ace queen, was forced to fold. He had jacks, made a really good laydown on the river. Must be thinking, this one is for me.
It's
Surely
my time.
not. Surely not.
It's a great point that you bring up about the history, by the way. I feel like when something like that has been happening momentum-wise... Oh, and the short S stack. The fellow Vietnamese player has pocket towns. This is just brutal.
This is just going in.
That is just unfortunate. 11 bigs in his stack. Nothing he can do. Rips it. It's the words that Hoang Duy Nguyen wanted to hear for sure.
Yes, definitely music to Wen's ears.
Nothing for the blinds thus far. And looks like we are on the verge of being down to 15. Cards on their backs. Chuang Chan, unlucky, has been patient. This is what it comes to, needs to spike a 10. One suit live. Oh, and the ace on the flop. Near GG's already 1%. Runner, Broadway needed. Perfect. There it is.
Dead on the turn with the 5. GG's.
Took a while for the first elimination after the 2-table redraw, and it comes on our feature table. It is Chan Kak Thuong from Vietnam. Goes out in 16th place, 8,200, locked up. By the way, we're on a pay jump, which means the next player out gets an extra 1,000 USD for their efforts. Still have plenty of locals watching us, despite there being a Vietnamese stream. We appreciate having you here. Let's see, now that Justin's gone, I have to do some of the work myself. But let's see how many Vietnamese players left in the field. Looks like it is 4 out of the remaining 15. Actually a better ratio than when you and I stepped into the booth, Ankit. 5 out of 20, now 4 out of 15. Should make for a fun final table. We'll have a Vietnamese rail. The only question is, will we have an Indian rail? The bunker out there on the outer table. We'll determine that. South Korea and Japan, both likely, considering 3 players and 2 players respectively. Kyosuke is on our table. Philippines, let's face it, also likely, although blow-ups are possible. Dave Spade with over 4 million in his stack.
You're really rooting for Dave Spade to blow up, or you're
no.
or you're saying that the odds of that are high.
Nothing like that. I'm just maybe overcompensating for any potential bias. I'm a huge fan of the personality and the poker, but I'm just saying a big stack doesn't mean much. It is #poker, you know. One player from Australia, mind you, seems Vietnamese origin. Chuang. is representing the flag. So
Is that Ita Chung? Or
Is that
no? Ita Chung is still in? No.
no, that was
he's out.
I think
Okay.
he certainly did not.
He's
seem-
Chinese. He's not Vietnamese.
Yeah, Chinese
He's
Australian,
Chinese
I believe,
Australian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this would be Chuang, spelled the Vietnamese way, Tang Min Chuang from Australia. So looking to fly the Australian flag at the FT. Now with that elimination 6 spots away, it's all becoming too real. 14 players, just this sort of two-table sit-and-go / shootout situation, and you have 185k.
Seeing an interesting spot here, where David chip leader again opens cutoff with ace-9 off, pretty standard, and Jin Long Hu has just piled in the queen-jack offsuit.
Oh my goodness, he loves
20
piling it in.
bigs from the big blind, especially after the small blind calls, which is just basically dead money for him. He just gets to put max pressure on chip leader opens.
This is what being fearless gets you. I think he's certainly a favorite to take this one down and add 300k to his stack without contest. Ace-9 off seems a bit borderline for David to risk his monster stack with. He'd rather pick up the small ones. Chen Long is not interested in letting him do that.
Only if he knows what Jin Long is capable of and how wide he's shoving out of the big blind.
And I wonder from I don't have a better word for this, but a reverse ICM perspective, if David could see Jin Long's holdings, the pot odds he's getting, decent, 1.1 to win 1.6. I mean, is it still an easy call in the sense that are you taking the 60% to lose your massive chip lead?
Yes, because you're still not losing your massive chip lead. You're still going to be chip leader or maybe second in chips. You're not at risk.
Yeah.
So
now
you,
if we
you
start
do want to take the spot, if you know that Jin Long is shoving wide, you are supposed to call with your bigger ace-x, and I think he's made the call here.
He has made the call.
And look at the fist bump.
David, just way too attentive, had noticed how often Jin Long was shoving. Makes a fantastic call.
It is all but a coin flip. 55-45.
Yeah, I was hoping to be up against the ace-5 bluff or something like that. That being said, it's a flip, and he's the favorite. Did get pot odds, made a fantastic call. And ace almost ends it. A queen, though, in the window. We're 30 minutes ahead in terms of the delay, but I may just have jinxed David Spade's stack there. 3 of spades now needs the ace. Needs the Barry Greenstein, as they say, the ace on the river. As it comes the 10 of hearts. Chin Long, with his all-in shenanigans, has almost even Dave Spade's stack.
David Spade, still a healthy stack, still over 50 bigs, but that does put a dent. And Jin Long Hu now has about 45 big blinds. Gets to play some
non-all-in
poker pre-flop.
And look at the 3 stacks at the bottom of the chip count there. 23, 23, 22. On the one hand, not too short. On the other hand, we've been seeing the 20 big blind plus jams non-stop. Dave taking it about as well as anyone could. He's just been there, done that all before. Excalibur in chat says David had no business calling with ace-9 off. Well, Excalibur, or rather X-Calendar is the name. By the way, for one thing, he was correct. Not to be too results oriented, but sniffed it out perfectly. I mentioned the reverse ICM uncle because I was kind of surprised to see the charts in terms of how much ICM pressure you can apply with the 3-bet jams as a short stack. But the difference is let's say you're the shortest stack with 8 bigs, 9 bigs, 10 bigs. You know, the middle stacks sometimes feel like they get to push you around, but actually that's not true, because if a 20 big blind stack opens and then you jam with, you know, even an 8, 9, 10 big blind stack, then you're still putting ICM pressure because they would become the shortest, which was not the case here.
Yes, that is correct. So the middling stacks, they have to conserve their chips. The chips are not worth as much accumulating as they're worth saving. So, but David did have a lot of chips, wouldn't put him at risk. He wouldn't be short. He wouldn't be under pressure even if he lost the pot. So I don't blame him for calling. Maybe he knows, maybe these guys have some history and he knows how wide Jinlong is capable of shoving. Especially with the small blind flat, he gets even more incentive to shove wider. So I don't really blame David for calling there.
Now these two are much closer in chips than they were a moment ago. David still with 50 bigs.
Now this is an interesting spot, right? It's an interesting peel from the button as well, with the 9-7 suited versus the hijack open. Both over 50 BB deep. It's the nothing versus nothing pots that are super interesting.
I love him. Who wants it more? And it comes the 8 of spades, the most action card possible for the 9-7 suited.
David also holding the queen of spades. But I think here Junsuk is going to bet the turn after being checked to twice. Should most likely take down the pot. Does get the better hand to fold, even though he did have a lot of equity.
Great result, and solidifies the chip lead. 3.9 million now. Do wonder if now, with David essentially taking the gamble between having 50 bigs and 100 bigs with that ace-9 pot, do wonder if there's a new tournament chip leader. And as I do eye, by the way, we're down to 14, Ankit. 5 spots away.
We lost someone on the outer table?
Yeah.
We did. So they've unlocked the next pay jump as well. So 9,180 locked up.
By the way, we are on the pay jump, 13th onwards. We're talking about crossing the 5 figures in USD, 10,000. Extra 1,000 added.
Blind versus blind. When has the better 3? Limson with the queen 3 from the small.
So by the way, Ankit, we are 15 minutes or so from the break, and given the events of the day, there has been a dinner break added for the players. It's to your point, actually, the idea that it might take a while to get down from 14 right now to the final 9. It's not fair to ask the players to keep playing between the hours of 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Again, as we keep mentioning, try to be as player-friendly as possible. Hey, speaking of player-friendly, another thing for you to note, because we're in Vietnam with certain regulations off late, no deal-making allowed this time around.
Really?
So that means, looking at the first, second place prize, there's going to be about a 70,000 USD heads-up match guaranteed.
Oh, that would be fun to watch. You think some of these players could make a deal, or they could decide to make a deal off the table?
I actually doubt it. You know, I'm sure you've been in this spot as well, but when there's that, you know, feeling that you have to do it off the table, you know, the tournament clock doesn't support it. Not everybody's been in these spots before. How do you transfer the money? I think it just disincentivizes people from making these deals, and there's a trust factor. And that's why usually it's really cool that the APT facilitates all deals. Yeah, I've been in these spots in the Indian circuit, you know, where you kind of have to do it off the table, and tax becomes challenging as well. So certainly could confuse things. Also depends on who makes it.
Yeah, I suppose the trust factor is probably the biggest one, right? You just have to know your opponent.
You have to deal with them cross-country.
Yeah.
In this case, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's very likely not two people from the same country, so.
If you play a bunch with each other on the circuit and you know the other person quite well and they have a good reputation, then yes, but who's to say what's going to happen here? Have heard some rumblings of deals at the World Series final tables as well, which are made off the table.
Technically not allowed, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, I kind of blame them less because the money on the line is so ridiculous. So 10 minutes from the break, as I said, with the domination rotation. Ace-4 now ahead. Nagami in control. Bottom pair though. Chin-Long clearly adept at applying pressure.
Yeah, having the 7 here is kind of nice. And no heart. You know, he knows that it's going to deter some of his open-ended straight draws or the gut shot straight draws. He blocks some of them so can get some auto folds from Nagami. But Nagami holding a pair and the ace of heart is probably not going to give it up just yet. And gets the check raise through. That's a good spot to check raise. I quite like it here, holding the ace of hearts. We're blocking the nut flush draw. We're blocking the ace kings.
And blocking a lot of continues. Really nice pick. The bet was 95k. The graphics eventually did catch up, and he check raised it to 250. Gets the job done. Very, very cool. Chiron in chat says, is the final table happening today? No, sir. The final table is going to be tomorrow. Will kick off at 11 a.m. local time, which means 11:30 a.m. local on the stream. Just hit subscribe on the channel, and the YouTube gods will let you know whenever you sign in. So we're winding down here as we approach the long dinner break in the booth, Ankit. What's been your verdict on these players? And is watching cards up what you expected from the booths in terms of the style of play with the final two tables?
Hasn't been too surprising so far, I'd say. The play hasn't been disgustingly out of line either. The queen-jack shove is alright, I can get behind it, and the ace-9 call as well, I can get behind that. So it's been a fun couple of hours watching the action. There were a couple of interesting spots where we saw some really tight folds from the big blind. And it's interesting to see how the psychology of being in the late stages of the tournament plays a role in how the players make their decisions, where they value the tournament life.
And you can kind of tell, well, let me just pause on that, because once again the hearts over hearts situation is developing. Just an absolute monster flop for the queen jack of hearts, and yet somehow David has 40% equity.
And these two guys just played a big flip pre-flop all in. And now Chin-Long has opened the hijack with queen jack suited, and David has called from the big blind, defended the king 8 suited, and both have flopped a flush draw.
No heart on the turn after the check call from David. Checks and flow once again.
I think David should go for another big bet, get some value.
You mean Jinlong?
Sorry, Jinlong should go for another big bet. Also knowing that he can be a bit wider, get some value from the 9x. David still has some 9x, some flush draws, also has some weaker flush draws. So there's no reason for Jinlong to think that his queen high flush draw is not good.
Any heart, obviously, could spell disaster. And I think 4 bigs is going to give David just about the right price to continue. Simply cannot dream of folding this much equity. Actually, if he saw the hands face up, he'd still be calling. 24% equity. Just 1 king and 1 heart folded. Oh, he's check raised it. Those greens are 25k a piece. That means a full tower is 500. 625k is the bet. This spot is bloating up and is going to bloat up further considering Jinlong is never going anywhere with this holding.
Interesting.
Just check calling and hoping to hit is not Dave Spade's style. Aggression, always the way to go, but in this case, drawing slim, Jinlong makes a relatively quick call in a tough spot, and look at the SPR. Less than 1 effective.
This is brewed into a huge pot in the context of the tournament.
Oh, a heart after the check raise.
Disaster.
A dream river for Dave Spade after bloating the pot out of position, and now the board pairs, but Dave knows he has to have the best of it so often. Mind you, Jinlong probably loving it.
He is, with pot behind, less than pot behind. GG. Oh, he's gone for the block sizing? No, he hasn't.
He essentially repeats his turn bet sizing. 650, and Jinlong can conserve considering the board has paired. Jinlong would not want to raise for value with just the 3rd nut flush, although you never know. Another heart flush over flush situation. 2 in the last session. Oh, he rips it. Oh, he just
No,
calls.
he
Just calls. I was trying to lip read that as all in, but the call gives him the bad news. The only silver lining. Dave.
David says, could have won more there.
Well, how's that for some revenge? Queen Jack this time, getting Jinlong into trouble, but does still have a million left, over 15 bigs. Certainly can work his way up from there, as we've seen. Always willing to get chips in the middle. Mind you, we are just about a minute away from the break. And Ankit, I don't know if you've taken a notice of our structure here. We tend to have one big increment. And this is that level, 30k, 60k, going to 40k, 80k. So I think the next level is going to really put people to the test. Mind you, the field down to 13. 4 spots away, with the blind levels jumping 33%, all the stacks reduced by 25%.
Yes, next level should see a few bust outs with some sub 20 BB stacks in there. I believe this would be the last hand before break.
Yeah, indeed. A minute left on the clock. I think there's usually some extra equity in terms of people folding a bit wider. Who wants to attack? Queen 8 off. Perhaps from the hijack. Too many people to get through, though. Yunsik with the 960. Lets it go. Comes down to the button. Will not get too much credit. Lets the 7-3 suited go as well. Dave Spade, by the way, will not be affected by any break equity whatsoever. Will come out attacking. His stack back to where it was, 4.5.
Limp check. 9.
Happy Hunter asks if DP, the bunker, is still there. He is still there. His stack will be updated during the break, Happy Hunter, because we have a 1 hour break. Our live reporting team will update you. Just go to apt.poker or follow the socials. You see the tournament clock says 1 hour break, which means we will be breaking for 1 hour as well. By the way, a bit of an action card. Open-ender now for David. Still middle pair, gut shot for Choi. He's betting it.
That's small for protection. I think this will be folded. David.
Yeah, just lets it go. I've been trying to ask people to come up with a name for that turn bet where you want a free river showdown, sort of a in-position block bet. I feel like we need a name for it in the poker world so that we can start coming up with counter strategies.
Probe? Is that the one that's called the probe?
I guess probe would be, yeah, maybe in earlier streets you'd call it a probe. Be that as it may, my poker theories aside, we are down to 13, so you see the $10,000 milestone has been reached. Pretty good result for a 1400 USD buy-in, but it's the 185,000 up top that's being eyed, and it's all so real, just 12 spots away. The milestone of the day to consider, we're still far from it in terms of time because the players are now going to be on a 1 hour dinner break, after which we come back and play it down to 9 players. The stream will remain the same, so please keep the stream on, or if you want to turn it off, set your alarms or follow us or subscribe to us so that YouTube can let you know every time you log in. Meanwhile, Ankit, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow to the extent you're not playing something. And any final thoughts on what we witnessed thus far?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a fun couple of hours watching these guys play, so all the best to all of them. It's been action-packed poker, and I'm sure it's going to make for a very fun watch moving after the break.
Yeah, and don't forget the payouts on the screen right now, to the extent we have you in the booth tomorrow, Ankit, going from 13,800 minimum to 185,000 USD. So it's all to play for. Join us for the next stage of day 3, which is getting down to the final 9 from the remaining 13. After that, make sure you join us tomorrow for the final table. 1 hour break, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
Why like that? Very hard to hold. Ace knock. And then lose. Nice try.
plenty out there.
No fear.
No, that's not easy for you.
Wait for the time.
He broke the 10.
Doesn't matter. Club 7. Queen. You also forgot the except the other pair. Subien. Tom. Subien. Boom. Oh, it's a gong.
Alright, so we have Classic final day. The non-ladies and dealers will complete the tournament you're on. It will for the first break time. Break time last day. So we have Classic final day. 15 minutes break for you guys. Also, the registration for the Junior Classic will be closed less than 15 minutes. Your last chance to participate in Zodiac Classic final day.
I'm trying, yeah. Full house.
shot. Calling on Wong Hao shot. Are you house? Wong Hao shot.
Không có gì ở đây có thể rơi vào rất em. Sách, check. Chả có bài gì dẫn mình ở đây. Em đoán là không là sạch hay đâu.
Alright, baby super challenge lines up 400, 800, 800 friends. Once again, lines up for the baby super challenge 400, 800, 800 friends.
I don't mean to be a pain, but if I bust on the Zodiac. Wait.
3 minutes.
Oh. I mean, if I win good, but I mean, I don't want to like, sit here and wait and wait.
Alright, now 3 minutes left for the break time of Zodiac Classic. Some players please come back to your table and take a seat. Zodiac Classic restarting in 3 minutes. All the current dealers for the Zodiac Classic, Duke lines 800, 1600, and 1600 for that team. Once again, Duke lines for the Zodiac Classic final day 800, 1006, 1600 for the line and team. Current dealers of Zodiac Classic, please show up the deal.
Now you're gonna get this Zodiac.
No, I can't now. It's gone. Now I have to double.
Baby superstar.
Like, well, I double. Then, come on, give me some back. What do you say? Ditoy. Ditoy. Oh, let's go. Kakazi. Oh my god.
He's king flip, you know?
Include my chip. Include my chip. Include my chip.
Oh. Good game.
GG, Darren.
Take back. Sai từ lúc bắt đầu. Sai từ lúc bắt đầu.
Zodiac Classic Final Day. The travelers and dealers that complete the tournament you are the goal for the first great time. Great time last day. Zodiac Classic Final Day. 15 minutes break for you guys. Also, the registration for the Zodiac Classic will be closed less than 15 minutes. Your last chance to participate in Zodiac Classic Final Day.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Welcome back to the APT Main Event, Phu Quoc. This is day 3 and certainly the business end of day 3. Almost 300 of you stuck around for the dinner break, and we appreciate it, as hopefully more of you join to see which 9 players make it to the final table. We are down to 13 players. Started the day with 50. Started day 2 with 331 out of the 795, and it all comes down to this. One of these 13 will be shipping it all, the 185,000 USD up top here in Phu Quoc, as we see some of the loveliest sights of Phu Quoc. That is Grand World, the water show that happens every day. I'm yet to check that out. My name is Vidar, joined by Sam Insel in the booth. Sam, welcome back. Last you left us, we were down to the final 3 tables, made our way to the final 2, and then it has been a slow grind, as predicted by Ankit Ahuja, who joined us in the booth. He did say it's going to be nice and slow, and so far his prediction has been accurate, and why not? The stakes could not be higher.
I know, they're getting so close. Payouts to end the day will be just around 11,000 USD. We're looking at nearly 18 times that tomorrow.
Yeah.
And every single one of these players has a very good shot at getting it. They've outlasted 782 players to get here. That is no small feat.
Yeah, you mentioned the payout at the end of the day. That's for 10th place, which will be the final knockout. Right now, about 8,000 and change locked up still. Pretty good result for the 1,400 buy-in. But when you're just 12 spots away, you can start, touching the trophy, smelling the 185K and all the cheese that's going to get you. Certainly, the tension will be mounting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very cool to see that we see a stack looking about 1.5 mil on the table. That was a very big stack to begin today with. And now it's going to be one of our shorter stacks at the table. As we do see the 100K plaques come into play. It's always nice to see the plaques coming in. They just look intimidating.
Do have a new feature table, which is exactly what you want. After all, we were down to the final 2 tables. There has been no more seed draws. There is going to be some moving around based on bust outs. But this is a whole different set of players than what we had last. By the way, some notables include Dave Spade on our previous feature table, going up to 4.5 million in chips, coming down to 3 million, calling off the ace-9 against the queen-jack off 21 big blind shove. Chat hated that, especially when the flop came queen-high. But then finding the flush over flush situation and getting back up to the 4.5 million chip leading the tournament at the moment. That is not the person you want chip leading, but as we can see with the ace-9 call-off, he's willing to take spots. It is far from over. On the one hand, 4.5 million, a comfortable final table stack. On the other hand, Dave Spade is going to go for it all, so it is going to come with some variance. Chip leader on our table, by the way, is another relative fan favorite, Bao, or Pham. He has 3.8 million. Not too bad, pretty close to David's stack. Dipankar Gupta, by the way, fan favorite in terms of the Indian rail, obviously being the only Indian left. Has 6 figures in his Hendon but new to the live arena, has over 1 million on his the website that tracks the Indian online scores, so certainly no spring chicken.
Wow. 1 million online is, I reckon it's harder than 1 million live. His buy-ins are a little bit smaller. Quite a bit smaller, actually.
Actually, I could see his largest cash, and if I do the math, 25K.
Wow, so that is a lot of tournaments that he has played online. A lot of reps he's gotten in.
As we head to the first hand of our new feature table, one of the 2 tables still in the mix, 7-handed and 6-handed. Jack 4 battling the 5-4, 13 left, 4 spots away from the end of the day. Or 3 levels, whichever comes first. So Sam, what was the prop bet in the booth again? I caught it on the stream.
So 7:48 p.m. is when I set the line for we are going to end today. Steven said we were going to end earlier than that.
It is 9 p.m. local.
Yep.
Steven was ambitious, to say the least. Very unlike him. Let you have one, I think. That's 2 in a row you won.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
I'm on a roll. You know what? He's hustling me.
Yeah,
this is where he feeds me a little bit of rope, and then we go for the big one.
Let's call the long con.
Yeah.
Steven, well versed. By the way, as the graphics pop up on screen, I'll pull them back up. The stacks are as scrunched up together as you would imagine. 33 bigs, second from the bottom. 39 bigs, second from the top. We're six-handed. And even the chip leader is just 45. So a big pot here and there will completely change the dynamics. And by the way, with the chip leader being 45 bigs, I mean, what do you expect the dynamics to be? There's not as much stealing that can be easily done as one would like.
I mean, if the 45 big blind stack starts to get a runaway lead, they can start bullying, but the pay jumps right now aren't too crazy where you can just go ballistic and start raising 10-6 off under the gun. So the ICM pressure isn't too high as opposed to when the final table, you're at the final 6 players.
Mind you, the 10-6 off in this case is the shortest stack on the table. 1.3 million. The player is Zhang. Lets it go. 2 players from China, 2 from Vietnam, 1 from India, and 1 from Australia. Certainly, his name suggests Vietnamese origin. He'll be on the screen in a moment. So the locals having a fantastic showing. 4 of them still in the mix. That's the man. Not only the local, but the man with the chip lead. I expect a steal attempt. There it is, King 8 off. Lions 40k, 80k, those plaques 100k apiece, raising into Doti and Vu. We've seen him probably the most in terms of feature tables.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's 2.6 million is plenty at this stage. That being said, that quick loss of the blinds and antes puts him tied, second from the bottom. All meaningless, I suppose. 33 bigs, more importantly. 6 max is plenty.
Average bigs is really deep for final 2 tables. 34 big blinds right now is the average stack. You usually find yourself ending up quite a bit shorter than this, and then we do have the roll back. So everyone does have 30 big blinds average stack when we get to our final table.
Did you catch the average on the tournament clock there?
Yeah, 34.
34, interesting.
Or sorry, 31.
Yep. So the rollback could be in consideration as we inch our way towards the final table. We do roll back to 30 big blinds average. To those of you with us, I see some Indian chat in Hindi in the chat, as well as some, I believe that would be Korean support, Vietnamese of course as well. We do have a Vietnamese and Thai stream, as well as a Cantonese stream. Of this, may I say, it's a bit of a must jam spot.
Yeah,
15 bigs.
First the chip leader.
Yeah, just about the widest of ranges. Chip leader and the button. A7 off in the big blind. 170k is being offered. Oh, he doesn't jam. That might just be a mistake.
Yeah, it's really tough when you're covered in these sort of high ICM spots to realize your equity. So that's why jamming is often preferred. You just don't realize your equity very well, especially out of position and against someone that covers you.
You have the blocker. Oh my goodness.
No.
Flops the nuts. When you're hot, you're hot. 460k in the middle. It certainly will be going, with the exception of runner spades, into the stack of the chip leader. Can he extract more? By the way, chat, who are we supporting? Any reals apart from the bunkers? Pham from China dominating the table. Zhang. Pham from Vietnam, pardon me. Zhang from China in trouble here with the A7.
Let's it go. Pham manages to win 300K. Just that hand. Putting him up over 4 million in chips now. All right, folded round to Shang. King Jack in the small blinds, sitting on 13 blinds. Go on, rip it in.
Rips
There
it.
it is.
That one's going to get through. Claw back for the blinds lost in the previous hand. Three stacks tied at 33.
That is crazy. It is just neck and neck.
V in chat tried to vociferously support Pham and misspelt it. Elton for the win, he says. Does look like Elton sang, can't deny that. But if he ships it soon, people will be saying they look like Pham. The bunker UTG, Jack 3 can let it go. Seems very calm and composed. I'd be worried facing him. Has a very been there, done that mentality. As does this man with the ace queen off. Has been the epitome of calm and composed throughout our feature table coverage.
Don't think he's going to take the spot, the King Jack. A7 was a better spot.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row he's had the chance to be involved in.
Yeah.
Poker gods are teasing.
All right. Another hand down. Pace of play is slow at the final two tables, we'll say, Vidir.
Yeah, well, there is merit to waiting out some eliminations. We're not exactly on a pay jump, 2 spots away from that, but obviously being this close to the final table, every elimination on the outer table feels like a win. Could be the reason. Or perhaps nerves, tension, stakes, all of it combined.
Yeah.
V in chat says commentators, thanks for the work. We appreciate it, V. Shout out from Canada.
Ah, love that place.
That's a mild vote of confidence, Sam. I feel like that's how I talk about, I don't know, Estonia or something.
5-4 of hearts. Does he want to get involved? No, just lets it go. Got another shove spot here with the 8-7 of hearts for 15 bigs. It's not great. It's probably the least favorite out of the 3 that he's just had. Or I guess 4 now.
Precedent suggests the conservative route.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't blame him.
Yeah.
As we just said, stakes could not be higher.
V also asking about the 10% withheld. That's just Vietnam law. You'd have to ask your accountant if that's something you can file back for. Bumps up to 240k, 3 big blinds. Nice defendable hand here. Dipankar. Am I saying that correctly?
Dipankar?
Dipankar?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Goes by DP also in chat, so that'll make it easier.
Ah, there we go. Hey, Greg.
Hello, hello. GGAI. I did see you guys having coconuts in the booth yesterday. And Sam, let me tell you, I want in on that action.
Oh, yeah?
This could go on for a while. We'll need some electrolytes.
Yeah, let's get some coconuts.
Natural electrolytes, the best variety. Shout out to Greg for inspiring me.
If you're not drinking 3 coconuts a day in Vietnam, what are you doing?
I swear to God, that is absolutely correct.
Have you had coconut coffee yet?
I've had coconut coffee many a times,
Okay.
and the only reason I avoid it now is because I feel too much like a tourist. But it's your first time in Vietnam. It is certainly your right to participate in all the touristy coconut coffee action.
Ooh.
Mind you, we did have a bet and a float here, and the absolute worst card, it is a heart though, so some hope, but the queen comes out for the bunker. I suspect Wang with the ace queen might want to go into check calling mode. 2 million in their stack.
Yeah.
He's going to bet small instead. 300 into about 9. Wants to make sure the hearts don't get a free card. Good timing for it. The bunker simply cannot go anywhere. The heart draw likely to be live. Queen could be the best hand.
Yep.
Big pot. 1.5 in the middle, and the check mark for the ace queen has the bunker pipped, in fact.
Dipankar has a very nice hand to go for a... I was going to say a raise bluff, but I think now you're kind of just happy to take your showdown. Let's see what he does. Bet here will be very middling. But yeah, just checks it back. He's got enough showdown value. He's going to lose versus the ace queen. Yeah, if Wang block bets the river, Dipankar has a very nice hand to go for a very large raise. Could be up to an all-in there.
You just don't see people block betting the nuts as frequently as they're supposed to balance, right? Most people don't even decide to balance with the nuts, just something much more stronger. As a result, the jack of hearts could have been key.
Looks like we just lost a player on one of the outer tables.
Yeah,
down to 12.
That's right. GG. I believe the player knocked out was Hyun-Sik Chang from our previous feature.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about a player who was super active, Sam. Jin Long, who online bracelet winner from China. He was absolutely fearless in terms of getting the chips all in. Rip pocket force for 22 bigs from, I believe, the hijack.
Okay.
Amongst other such moves.
Yeah.
Constantly 3-bet jammed. Decided to squeeze with queen jack off, and Dave Spade took a stand for 21 bigs with ace 9.
Yeah.
In that case, David lost the soft flip.
Yeah.
Then the flush over flush situation. Jin Long was unfortunately on the losing side of that. Came down to $1 million. As per the live reports, goes to the other table, gets it all in, ace queen versus Hyun-Sik Jang's ace king. Spikes the queen. And soon after, it seems like we do lose Hyun-Sik Jang. So bad timing for the ultimate bad beat. GG,
Yeah.
sir. So we're down to 12. Hyun-Sik takes away 10,000 for his efforts. It's going to be disappointed. How about taking this spot, though?
Yeah, this is...
Bluffing with the best hand, mind you. Blockers be damned, that's 3 aces. Dipankar using his ace blocker, little does he know. Min was using his own to open.
Nice, gets it done.
So that's how he's been accumulating chips. $16 big shortest, 3 stacks, still scrunched. 41 and 49 up top. Down to 12, all too real, 3 spots away. One elimination each on a table and one more, and there we are. But maybe of note, 12 players remaining, meaning 6 packs on both tables, is going to go down to 5 and 5. That's when we'll balance the tables, by the way, to make sure it is 5 and 5, keep it fair. It's one of the reasons we go down to a final table of 9. Don't need to play 4-handed.
There we are, ace 10 for the chip leader in the small blind.
Oh, he's trapping. Ace and off is very, very strong. This is certainly a trap. 8-7 of clubs. Obviously would have come along to a raise. Now he's been limped to. Needs to decide whether he wants to play a small pot, try and steal. Decides to do the former. Very comfortable. Hand like that in position. Suited connector. Flop does contain a 7 and no ace, no 10. Joe takes the lead. Starts telling a story. Either trapping a big one, which he did in a way, but something even bigger. After all, he has ace 10, could have ace jack. Or just some sort of a jack or good 7. That was never doing anything but calling here. Has the backdoor club draw as well. Queen is now getting dangerous. 2 overs to the 7. Straight draw unlock for the ace 10. Too many folded cards though, just 6 outs. On the one hand, tougher for him to continue telling some sort of a story. On the other hand, no reason for Doe to have a queen, so just keeps firing. Double barrel now. Yeah, Doe will call, but can't be loving the situation anymore. He knows the triple barrel might be coming, especially if another over to the jack comes. That's actually the best kind of over to the jack. There's the queen. Should make Pham less likely to fire, considering any jack will be calling in position. 2 queens makes it so unlikely either player has one. Bit of showdown value as well for the ace 10. Could be getting called by weaker aces.
You say all in?
Not yet, but he's putting out 2 stacks of greens. That's 1 million. Over bet. Exactly the kind of bet that's needed to the extent you want to get a jack or 7 to fold.
The size I really like that he picked, because if Doe calls and he's wrong, it puts him as the shortest stack on the table, sitting with 1.34 million, and then Doe goes from a position where he's got a healthy stack that can battle it out with the other stacks, but when he gets down to, 11, 12 bigs, he's just waiting.
Can Doe sniff this one out though? The range that Pham is repping is so narrow. An overbet here just gets the job done.
Beautiful.
Doe doesn't want to think through it too much. And how about putting a bit of distance between first and second? Pham, with the 3 streets of bluffing of power poker, is up to 4.4 million.
Wow, love that.
Doe, 29 bigs. Could have had essentially Pham stack. He's gonna hate that one on the stream. You know he would have considered it. About the best card to call down with a pair of 7s, but essentially Pham repping at minimum ace jack, I guess.
Yeah, maybe king jack.
Yeah, maybe king jack. Some sort of a clipped queen every once in a while. Somehow sets, but still.
Yeah, sets, maybe some overpairs he trapped.
Tough to put your opponent in ranges like that. Would have loved to see him think about it, but when you're 3 spots away from the final table and you have a stack that could inch its way into the final table, suddenly those hero calls are much tougher to make. Very well played by Pham.
haven't seen too much of Min, but is going for quite a large sizing here under the gun. Well, every chip is quite valuable. Generally, you do want to save your chips, especially with pre-flop raises where from under the gun you're getting 3-bet, 40, 50% of the time.
Question in chat. Nagami-san, are you still there? Indeed. Kyosuke Nagami, still in the mix.
Yeah. Oh, and he flops bottom set. The chip leader is running so hot. Min still with the mystery hand here. We get to play along, 9-5-3.
Just an easy life. It's the kind of flop where under the gun is likely to continue after opening pre. Very likely donation to the chip leader stack in the form of 200k. Just under 175. It's small. And Pham can just easily call in position. Not too many cards he's going to be worried about. Nothing could instantly connect. And with the 2 million effective stack, 900k in the middle after the call. It's not too difficult to get the chips in there to the extent Min has a strong holding. One of the few action killers, the heart comes out still. Can't just put your opponent on flushes. It's fun to play along in this one. Let's see what Min does. Finds the check.
So he could have some ace highs here, some pocket jacks, pocket tens. I think a lot of his overpairs, even aces and kings are... I think he's going to play a very heavy check here on the turn. Out of position.
Yeah, unless he has something super nutted. He wants to avoid playing for stacks.
Yeah.
I think Pham will feel the opposite. Oh, it's half pot. Sets up for a 75% river SPR. Lots of leverage on this bet. Looks scary for that reason. Min has put his cards back on the RFID. I'm surprised we still don't see them.
Yeah.
Let's play along. Oh, he's not given up yet.
So he could have some sort of like ace king, ace of hearts, ace jack, ace of hearts. So a lot of pocket pairs as well.
Could be a lot weaker as well. Looks like he's on the verge of folding. And right as I say that, he makes a huge call. 1.8 in the middle, 1.6 behind. 80% SPR. Oh, and it's a fourth heart disaster for the set. Praying for a showdown now. Will Min oblige, or is this the card he's been waiting for? Some of the hands you just listed, Sam. Ace King, Ace of Hearts, Ace Jack, perhaps Ace of Hearts.
Yeah.
Oh, he's eyeing his stack. Well, how's this one to play along? How do you feel about this bottom set now? It's going to be about 700.
Oh, did he just snap fold the threes?
Yeah.
Wow. And we'll never know.
We'll never know. Isn't that poker in a nutshell? But look at the stacks now. 3.4 million. Chuang Tang Min has even out stacks with the chip leader. 3 people now essentially at the top. Wang from China. Min from Australia. And of course, the chip leader still managing to stay up top. But it's tight. the local farm. What do you think, chat? Any idea what he had? Any guesses?
It feels a lot like something like Ace King, Ace of Hearts. You know, you don't want to bet the turn because you get jammed on. You hate life. But you can call with your, what do you have, gut shot, I guess? As well as the nut flush draw. 2 overs, yeah.
Did use a couple of time banks to the extent I'm going to read into the timing tell. Feels like a hand that strong, it's such an auto call. But you know, these guys are balancing their timing tells pretty well.
All right, 9s for the chip leader now.
Man with the newfound chips, 6-5 suited. Let's come along. King, Jack, deuce. No one loving it. C-bet should be enough. Quick free bait. A little bit though. Man, still about 3 million. Good for 40 bigs at the moment. I really do feel for what the chat feels sometimes supporting somebody on the outer table. Very curious to know what's going on in terms of the biggest stack.
Yeah.
Dave
yeah.
Spade had been dominating. Did hear about Jin Long Hu finding a big double. Wonder where things are at. Back to our feature table though. The bunker has taken some hits. Still has 30 bigs or so. Doti and Wu about the same. One short stack. Zhang from China.
Here we go, ace 10 off in the cutoff.
Tam in chat asks how many Vietnamese? 3 at the moment. 25% of the field. 3 out of 12. Pretty good. Same for China as well. 3 out of 12. Two from South Korea, 1 from Philippines, 1 from Japan, 1 from India, and 1 Vietnamese Australian.
Very cool.
So an Asian affair for once, Sam. The main event.
Yep.
As we come back to Vietnam. No more German, American, Western influence.
Yeah.
Just good old Asian poker.
Australia is kind of...
Yeah, kind of in the middle. Do see so many events happening on the floor. Tons of tables being set up, some of them on break. Some marquee events going on, mind you. The Zodiac in full force. I believe 60,000 USD up top over there.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Always a big one. And by the way, the baby superstar is on the soft bubble. That's a
Ooh.
4,000 buy-in, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, more than that. 4,400 buy-in, give or take. Down to the final 9. Did see another Indian Kunal Patni in the lead. We do have Dylan Foster as well. After busting, I think he fired 2 bullets in that one. Nobody else I recognize from the main, but certainly familiar faces. An ace and a 7, 6-handed, and the chip leader does not want to take a stand. Notice the middling stacks are quicker to fold than the short stacks. I kind of get it, but 3 away from the final table. Not sure tanking has the same EV yet.
You also do get less hands before the blinds go up, which are going to eat into your stack. Next one's not too big of a jump. It's a 20% jump, but after that, they do get bigger and bigger.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. I mean, could work against you. That being said, 1 hour levels perhaps evens out that consideration, but can't hate on someone for the approach when we have time banks. They exist for a reason. Main stack, towering over the short stack. Zhang has more, or rather Min has more 100Ks and Zhang has 25Ks. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Ace Queen off, opening it up. Very nice to look down at Ace Queen on the button. King 10 might not want to give credit. Even stacks these two. Yeah, and it comes. That's 500, folks. Ace 4 for the bunker. Maybe had been considering making the same move, but now with 30 bigs.
Might be thinking of a cold 4-bet.
Wow, the way he's eyeing both opponents seems to know something is up, but it's actually Min who's sitting on a premium. Like I said, even stacks. Just won a big one with the mystery holding on the 4 flush board. How does he want to approach the hand? So many dread. Ace Queen off. Certainly cannot fold. That leaves 3 options. Put in a time bank to consider them. Can call in position. Can 4-bet on the smaller side. Could consider ripping it. 30 more bigs effective.
No, I think they're 40 bigs, aren't they? Almost?
To start the hand, yeah.
Yeah. go with the call, looks like. Or was that? No, 4-bet to 1.8. That's way too big.
He's committed himself.
Yeah. This is basically a shove.
Doesn't really matter. Finding the 4-bet here will get the job done. And Wang has been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Loses 15% of his stack. Appreciate the attempt, though. Quickly, let's go. Once again, notice medium stacks, trying not to tank.
Yep.
The rich get richer. 3.78 million tied, essentially, for the chip lead. Amazing momentum for Min.
What's he making here? It's a little U shape. Think he takes this? Deuces in the hijack. 13 bigs.
Precedent suggests the conservative option.
Yeah.
As does him holding the cards like that. So some quick math. 795 players, 40k starting stack, divided by 9 at the final table. The average stack should be 3.5 million.
Okay.
That's going to be the average. Certainly a 2 million stack could eke in. So I'd say 2 million, 2.5 million. That's a stack that'll get you to the FT.
Yep.
A walk when you have ace queen suited. Talk about running hot. Oh my goodness, Sam. Take a look at Dave Spade's stack. He's run out of space to pile up those plaques. Those are 100k a piece, so 2 million in plaques. Those greens, 500k a rack. I count 6 at least plus 1. 5.5 million at least is Dave Spade's stack. Tournament chip leader. What a showing. I mean, coming from APT Manila to now 11 left. Manila was his home ground, ran deep in many events, including the main. And now 11 left, chip leading the main event here in APT Phu Quoc.
You know what, Padir? It's a good time to be extra nice to our friend Dave Spade.
And don't forget the booth run good. I promise Ankit Ahuja, whatever main event he plays next, he will be running good. Did join you for the Superstar Challenge commentary. I think safe to say, unless some blow-ups are on the horizon, should be seeing a Filipino rail tomorrow. Catching up with the elimination, with our live reporting and the outer tables. First off, a huge spot. Junsuk versus Jinlong, who Junsuk also went up to about 5 million. Not sure if it's been dented since then, but should be one of the contenders. Some of the reporting from our feature table itself. And I do believe I can see that, we lost one of the Vietnamese locals who's been with us on the feature tables from pretty early on. Nguyen Hoang Duy from Vietnam, out in 12th.
Pay jump unlocked, 11,370. The last pay jump of the day, 2 spots away.
Oh, Vidar, you may remember Jason Lau from,
of course,
the super high roller, the ladder god.
The ladder god from Malaysia.
So he was telling me there was actually a chop pot where he was out of position, so he got an extra 5K chip, which was the 5K chip.
Wow.
Because of that chop pot. And the argument that they had was the other person didn't understand that the 5K chip went to the other position person while they were both calculating this. So
he laddered with the extra chip from a chop.
Yeah. And he was telling me every single hand. I was like, did you fold a couple hands blind? He said every single one. He didn't even look.
Wow.
But yeah, managed to find 2 ladders with 5K and chips with something like 100K big blind.
Oh, look at this situation. It's a rejam. Did he limp jam?
Yeah, limp jam. Fam, very steady with ICM here. Do not in a great spot now. Ace-8. Could be dominated. You know, if he's doing this pocket 9s, you're hating life.
And don't forget, the last time around, Fam limped. He had ace-10.
Yeah.
Probably with the intention of jamming as well. I just don't see Do taking this spot. As solid as he has been, 2 spots away from the final table. Mind you, this is a flip. Did he almost pump fake?
Whoa, is that a call?
He makes the call. Credit.
Wow.
Where it's due. Knows he should be ahead, should be facing an ICM pressure raise, and now in a position to win a 5 million chip pot.
What a call.
Just look at the equities though. It's 54-46. Could be the flip of his life.
Here we go. Queen 7-6, safe for the ace-8 so far. Just needs to fade 5 outs going twice. Put himself up at 5 million in chips.
Cannot imagine what he's feeling at the moment as the 3 of hearts rolls in, just 1 card away from taking a chip lead on the table and being one of the top contenders in the main. And the ace seals the deal, rewarded for his courage. Pham, credit for taking the spot and shoving, but he's down to just 1.5 million. Is one of the short stacks in this tournament all of a sudden.
Wow, what a hand by both players. The fearlessness of going for it this close to the final table, really something to be admired.
Unbelievable. Fearless on both fronts, but Do taking a stand and the poker gods holding the ace-8. And this handing of all his blacks, all but 5 it seems, has to be painful. Vietnam versus Vietnam violence. Do Tien Vu emerges as a force. Almost 5 million. Pham is just sitting there stewing.
Yeah, that can't feel good.
Just look at him. He's eyeing his chips go from one side of the table to the other, and it's hurting him.
Yeah. Wow. What a shove, what a call. Pham cannot love that. He knows that the ace-8 should just have gotten straight to the muck. Probably shouldn't have even raised pre-flop. So he does get a little bit unlucky on that front, but he's still in it. But unfortunately, he is no longer in chip accumulating mode.
As far as Google Translate goes on the YouTube chat, people do agree. Good shove, good call. Art Vu, again, this is a translated comment, but I think summarizes it, says, we're mad at each other.
Yeah.
I think the Vietnamese, Do and Pham, indeed, could be mad at each other. Needs to gather himself. calm that is. As some chips are being colored up. The yellow blacks now 250k. Ace is on the outer table, and did I spot an ace? And I suspect a queen or a king, so that should be pretty rough shape.
That's for Nagami. Looks like in bad shape, and his
That's
stack
right.
looks quite small, considering we left him with 3.5 million.
Kyosuke Nagami is in trouble facing aces. Seven-six suited, opening from the hijack.
Oh, there we go. Field down to 10. I assume we just lost Nagami. Let's check.
That is correct, Sam. I can see it in the payouts on the website. 10th place for Kyosuke Nagami. Oh, pardon me, 11th place. We're down to 10. One elimination away. We are on the final table bubble of the main event. Chat says the way Do called fam perhaps gave out some read, perhaps.
Don't know about that.
I think
that's a.
I've actually been in the spot of fam before, trying to push someone around in that spot. And I spoke to the guy who called me off afterwards. He actually 4-bet me with an ace.
Yeah.
And he just said to me, I just knew that you can't have it every time. And that's why I just went with it.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? That's as good as logic as any.
Here we are on the final table bubble. Wang, top pair here in the hijack. Versus Zhang, who elected not to jam again with the king jack, just taken.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, he has been a bit unlucky, got outflopped here once again.
Yeah.
And given the expression, looks like this is the check fold, but
he's got too many chances to chip up. He could be at 2 mil with his shove spots.
I know, Sam. I know, but you know, I was also thinking the other way.
Mhm.
We saw him at the start of this feature table, 13 remaining.
Yep.
Now he's one spot away from the final table, so
Very
has
true.
folded his way into pay jumps and perhaps the final table of the main event. But 10 bigs, it's dangerous. We're 5-handed, mind you.
Yeah.
We can see what avoiding variance can do. Credit to Zhang for getting this far. If he makes it to the final table, actually would be pretty impressive how many he managed to survive with a short stack. On the other hand, courting variance the way Do just did can put you in the position to try and ship it all. He is very, very likely going into the final table with a top 3 stack.
Oh, absolutely. Him and Urquiga looking to be our 2 big stacks on this final table.
And as per the live reporting, perhaps our friend from Korea as well, who, in terms of the last chip count, Junsuk Oh,
yep,
5 million.
Yeah, those 5 million stacks. Be interesting to see 3 very big stacks and no one really with like a clear lead.
I would certainly favor Dave Spade's chances. I mean, experience comes into the mix so much. By the way, the next level, 2 minutes away.
Pocket aces here. DP.
How do you like that, chat? Ace is out of the gun, right where he wants it. 30 bigs in his stack. No resistance till the blind seems likely. King 10 off though for the short stack.
No, he won't go for it.
Precedent suggests.
Yep.
Immediately laughs as well. We actually don't go hand for hand at the final table bubble, so hate to say it, Sam, I kind of can get behind the tanking. Yeah, out comes the time bank. He's earned 6 of them, I believe.
Yep.
Ultimately, with 10 bigs, he just posted his big. If he can wait out one player busting on his table or the outer table.
It does make the final table.
Makes the final table, makes a pay jump as well, mind you.
Yep. Yeah, it's a 2,000 USD pay jump at this stage. Going from 11,000 and change up to 13 and change.
Okay, just one time bank used.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like aces may take it down pre. 6-2 suited could potentially call from the big blind. Is covering DP, which is something to consider. Will go for the call.
Almost even stacks. 6-2 suited, certainly the big blind special. Ace of diamonds could become relevant as it does come a diamond, but the 10-9-8 super wet.
Yeah, I think may see a check back here with the aces.
We're on the final table bubble. It is certainly warranted. Would love to avoid a 7 or a jack. Comes a 6-4 liner, but it's the right kind of connection. Wang now with just a pair.
Decent hand to start bluffing with here.
Might actually think he has some showdown now. A check back.
I think you've got a little bit too much value here. And not enough bluffs.
Yeah, the 100K though is not a bluff. It's targeting the 2 overs. Easy continue for aces. I expect to give up here, by the way, considering where we are. 4 liner on the other side as well now. Any jack makes a straight.
I think Wang's got a really nice hand to go for it here.
Yeah, now with the
I don't
queen.
think you have to go too big. Oh, just gives it up.
Yeah, I told you, Sam, the stakes could not be higher. 2
Yeah.
4 liners means the aces check back, and the 2 middle stacks. Don't forget there's a 10 big blind stack out there on this table. Who
There
knows
is,
what's
yeah.
there on the outer table? Certain, you know, unsaid ICM to consider beyond the pay jumps. Each chip could feel a lot more valuable. I'm very curious if the bunker would have gone for thin value if it didn't come a queen. Let's say a blank came.
I don't know, because I think he can still check some 2 pairs.
Yeah, that's true.
And then are you getting called by anything other than a strong 10?
Will the elimination come on our table or the outer table? That's the question. When will it come? Second question. Who will the unfortunate final table bubble boy be out of contention for that golden line you can just about see at the back? Lines are 50K, 100K. This level certainly will be the one where we reach the final table. That's the man with the short stack, Zhang.
King 9 suited under the gun for our previous chip leader. Now down to just 15 bigs.
Tough spot. Need to consider ICM. Easily fold. Try to wait for a better spot to make his way to the final table, or can start forcing the action. Yeah, he goes for it. It's a raise fold kind of hand on the gun if you do face 3-bet. Zhang, the shortest stack. Let's see how many time banks he decides to fire in. The thing is, he has to be subtle as well. Otherwise, it's like game theory. The other table will start doing it too.
Maybe, yeah.
No time back. Small tank. I'll respect it. Jack 5-0 hits the mark, and the 6-3-0 does as well. Nice open from Pham. Makes himself the blinds he'll have to pay on the very next hand. $7.7 for Zhang Chu Hao. Somehow, Sam, I feel like it's gone from tense to exciting. The whole floor is a buzz. Many of which from other events. You can see actually the Zodiac behind. 5 players left. One of them is, I believe she was one of the last 2 remaining ladies in the main event, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
We'll get back on who that was.
Is that Dong?
Do a quick check on the website here. Oh, it's Natalia Rozova. I might be mistaking her for someone else.
Or were they heads up in the Zodiac Classic?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
That's 30 minutes behind, of course, so. Always cool to see a woman winning such a prestigious event. Good for the game.
Yes, for sure.
Having more entrants at our APT women's events that have gone from strength to strength. We're doing 2 a festival these days. Always well attended. She already has a 2nd place at APT Phu Quoc, hoping to improve. Small tank once again, not too bad. And now the 5-3 off for the middle stack. I suspect posturing, tanking, and then a fold. Not too much of either. Simple fold, and 7-4 off rags again for the bunker has given the big blind up to the King-9 suited open. Now, does he want to give a walk? It is a short stack on his left, 2nd shortest on the table.
Yeah.
But don't forget, Pham has also shown no fear, so. Goes with the steal. 3x. 6-5 off is difficult to contest with. Nice steal there. 7-4, getting away with one.
Yeah.
Clear chip leader on the table in the form of Do Tien Vu. And as the live reports for the day roll in, we'll find out exactly how much Dave Spade accumulated. 1 player remaining. The chances of him not making it to the FT are slim to none, but the question is, how much does Do Tien stack compete? I did catch Dave Spade at the end of the after party yesterday. Did you see him at the players' party?
Did, yep.
Seemed to be having a good time. And yet just rolls into day 3 and dominates.
Yeah, yeah.
How do they do it?
No idea.
No time bank again for Zhang. I actually think he should be using a few. He's gone this far. He's going to have to put in 2 out of his 7.7 bigs pretty shortly. King, queen, oh. 15 bigs. Rips it. Could this be the one? The big blind? 9-7 suited.
Yeah.
Cannot. Waiting for a count before he pitches it. As we see Alfin at the back, eyeing the Zodiac. Pretending not to, but rooting for the lady, I'm sure.
There you are, Fab chipping up nicely now. He's down to 13 bigs, up to 17 now.
Greg and Elfin ready to capture the madness once the final table bubble is burst. Elfin wearing Vietnamese outfit, Ao Dai. Ace 10 off now. Momentum for Pham.
Yeah.
Could pick up 250 in the middle. Get up to 2 million. Rips it. Nothing for dough. We await the big blind. Check it off.
Already has 2 big blinds in there.
This is not the moment. Let's face it. On the one hand, he's going to have 6 bigs. That's good for 2 orbits, but once the other table starts to take notice of the size of his stack, they might just start waiting him out instead.
Yep, very true.
Perhaps a reason for the other table to take notice. I do think the feature table has a slight advantage being on the elevated platform. They can eye every stack on the other table.
Wow, pocket aces once again for DP. See if we can get a little bit more out of them this time.
Last time, I believe he got 1 street and change.
Just 1 big blind.
The bet on the turn, no?
Yeah, it's just 1 big on the turn.
Oh, 1 big on the turn. Yeah. Don't forget the antes and the blinds, Sam.
Yeah, but he's only 1 big blind more.
They got the 1 big blind completion. I'll count that as 2. I'll count that as 2. Looking worse this time, to be honest, thus far. By the way, how nice is it to find aces twice at such a tense moment?
Yeah.
5 bigs for Zhang after posting the small.
Still has, 12 starting stacks.
Silver lining is strong with you, my friend.
Back down to these 2 once again. Here we are. They're going to battle it out again. Aces again. Same configuration. Wang has upgraded from 6 deuce suited up to the queen deuce suited. And flops bottom pair here. DP flopping top set here. 150 into the middle.
And is the deuce enough to continue here? Seems to think so. Is in trouble. 1% for the queen deuce. Needs to avoid the 5 outs. Or so he thinks they're outs. 4 changes a few things. I'll lock on the hand first off with the bunker. Could check and trap as well. Try to get some of the draws to catch up. Being said.
But even a small bet gets called by the draws, so if you're trying to let the draws catch up, I think a small bet's nice, but just check it. It's going to be very tough to get any more value out. 6 doesn't change anything. 5-3 was already a straight.
I'm looking to show down the worst pair. The bunker will be having none of that. Only question is sizing. With no bet on the river, the 4 is unlikely. What does he think he can get paid off from? King highs, deuces. Maybe an oddball. Small pair. Goes on the bigger side. 500. And 50.
I like that size. Ryan giving it some thought. Lets it go. Oh, looks like there's an all-in on the other table. See if we got some outer table coverage.
Oh, that's it?
Is that it?
Dave Spade knocks out the player from South Korea, Dong Yul Choi, in 10th place.
Queen versus ace 3, and the queen on the river? It looked like there was a 3 on the turn and a queen on the river.
I don't know what could make it worse, but Dong Yul Choi has final table bubbled. And just like that, I think I heard an oh my god in the field. Just like that, we have our final 9. Don't think everyone's processed it yet.
Yeah, just like that. Final table. It's been a long day for these folks. They've been going at it for about 11 hours today. They will come back. I'm sure they're all going to get some rest to play the final table tomorrow.
How cool is that? An applause from the floor for the final table, as we do see the heads up for the Zodiac. Elfin and Greg perhaps will do some photographs, interviews, and the likes. The feature table players and the outer table players getting some info on what lies ahead. But Sam, we have done it. Down to 9 out of 795. We've reached the final table. Pretty much everyone from our feature table makes it, considering the final elimination was on the outer table. And just look at Dave Spade's stack. Let's do a quick count.
It's like 1.25 in.
1 million. Those are 1 million grays. So I'd say at least 6 million.
Wow. Might be coming in as our chip leader for the main event tomorrow.
I believe 34 million chips in play, give or take.
Yep.
So, Dave Spade, one of the most well-known, well-regarded, and certainly well-accomplished players, will have the chip lead. We did see an amazing call from Do on our table with the ace-8 off. He gets up to about 4.5 million in chips. Will certainly be putting up a fight, and these are the payouts they're fighting for. 14,000 USD locked up. That's 350 million Vietnamese dong. That's 10x on your buy-in. And we're trying to get up to the old 130x, is it? 185,000 USD up top again. 4.7 billion Vietnamese dong off a 36 million Vietnamese dong buy-in. It's going to be all to play for. No deals allowed as well. Sam, any thoughts on what we've seen today? It has been a wild day.
It has been a very, very nice call from the ace-8. You know, just slamming those chips in, making the call. Was ahead by a few percentages and manages to scoop that huge, huge pot with the ace on the river. That was unbelievable. I think we're going to see a ton of action tomorrow. We got Dave with a massive stack, and we have seen him get very, very aggressive when he does cover his opponents. I think it's going to be an
not
excellent
just
table.
Aggressive. The one hand when you were not in the booth, he called off ace-9 for about a third of his chips against the queen-jack. Did get unlucky, but the entire table and the chat, mind you, were like, why would you call? You only had 2 big blinds effective. Well, it's David Spade. He's willing to go for it. He's eyeing the trophy up top. He's eyeing all the glory that has eluded him, at least in the new era, representing Philippines. We do have somebody from India as well. That always excites me. The bunker has just been slow, steady, solid. He's barely gotten coverage in the live reporting because I think he doesn't get involved in the big ones. Just slowly inched his way. Had about 30 bigs, I think, with the blind level. Should be coming in around there as well to the final table. And don't forget people joining us from South Korea. Obviously, 3 Vietnamese locals, amongst many others, the Chinese contingent also outperforming. It's been an amazing whittling down to 9. We started off with 50 today, 331 yesterday in day 2. This is day 2 of the coverage wrapping up. Day 3 tomorrow takes you all the way from 9 to first place in the final table. 185,000 and no deals, meaning over a 70,000 USD heads-up match. It's going to be very exciting. Make sure you follow us on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're watching, on the socials. Hit subscribe so that the YouTube algo knows to put up the content. 11 a.m. is when we kick off in real time. 30-minute delay means 11:30 a.m. is the stream time. And we will surely see you tomorrow. For Sam and myself, we wish you good night. Thanks for being with us. 2 long stream, 2 long days. 1 more day to go as we finish out the main event. And then, of course, our last day of streaming the day after that. We'll see you tomorrow.
Let my head fall over my high heels, and you're acting like a